Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's special, very special to me anyways, one-off celebrating International Non-Binary People's Day. Today we have like a full, like literally just a full day of speedruns from super talented non-binary speedrunners. So absolutely, like if you're here all day, which you definitely should be, follow all of them, stick around all day. It's gonna be an incredible time. We're starting off today with everyone's favorite non-binary host, Limey_SR, playing Bugsnax Bingo, which is the they, them of speedrunning bingo. And I'll say that with my full chest. Today, I have Conception with me. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Conception. I am not non-binary, but I am a Bugsnax super fan. So
well,
I'm here to
like the goat of
help
like
out.
console Bugsnax. That's fine.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I gotta go back and get some of these records sometime. I got swept through, so
It's okay though.
it's okay.
You still have the sweep in my heart.
Yes.
But, yeah, we can explain everything as we get into it. It's a pretty simple bingo in concept, but there's just a lot of stuff that happens in it. But yeah, we can get started. Time's gonna start once I get into this file because it's easier than starting on the loading. But yeah, would you like to do a countdown?
Heck yeah. All right, here we go. We're going to start the ultimate gaming experience in 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So the first
And
thing...
as we get in, I have to do the most important thing.
Yes.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Change your color to, what is it called in game? Lilac or something?
Something.
Lavender, maybe? I can't remember. Yeah. What the best color, objectively. Very good. Very nice. But one of the biggest tricks in terms of time save in the game is in the first 25 seconds or so of the run, Limey is going to head off to the right instead of going into the cave here, jump on top of some trees and then onto a rock. Going to continue.
Teach me how to crouch. I don't need to know how to do that.
Yeah, there you go. We don't need to learn how to do any of this. We're walking on literal nothing right now. Just nothing is underneath us. There's just a barrier there. As we cross the bridge, which is supposed to collapse on us and then take us into a cutscene, but we don't have time for that. We're going to skip all of that. And we're going to say hi, Philbo, bye, Philbo. We're not going to pay attention to Philbo either, as we do yet another skip right away as we climb onto these rocks. We're going to have to do the sign jump, which is a nice backup, but luckily Limey is really good at setting it up and getting it down really fast. And all of that saved like probably 3.5 minutes.
Yeah,
So,
it was just rapid fire.
yeah. One thing to point out here is actually on the bingo board is the center square is obtain every tool glitchless. The reason why we have to specify glitchless here is we couldn't within the first 5 or so minutes of like a true any % run, we could glitch into what is the final biome of the game, or what is meant to be the final biome of the game, which is Frosted Peak. And if we glitch into Frosted Peak, it actually gives us all the tools that we would have needed to get there already automatically, which is really handy for any % stuff. But since that center square says obtain all of them glitchless, we cannot obtain a tool by glitching. We did skip Philbo there, which is technically where you're supposed to get the snack trap that Limey's trying to jump on top of here, but because if you enter the area next and it's just on the ground sitting there and picking it up, we've ruled that is not a glitch technically, because you're just picking it up as normal, just in a different spot. So we are still fulfilling the obtain every tool's glitchless. Ooh, that shish kebab trying to give you the runaround, but usually it just
I will never get ran around by shish kebab.
Yeah, couldn't be me. Yeah, there was also a trick that Limey was trying to do, but it's a very tight window to get it done. So once you try, and it's also a difficult trick to execute. So once you get once or twice, it doesn't work out so well anymore. But that was to that Bugsnax you just caught, the Frighter, which is crawling on top of the ceiling. If you are very quick about it in the cycles, you can actually take the trap above it where we first spawned into this area. Set up the trap and then close it, jump on top of it and reopen it so that you shove the trap through the ground and then catch the Spriter through the floor. And if you're able to execute on that, saves about like 5 or 6 seconds total. But you only have like maybe 2 or 3 shots to try it before you lose other cycles, and then it becomes no longer worth it. You lose more time than you would gain. So you only can try it a few times before you just got to move on.
I'm just happy. So
But that is all the Bugsnax needed. Now there is another bingo goal here that is to transform a Grumpus with a Bunger, a Frieder, and a Sodi. Now to fulfill this quest that we're doing right now, Limey has to already feed a Bunger and a Frieder to Wambus here, the farmer character anyway. So once we get a Sodi of any kind, we can just feed it to Wambus, and that is already that goal complete. Simple as that. So
I need to remember to not get the Sodi from Frosted Peak, because that's what I usually get.
Oh yeah. Once you got a couple options you could do for this. You could just progress the story a little farther past the Befka part, and then the Sodi in this area unlocks. Or you have obviously other Sodi options that you could use depending on where you would like to head next after this section. So looking more at the this part is just kind of a tutorial-esque section. Limey is going to jump past Filbo there, head into this cave, grab a journal, and then head backwards. Because this character, Befka, is going to ask for a journal anyway, but we can take the time to get it early and then just essentially be taught how the journal works. So nothing too much else besides we got the journal early, so we don't have to get the quest, go get it, and come back.
Yeah, pretty much right after this section and then like the first interview with Filbo, the game's going to be pretty much open. With everything that I can do in it, and then I have to like just kind of think about what route I want to take.
Yeah,
because there's a lot I can do here.
You have multiple options. Yeah, you have multiple options. Because I did see right there, complete Befka's quests. So you do have a goal to complete all of her quests. Unfortunately, some of hers are more annoying in the way that you have to catch very specific Bugsnax and feed them to specific people, yada yada yada. So that could be quite a long one to do. So maybe won't do that one. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But transform Grumpus and with the Bunger Frieder Sodi, that's a really quick one. Let's see what else. So you have a lot of Boiling Bay area ones in general.
Yeah,
you have the Boiling Bay map, which is actually not unlocked in the Boiling Bay. You have to get the map, and then you would get to the area after that. But you have Boiling Bay Bugsnax. You have there is catching all Snack Pod and Sodi variants, which there are Snack Pods and Sodis in that area. But we are now heading into Simmering Springs. This is mainly to the main goal, I think, of what Limey is doing here is to just progress the story far enough to get the Buggy Ball, which is one of the other tools. Glitchless. So that we're just gonna at least play it long enough to get access to the ball and then take it with us.
That's just what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, which means we get this nice little unskippable cutscene where where this is Wiggle and oh my gosh, what is his name? Gramble. Thank you.
It's just on the screen right there.
my brain is absolutely fried. Yes, Gramble. Gramble is Bugsnax, like vegan essentially. Does not eat the Bugsnax. Kind of a Bugsnax, like I love them as family, and kind of has like a sanctuary for them in Snacksburg. Wiggle is a musician, a one-hit wonder, if you will. And I
wouldn't say that.
That's in universe lore, so I'm just doing what. Oh wow, you sauced him right in the face.
I didn't mean to sauce him.
You sauced him right in the face. Oh my goodness. Well, at least it was a Strabby, which Gramble is obviously very much a fan of, as he has one in a hat and also in a ball? Question mark. But so here we are.
I can't do this. I'm just gonna do this normally.
Oh, you're gonna do it legitimately. Wow.
Yeah, I don't remember how to do it the fast way, but it's okay.
That's okay for the fans. Yeah, so there is actually, what you have to do here to unlock the ball is kind of meander through this little bitty maze. It's not very complicated, just takes a little bit of time, but we're getting to see it legitimately, which is actually a real treat, because usually we could do a little skip and then continue to progress the line, which is essentially we basically just point a laser at one of these fence poles near the end, And Strabby will actually this Strabby and a ball, the buggy ball, will actually just navigate the maze entirely on its own and get there by the end. And you can even do that to progress while you're progressing something else in the area if you needed to, and then just return the tool back to you like you can in the tool wheel there, and then you don't even have to worry about it.
And there's no other tool in there, so
no, that is the only tool that you have to worry about. Yeah, we are doing a little glitch that gets us into Scorched Gorge here, which is closed at the beginning. Usually you have to get Grand Bowl to return back to Snacksburg first. But if you glitch into this area, then you can not have to fulfill that condition, which is nice. In this area, there is a couple of things I see that we could potentially do. The main objective, obviously, what Limey's doing here is to get the launch pad, another tool, which Cromdo's about to give to us. This is Cromdo, by the way, the used car salesman of Grumpus's. We also have a goal here that is catch a barbecue bunger on fire, which is something we could do. Doesn't even say you need to scan it. You just need to catch it on fire. But there is a...
My cat's viciously attacking his entire body right now. And oh no, I was like looking at him. I was like trying to make sure he's okay.
Wow, Barbecue Bunger does not care about your cat, unfortunately. But
it's so unfortunate.
But
to come this way.
Yeah, to keep it positive, Barbecue Bunger just loves you so much that it wants to be near you at all times. So that counts. That's a barbecue bunger on fire.
Okay.
It doesn't say you need to catch. I guess you could interpret this goal two different ways. That you catch it, but you can't catch something while it's on fire.
Yeah, I was about to say. You know what?
In terms of
that's fine.
I think the wording of this, the spirit of this goal, is meant to be light a barbecue bunger on fire. Yeah. That's it. So that's one goal complete.
Yeah, and I should still... Oh yeah, I forgot I can't check that stuff in here. It's fine though. Actually, no, I'm gonna go back in here to do some quick catches.
Yeah, there's a few different things you could catch in here to help progress some other stuff. So we got a catch-all snack pod and sodies variant. There is no sodies in this level, but there is a snack pod. You can get that. Might not be unlocked actually, because you do.
Yeah, this is still very.
This is very early in the game. So how the game is structured, it's structured
actually,
in a way.
I'm just gonna get the cheap hoof.
Okay.
And then just because the cheap hoof is really quick. And then I'm gonna get a couple of them, and then progress the story a bit more, so I can get the rest of the tools, and then from there. Just come back and then get everything else I
for sure
need.
I will say that once you get the tools glitchless, there's nothing that says that you can't then glitch, but as long as you get all the tools glitchless first. So do you only need, so there, as you're actually, believe it or not, there's only two, I think it's just 2 more tools that you need to get glitchless first, which are both in the next area, which is Sugar Pine Woods. And both are relatively quick to catch. You might have to go through a couple dialogues, so it might be a little slow, but you do also have to get in there in a glitched way, but getting the tools glitchless. So that's another little interesting thing to do here. But essentially, I hesitate to say we're like hamstrung by this goal, but since it's 1 in the center, so it impacts a lot of the bingo board, and 2, like has a high impact on how fast we could do literally the rest of the goals, you kind of just have to go for it and get this one out of the way. And then that'll open up not only the game more, but the board more into options that we could take to get a bingo here.
This door just being split in half like that is so funny to me.
yeah, it's very, I don't know why Snorpy goes for the saloon doors, but it's a choice. It's a choice that's being made. This is Snorpy and Chandler, by the way.
Wrong order.
Your favorite gay couple in the Bugsnax universe.
Be well. Oh, what is?
I only say favorite because there is another gay couple, but they're kind of separated the whole time.
So that I could help Chandler with his basketballing problem.
You don't get to interact with them as a couple too much, but they are still very sweet. Actually, every character in this game is genuinely good, so no complaints. We do have the snack grappler, so that's one of the 2 tools, and then we're gonna get the other tool right now using the snack grappler. I gotta position it in a kind of weird way to get it. Otherwise, you kind of have to do this like, you try to Spider-Man save yourself. Web, that would be cool if you could like web swing with this thing. Would be rad.
That'd be so cool. This game would be like the movement game.
Yeah, there would be a lot of movement, a lot of cool movement tech, which there is already. Even just running and jumping, got some parkour action, but this is giving you a hard time. I think crouching actually makes it harder potentially.
Does it?
Yeah, I never crouch when I get this. I usually just stand in front and claw my way through somehow. There you go.
Yeah,
beautiful.
It is awkward and difficult.
It is a weird angle, but now that's all. That is obtain every tool glitchless. That is the center square marked. Beautiful. And now we're gonna break the game. We're gonna break it wide open. So Limey's gonna do a trick that gets us into that last biome I was already talking about, Frosted Peak. It's a little tough here because there's a lot of invisible barriers that you can't really see that are preventing Limey from doing this jump. But if you
actually know what I'm gonna do, because I need to go over there anyways, and I need to get to the last sphere of progression.
Oh, you're just going to do this skip instead? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a slightly alternate version that I found that is a lot easier to set up quickly.
Sure. Yeah, that's one really cool thing about speedrunning Bugsnax is there are so many skips, glitches, tricks to get into various areas that you actually have kind of a dealer's choice of what you would prefer. Like if you have a skip that's a little hard, you could do a different skip in a different area and it progresses in almost the same amount, which is pretty cool. What Limey is doing here is actually a skip of its own creation, which is to get into Sizzling Sands early. We have a more traditional skip that's used here, which is actually utilizing those windmills that he just passed on the side. But Limey just found this like wildly cool setup, which is to get bonked by a Spuddy into a higher area and then launch pad yourself up onto some rocks and then just run and jump over, which is really, really cool. And basically the same amount of time as long as you get it first try, which is pretty cool. And now we're in Sizzling Sands. This is an area that we're not meant to unlock.
Oh, I need to go in through the other side, huh?
Going through.
I did not think about that.
Oh, yeah, you have to like walk backwards to actually progress the story, is what you mean?
Well, no, I need to go into Bay.
Yeah, you can go into. You could still go into Bay here by doing the puzzle.
Yeah, but the lava lake.
Oh, yes, but you have to do the lava lake one specifically. Okay.
Yeah. I didn't think about that until just now.
So I think you have to do Frosted Peak then. I think you have to. Unless you know of a way to get into Boiling Bay from the Simmering Springs side, but I don't. So.
Yeah, I'm still gonna get this because it's a quick catch.
Yeah, might as well get this out of the way. Yeah, so what we were talking, just to give a little more context to what we were talking about. So this is Sizzling Sands. This is an area that unlocks about like 70 to 75% through the game's story. And what me and Limey were just discussing is there's a goal on here that's called Solve the Mystery of the Lava Lake. And the Mystery of the Lava Lake is a puzzle essentially that grants you access, a shortcut between this area that we're currently in and Boiling Bay, which is another like close to end game section. The problem is if we solved it from this side, that's not solving the mystery of the lava lake.
Solving the mystery of the really good.
There you go. Yeah, we take those. We take those for sure. But yeah, it's not solving the mystery of the lava lake if we do the puzzle from the Sizzling Sands side. We have to do it from the Boiling Bay side. So we have to get into Boiling Bay without taking the shortcut from Sizzling Sands into Boiling Bay. So we're gonna have to progress by doing that Frosted Peak jump that we were talking about before.
That combo meal
that is the combo meal done. That's actually 3 in the center row. So if we collect half a code and interview Triffany, which are 2 goals that are not super long, you already got your first bingo there. The thing that is tricky, so collect half a code. There are a few collectibles in this game. some of which you need to progress the story technically, if you are playing it in a glitchless format at least. And there is an item that's called half of a code, and there is an item that's called the other half of the code. So specifically, specifically we need half a code, which is the one you get first, which I believe is a interview. It's an interview, like post-interview collectible. So like you have to interview somebody specific, and they give you that after finishing the interview, I think.
I don't remember who gives it to me.
I got you. I can look it up.
Yeah, I just know
It's
that
tough.
it is an interview one.
Yeah. It is tough because everyone you interview, so there's 12 Grumpuses that you can interview total in this game, and everyone that you interview gives you something different. They are all set, so it's not like random every time. There you go. Beautiful Frosted Peak, or Avalanche Skip as it's called in the community. And now we're in Frosted Peak, which is, again, like one of the last biomes. But to continue what I was saying, every Grumpus gives you a different item once you complete an interview. So it is hard to remember who gives you what specifically unless you're playing 100% a lot of the time. Which, why at that point, why are you playing 100% all the time? That's so long.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's look up where half of a code is. Of a code Bugsnax. Okay.
Did you also do? Actually, I'll just do this. It's like a separate conscious thing.
Oh, you're gonna do the cookie to honeybee combo?
Yeah.
Nice. So this is to accomplish a goal that says stun a Bugsnax with another Bugsnax. That is done. Checking it off. Basically, we flung a cookie into a honeybee, and now they're both stunned by being stuck together. Multiple options you could have done to do that one, but that is a nice and quick one, especially since we were just right there. So, half of a code. This is the code that's in the diary. So you need to get the diary key, and also get the diary. Now, the good thing that makes this a little bit of synergy is that we have an interview Triffany code. So interview Triffany leads directly into collect half of a code, which is nice. So if we focus on that, we'll accomplish those goals like essentially back to back. That is an interview complete with Cromdo, which is another goal there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go around so I don't have to.
Yeah. Part of this looked like slightly clunky movement, but actually what Limey is trying to do there is it is actually trying to avoid as many of these kinds of conversations as possible, so we don't fall into essentially cutscene landmines. We're gonna get the interview for Triffany out of the way, but I don't believe we have the diary key yet. So the Triffany is gonna give us the diary. The diary is locked though, so you need to get a key, which the key it comes from another interview, I believe.
It does, yeah.
And I think is it Gramble that drops the key, or
I'm pretty sure it's Gramble.
It's Gramble or Snorpy. I'm pretty sure it's Gramble.
I was between those two in my mind as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Gramble, but that is an interview Triffany complete. We're actually already one away from a goal with collect half a code not being too difficult to get to just yet. I think it's Gramble. The 50-50 shot. Worst case scenario, we have to go do another interview. It's not the end of the world, but. Why are we interviewing people? That might be a question you have if you've never seen or played this game before. And for the lore reason is that we are actually a journalist who has come to Snacktooth Island to interview these people and learn more about Bugsnax and what they are doing on the island. That looks like a diary key to me, so we were correct with our guess. In which
We've definitely played this game before.
I've played this game before. Diary key open, collect half of a code, complete. That is a bingo. Well done.
We did it. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna keep playing until we get a lot closer to estimate since we did the one bingo. I'm just gonna kind of treat this like a lockout bingo. I'm gonna donate now. I'm gonna treat this kind of like a lockout where my hidden goal is I'm gonna try and get to 13, which is pretty doable.
That's actually another goal complete, which is to upgrade the inventory to 8 slots. Yeah. The way you do that is by catching Bugsnax and then donating them to Gramble's Sanctuary here. We by donating 6 Bugsnax, they can even be 6 of the same kind if for whatever reason you have multiples. You then upgrade your inventory slot from 6 to 8. So that is another goal complete. The single player lockout, yes, it's a rare strategy, but a cool one.
I just think lockout is fun.
It is cool. It is fun. You're absolutely correct there.
Oh, I'm gonna do this for fun because I think this is silly.
Okay.
Oh no, I didn't even get up. Okay, it's whatever. Pretty sure I can just get up by jumping here. Yeah. Cool.
So we are in Flavor Falls here. I'm sure. What is it that you're trying to accomplish here? Actually, are you just getting this snack pod to be cool and fancy? Okay, all right. So what Limey is going out of bounds here. So what this area that Limey is going into is actually a boss area. For the Mama Melon, there's 4 legendary Bugsnax, 5 counting the DLC that you can get. But if you like glitch into the area, that snack pod there that Limey just grabbed still stays spawned in. Once you start the boss fight, that snack pod stays spawned out. Was there an easier one? Was there an easier one that Limey could have got? Absolutely. Did Limey want to flex on us with a trick? Absolutely as well. So.
Flexing is just always fun. I don't know what to say.
But that is one of since we have a goal for all snack pod and sody variants, that is what the goal that we are trying to progress here a little bit. We do have in this one area, we do have a sody that we can grab, which Lime is going to do, but you can also grab a snack pod here too, depending on what you want to do.
You're right, I can get it, but I had other ideas in mind.
Well, if you're
can do it, it's just in here, right?
Yeah, on the wall there. There you go.
Yeah, I totally didn't even think about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're trying to progress sody and snack pods, you might as well, since you're right there, and it's a pretty easy one to get. All right, so one other thing
that actually.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think Limey is considering doing a peel bug and sweetie fly variants here as well, because we do have a sweetie fly right there. But I think that is a really wise decision to just avoid that one. We're already doing a collect all variants quest right here, which does not include peel bugs and sweetie flies. That would just add a lot of extra time there. So I think focusing on one is the call, for sure.
I'll talk to Philbo again so I can
get this out of the way.
Yeah.
I believe what Limey is going to work on here now is this fully transformed Philbo, since that's where it is talking to right now. This is Philbo, who is the mayor of Snacksburg, by the way, the character we ignored right at the beginning. And Philbo is definitely hungry, in which case we're going to feed Philbo a bunch of stuff here.
Who doesn't like sandwiches?
Yeah, who doesn't like having subs for legs? All right, so that's 7
if you finish this game, don't worry about what this looks like.
Yeah, it's normal and it's fine, so it's all good. Does it take less time to grab sauce with a snack grappler? It does. So each plant has 5 sauces. If that plant has not been like manually picked, as in you picked sauces off, and you use the snack grappler on it, you'll actually pick up all 5 sauces in one go. So yes, it is faster. Back in Scorched Gorge here, we got a couple things, but we could do. We can grab a snack pod here now. There is no sody here, but we can at least get the snack pod as well as catch some other things.
Yeah, just padding my numbers so I can transform Bobo quicker.
Yes, I don't
know why I did that.
It would have been cool if you got that though. That would have been pretty hype. Yeah, you got. There is a snack pod there. Each area actually has 5 of the same snack pod in it, so there are multiple options there. But since that one was right there, we might as well go for it. There is no sody in this area, so we don't have to worry about that. But yeah, we also need to pattern numbers, as Limey said, for feeding Philbo. So fully transforming somebody requires 14 Bugsnax eaten. Does not have to be 14 different Bugsnax.
Wouldn't work.
Yeah,
I forgot there was a wind there.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal. I'll just go back to Flavor Falls and then get my sandwiches.
Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna pattern numbers, get some snacks, and feed Philbo. Heading back to Flavor Falls here so we can get the Sandopede again.
Unless it's been too soon?
Yeah, I think it's too soon. You might need to have slept, actually. Yeah. or at least have 24 hours pass by. But that's okay.
Yeah.
Reason why I wanted to do the Sandopede is a really quick way to get 4 Bugsnax really fast. That's it.
Well, since he's here, I was planning on doing this like immediately, so like it would have like worked out with the routing, and then I didn't realize that I didn't sleep.
Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, so and for bugs, so once you catch Bugsnax in a given area, they will stay unspawned for an indeterminate amount of time. I haven't figured out like a consistent way to detect like if they are going to, if it's like 24 in-game hours, or if it's like you just need to spend a certain amount of time away, like in the game, before they spawn back. I think usually a couple sleeps does the trick, and then you should be able to see it, the Bugsnax that you've already caught respawn. Let's see if that is indeed the case. Yes, there is the Sandopede, so we are good. And that should be plenty of Bugsnax for...
I don't know what happened with that, but
yeah, that was weird, but you did get it, so that's all that matters. I see somebody asking about you've seen Limey do some Bugsnax running or commentary before. That is quite possible. Both of us run Bugsnax pretty regularly, actually. In fact, both of us just over a year ago now ran All Bosses co-op at SGDQ 2023, and then also we were also both at SGDQ 2024, this most recent one, not running Bugsnax, but other things. Going for the Sweetie Fly anyway.
yeah, just because it was
You might as well.
there.
Sure.
Yeah.
Did you get it? I didn't see it. Did you?
No, I
you
didn't.
get it? Okay, yeah. Let's move on. We don't need that. There is a Sweetie Fly here as well.
I'm getting tempted. I'm not gonna lie.
There is a Sweetie Fly
I forgot
here
that
too.
this is when it spawns.
But remember, you also would have to catch all the peel bugs,
Yeah.
which is a lot. So
And there's a lot of peel bugs.
and you haven't caught any of them yet. So
Yeah.
that is the thing.
How many of the things am I missing?
The snack pods. Let's see. You haven't gotten peaks. You haven't gotten. I don't think you got Sugar Pine Woodses. I think you didn't get Gorges either, or Sizzling Sands rather. You got Gorges.
Oh, I should also get this.
Get some peanut butter.
I need to remember where that. Oh, is it just over here, or is it? Might be
There might be one on the underside of that rock there. There's also one on the chimney on top of the house.
Yeah. Let's get
There
that
you
one.
go. Beautiful.
Yeah.
And then
Remembering all the different locations for them is
it's tough.
difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I actually, especially for Frosted Peak, I think I always forget exactly where they are in Frosted Peak, but there is one in the cave. So you could get there, or you could head down to where you meet Agabel later, and there's one on a pillar above the door as well. But you will have to do this little cutscene if you do this one, which is not too slow. This is Agabel, by the way. There you go. That snack pod. You got Mount Sodi already.
I did. Yeah.
You have all the Sodis? You got
I
Mount Sodi. You got
think I
Sodi
do.
D and Scorched Gorge. Sorry, Sizzling Sands, right?
Yeah.
Have you been into Boiling Bay yet?
No.
So
I'll just
you
go.
don't.
It's not a big
Yeah,
deal.
you don't have. Well, you can't go there from Sands if you're gonna do the
Well,
lava.
I will just let go of that goal.
We're
I
just
will-
gonna let go. All right.
I'm
I
giving
think
it
that's
up.
wise. I think that's wise. You could go into Simmering Springs and just walk into it now. I think at this point, but I think it's wise. We don't need that line specifically.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
Yeah. All right, that is that puzzle solved, which gives us access to the back parts of Boiling Bay here.
I don't need. Well, okay. I will just do this to do this.
Yeah, it depends on how much you want to progress this area, essentially. Because you
Yeah,
will
I'm just gonna
need the
get Floofty back.
you'll need the noodler if you're going to progress this area somewhat. Oh,
Oh, they're both just
of them.
chasing each other.
Whoa.
Okay.
If it wasn't on fire, that would be pretty rad, but it is on fire, so not much we can do about it. Chaos. Chaos. Pure chaos. If you
There's a lot happening right now.
Yeah, don't light him back on fire.
This might be bad.
You can
No,
grapple him.
Okay.
Oh, you got it. I was gonna say you could grapple him. It's from a distance, but you got it. That's all that matters. Yeah, we need.
I was determined.
we were gonna make that happen. We needed the noodler specifically for a Floofty quest in this area. So that is why we were like, we definitely have to, if we're going to progress it, we have to commit to getting a noodler somehow. There you go. We're lighting that coconut on fire because it actually splits into 2 other Bugsnax. Good catch.
Actually, I'm just gonna make my way back here after I'm gonna feed everything except what I need for the quest.
Yeah, so don't feed noodler, don't feed red banopper. Oh, he's on his poop cycle.
Okay.
Oh, bad luck. Bad luck. Okay,
Oh,
so
just
let's
come
talk about
back.
poop cycles. Because that's a thing in the game. Every one of these grumpuses that return, I can't believe you got poop cycle. Every one of
That's
these,
so funny.
every one of these grumpuses that return will poop in Snacksburg by running to the outhouse at a specific time of day.
Where are the coconuts?
Or at random times of day.
I'm just gonna sleep.
Yeah, you can just sleep. So there is another coconut up there if you want it, but
Actually,
right
since
up-
I have to wait for the. Oh yeah, you're right. I guess there is another coconut. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't
I was just
matter.
gonna go back here and.
yeah, but you can now feed Philbo. So we happened to come right back in when Philbo was gonna poop, and once somebody starts running for the latrine, you cannot talk to them or progress anything until they are finished pooping. All right, that is a fully transformed Philbo, for better or for worse.
That one looks terrifying.
terrifying.
Weird.
Yeah, kind of terrifying, but that is one.
He looks a little weird, but we love him anyways.
Yeah. Okay, so depending on what Limey is doing here, so we got 3 in the middle column. However, and we are progressing catch-all, snack pod, and sody variants. We are doing pretty nicely job on that, as I like to say. But interview Lizbert is a goal. That's an end-game goal. That is like when you're about to finish the game, you will interview Lizbert. It's actually technically past what the game calls the point of no return. So if Limey is going to commit to doing that goal, that's probably the last goal that it's going to do. So
I'm committing to doing that goal. That is.
Yeah.
I'm gonna finish off with a double bingo.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Are you going for catching all Boiling Bay Bugsnax right now?
No. I'm
Okay.
just getting these 4.
Yeah, so
interviewing
just enough to progress.
Lucy.
Yeah.
Then there's a snack pod here, right? Or
There is a
sody
snack.
here?
Yeah, there's a snack pod in every area. Yep.
Yeah,
It's probably not available now though. I don't think. It
Not
might
a-
be. There's one in here it's up on the left side of the room up, but I don't know if it's
Yeah, it's not
because you
here
haven't.
yet.
I think they don't unlock until you get Floofty to return. So
Yeah. So this works out anyways.
yeah, you have to get Floofty to return and then probably leave the area and come back. Maybe even sleep. I don't know. Yeah, it turns out Bugsnax are high in fiber and indeed keep you regular. Absolutely correct.
Excellent. It is.
Yeah, so we're progressing this. Another goal that Limey is going for here is interviewing Floofty. You can only interview a Grumpus once they have returned to Snacksburg, and you can only return them to Snacksburg once you complete their initial couple of quests in the area that they are currently in. So that's what we're doing right now. We're trying to progress Floofty's quest far enough that they will return to Snacksburg. Also, happy non-binary day. Floofty is canonically non-binary.
Let's go.
Yep.
They're just like me.
They're just like lime for real, for real.
Okay, and then I will just go here, and then it should work if I re-enter.
I believe it will, yes. I believe if once you leave the area and then just come back to it, it should be fine.
This might be right up to estimate, but yeah, I think we're fine.
So
I think we're back.
I'm guessing essentially you're just trying to finish this middle column, right? So you're just trying to get all the snack pod and Sodi variants. Don't forget La Sodiu as well in this area.
Where is it in this area? I like actually forgot.
It's in the water. Right in front of you. La Sodiu, of course, a LaCroix of a Bugsnax.
Okay, that should be all of them now, right?
That should be all of the Sodis. Sodi D, Dr. Sodi, La Sodiu, and what's the other one? I'm missing one. I feel like you got Mount Sodi.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got all of them.
Yeah, I just can't remember. There's 4, right? Pretty sure there's 4, and I'm just trying to remember what the last one is. I
got 4 for sure though.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
That's Garden Grove. That's Sizzling Sands. That's Boiling Bay. That's not Sugar Pine Woods. Not Simmering Springs. No, there's not a Simmering Springs one. I don't think you got all the snack pods though before you do this. You want to check real quick? All right, you got Frosted? Because I don't think you got the Sizzling Sands one. No, you did not.
You're right. A thinker for sure.
And you got one at Bay. You got the Flavor Falls one.
I got one everywhere else.
You got the Garden Grove one. Didn't get this one. You got the Scorch Gorge one. Got this. Did you get the Simmering Springs one too?
Yeah. I think.
You turn behind you. It's on one of the pillars in the back, I believe.
I thought it was the other pillar.
There is also where we usually get the cheese. There's one up there too. Oh, you have to beat this area first.
Oh.
Actually.
I don't want to beat this area. You know what? That's good enough.
Yeah, I was like, this is. I forgot you didn't progress it far enough.
Yeah, I
get Sheldon to return.
Because usually when I play, I like have to progress this area, so I might also progress this area because I progressed the next one as well.
Yeah.
You know what? It's fine. That was still almost a double bingo for what it's worth. And pretend I did door skip, and then basically after I did door skip, that was interview right there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So
I will respectfully call time right there. That is
all right. And
that was quite a fun bingo showcase.
Yeah, we did get a bingo. We were quite far on almost getting a second one. This I'm gonna mark it in a different color so we can see it on here. This catch-all snack pod and Sodia's variant quest was basically done aside from this one snack pod in this area. But as we said in the other areas, we have to get people to return before all the snacks in an area will become available. Snack pod.
Yeah, if I had thought about that earlier, I would have definitely routed this differently.
Yes. Yep, I forgot about that. We did not progress Shelda as well because Shelda is maybe one of the most annoying ones to progress in the game in terms of getting her to come back to Snacksburg. Has a lot of like weird long quests, like getting breaking apart these 2 Picantuses, and you have to go underground and do this maze with the black raspy. It's a long way. So. We basically had that, and once we had that, we were gonna go in game mode and get this one done. It basically just get into the under snacks, and that's
yeah.
All that
and
we
for what's worth, these were all very easy to get.
Oh, actually, this one was done. I just realized I'm gonna mark that as red. This one was actually complete.
Oh, you're right.
There we go.
So, yeah, this one was close as well.
Yeah,
I was halfway to this one.
Yeah.
So you can kind of see if there was like a little bit more time, like I would have been able to like almost get this like.
All of these could have been completed with like maybe at most 10 to 15 more minutes, and then we would have gotten all these. So
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm happy that I could show this off. Bugsnax Bingo is genuinely, I think, one of the best like bingo showcases like ever. It is like on the same tier as like Chibi Robo Bingo, and like that was just at mainline GDQ. So I want y'all to watch that after this. But Conception, since you're such a great commentator, would you like to shout out anything that you're doing?
Sure, I'm not going to plug myself. This is non-binary day. I'm not a non-binary individual. Just keep watching these non-binary showcases, and then please follow all of the runners and commentators from this event, and continue to support them after that, because non-binary day is a day, but we should be supporting non-binary folks year round. So make sure you're doing that.
But yeah, he is too humble to shout this out, but he does have a show here on GDQ Hotfix on the second week called Awfully Silly.
Awfully Silly, yes.
Awful Block and Silly Block games from traditional like mainline GDQs. You should watch Hotfix on Tuesdays, because it is a great time. But yeah, with that, we are going to be getting into the next round, which is the Big Catch Tacklebox. It is an all-fish race between Shovelclaws and Vane. It's going to be a great time. Two of the biggest bingo enjoyers there is playing a game that isn't bingo. How could I? But
How could you?
yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes with that. And like Conception said, check out the schedule, follow all of the runners, keep supporting them after this event. All of that good stuff. We'll be back in just a few minutes. So get up, go stretch, do all of that good stuff. We'll be back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Non-Binary People's Day special here on GDQ Hotfix. Right now, we have a race of the Big Catch Tacklebox with Vane, who is a they, them, and Shovelclaws, who is an it's, along with Single Scoop here on comms. That is like the entire gender spectrum, the entire thing, the whole thing right here on GDQ Hotfix. I just want to say, if you're watching it on YouTube, go over to twitch.tv/gamesonquick/subscribe. It would help us out a lot. The chat's super chill. Everyone's super cool here. You're gonna have a great time. If you're here on Twitch, go over to youtube.com/gamesonquick. Watch all the VODs, all of that. I'm gonna shut up now because I really want to watch this race. It's gonna be really good. If you guys would like to introduce yourselves.
True. All right. What's up? I'm Shovelclaws, moderator for this game. I have 10 fish world record. That's something. Otherwise, I play a lot of variety indie stuff, and this game is my biggest hyperfixation of all time. Holy moly, it is so good. If Vane, you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Vane. I'm also very normal about this game. I mod this game. I used to have 10 fish record. Otherwise, I just run like other 3D platformers and like other stuff like that.
And then commentating this race, because this game is hard.
Yeah, I'm a Single Scoop. I kind of did this route. I don't know.
A lot of stuff here.
I still haven't finished a run yet.
A lot of stuff here
I only
is
reset.
probably Single Scoops doing. So
Yeah.
big shout outs. But he's here to commentate over it, which will be very useful. Do we want to just hop into a save, or do we have anything to explain after? We didn't really talk about that, or before we get into the race. I think we can just get into a save.
Yeah, we can
get started.
I think we can let the game speak for itself.
This game does that. So we're gonna start a new game,
A little bit.
and then time doesn't begin until we get in the game. There's a beginning cutscene, and that isn't timed. So once we skip that cutscene, that's when time begins, and then we'll be good to go. We'll count it down, or I guess sing.
Yeah, I am ready.
All right, I am ready now as well.
Okay, on go. 3, 2, 1, go. So, as you see, these they're playing as two different characters. The characters in this game actually have the same properties, but this is a pretty speaks for itself 3D platformer. There aren't any like upgrades you get or anything, but your objective here is to collect fish. And as you see right off the bat, they're collecting their first fish. This one requires bait. You have like a whole slew of movement options. disposable to your character. If you don't like actually get any upgrades, so right off the bat you just like have everything you need. There'll be grappling, ground pounding, grabbing this checkpoint actually, because there's a warp to checkpoint option, and we're gonna like to warp back here a couple times.
Yeah, this route kind of has like
talking-
2 halves to it. We can use that
Yeah.
warp later. The surprise tool that'll help us later, essentially.
Yeah. And now they unlocked this sand shredder, which is the main use of like travel around areas because it's an open world game kind of. And we use its speed a lot. It's like one of the fastest, you know, movement options. So we bring that speed into whatever area we go into. And you saw a lot right there. So there's something we like to call a coyote jump. This game doesn't have an actual double jump, but there's a way to kind of preserve your single jump into the air under some situations. So we do what's called, they're going to be doing it. Actually, I'm not sure what these players do. But regardless, they do a super jump, which is a jump off of like a sand shredder. Oh, okay. Vane taking the lead. Well, I don't know. A quick death, but already. Oh, ooh. This is gaming at its finest. It happens. It's a very hard thing to control, to be honest. So, yeah, using the sand shredder, Vane taking the normal route, going up here, Shovel taking a death, but already back here because this game is fast. Just using the grappling mechanics to fling yourself over to this large tower, getting this second fish, grappling over and using the speed from the grapple, and you can kind of just bunny hop or just jump as soon as you hit the ground and kind of preserve your speed. If you're going uphill, you lose it much quicker, but taking the speed into this next area, if you have enough speed, you can actually jump on water too. There's this little shortcut you can do to grab this bait that normally you'd have to go through this entire area to get, but with like done movements, you can reach it early. And using this bait to catch this fish. So there's like 4 different kinds of fish: blue fish, red fish, green fish, more, gold.
I like Dr. Seuss right now.
Yeah. The blue fish is the only one that actually requires bait. It's the ones that are always in water. In Vane doing something, setting up a sky boost founded by Sky. Oh, not very intended.
Did Vane miss it?
No, I thought I heard that sound and I'm like, is that a miss? And no, that was a yes. And ooh, both players getting that sky boost. That's the only time we do it in this run. But there's weird mechanics of like lily pads specifically, lily pads and like water. But if you jump on a lily pad with a bunch of speed and just keep jumping in the water, you can eventually get a large boost to fight. But we don't understand
It's really
it
complicated
too
and
well.
technical.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's too long to
It's
explain.
fine.
That,
Basically,
Game
walk on water.
It is what it-
after
it is what it
lily
is.
Pad, go boom.
Go,
That's all you need to know.
go Sky now.
go boom, go sky, and now both players pretty much neck and neck. Going into the next area, the fling. What is it called?
Fling
yard? I forget.
course.
Fling course. Banging track in this.
Indeed.
Once again, going to be using the sand shredder to their advantage. In the start, you can use it to go right to this fish over here, and from here, ground padding off this ledge to go into this next area.
I can't hit this
Normally,
back up.
going for the backup. Oh, yeah. So this game is like super momentum based. Like the reason I said earlier is why I haven't ever finished a run, because I only reset runs. It's just like super easy to make a mistake, and they're punishing and hard to make up for on multiple occasions. Shovel going into this bounce course section here. Once again, using a sand shredder jump on a ramp, on an incline. Ooh, this fish. Okay, let's see how this fish treats it. Oh, getting it right off the bat. That fish is one of the most troublesome to get. And then going into the deeper areas. I'm so used to seeing you all do like 10 fish, so I want to see how these clips look out. Usually here you just like warp, but you can actually clip back onto like the main floor or like the main outside area from
Yeah,
below.
that's where the tin fish route ends. So you just warp back
Yeah.
to the start to finish up the run. But you got to get all of them. So we have another area to go to after that.
Yeah. This is my favorite. This is one of my favorite areas. Maybe my favorite area. Casually, it was probably my favorite area. It's hard to tell. I have so many favorite areas in this game. It's just really cool.
So
This
many
game was made
bangers.
by like. This game. Oh, I guess it's worth. I meant to mention at the start. This game is made by the people who made Xenoblade 2, the 3D platformer, and it was actually like this was created like in that engine, I believe, anyways. And I don't know if you played that game, but that game's sick
That game's
on
sick.
all levels. And that was made by 2 people. And this game. Oh, this is a demo, by the way. I should have said that at the start. This is a demo for the main game. I want to explain what Shovel's doing here. Never mind. I can't really explain it. It goes too fast. Just abusing geometry that wasn't really intended to be there or intended to be platformed on. Oh my god, that's tragic. It's okay. Shovel getting sniped off the vines, but making it back. Using these Goomba-esque enemies to get up here and then spin jumping and sliding down the platform you can't stand on. Oh goodness. Let's see if Vane has better luck here. Yeah, but this game's a demo. It came out 5 weeks ago. We've all been playing it like basically nonstop because we just like are obsessed with it. It's a really cool game. And the Kickstarter was in 2012, and
I'm sorry, did you say 2012?
2022. 2022. I thought I said that wrong, and then I internally checked. I was like, no, that's right. And since then, they've gotten like I think a dozen more employees, and I swear this game is just like made by all stars. Like everyone in their respective field are like peak, and similarly in terms of like speedrunning and just like the fan base, just seems to attract people who are like really good at what they do, be it like art or I guess speedrunning in this case. So it's just really cool to see. Okay. Moving on over to the final fish in this area. Oh, getting that health there is probably good. I like never get health in this game. Yeah, moving our way over to the second fish in this area. I got lost when I was describing that because I usually do this one first. But it can be a little tricky. These fish. Oh, wait, what are you doing? Now I'm confused. Vane warping back after getting that fish. Oh, okay.
Fair enough.
I accidentally fell because I was going too fast.
Oh,
What
no.
the hell? I'm getting just owned at Mortar. This happened the other day.
Many
in
such
the
cases.
first race we did.
Mortar is such a punishing thing because it's just the nature of you're literally getting bombed the entire time.
Yeah.
Also, I should mention that me and Vane did a practice race the other day, and it was 2 seconds apart. So, and this happened to Vane, so it's not over, but it is annoying.
Yeah. It's like I said earlier, it's really punishing, but like any mistake is really punishing. So whenever that happens, someone will get behind, but then if someone else makes a mistake, it'll kind of balance itself out. Vane abusing a mechanic there. If you ground pound on these like grind rails, if you ground pound when they're on like a steep decline, it gives you a huge boost in speed throughout it. And using that and then transferring from the bone rail to that grapple to kind of just acrobat their way up here. Hitting this that fishing pole to act as a checkpoint because this is hard grappling. This is like, oh, whoa, that's actually, I like that. I never done that before. That's actually really safe.
Yeah, there's 2 little ways you can do that. I take that way usually if I can.
I like that. I should probably, I know someone told me that and I didn't really look into it. Ooh, and then running up on that fish and yeah, running up on this one as well. Taking the sand shredders, yeah. And this one fish is just out in the middle of nowhere. This one fish wasn't in the first like 3 patches of the game, and there was it 3 patches? Or no, I think it was just first
Something
2.
like that.
And they were just like, let's just add this fish.
Yeah, they just added him there.
It was
Oh my
intended
God.
to be in the
That-
game, and they added it after the first patch. It was,
Yeah.
It was just a coding
Okay.
mistake.
Oh, okay. So I was like, 25 fish sounds good. And then I didn't know what to do with that area. I was like, what does this area mean? I do like the mechanic. If you're on 1 HP, yeah, your hat falls off. I just think they look cooler without the hat. No hate on, what are they called? Like fisher hats? Bucket hats?
Bucket hats, yeah. Very
Going for the first
stylish.
trick I found the other day. Using a shredder jump into a coyote jump. Oh, barely. That's what I don't like about that, is like, it's not even free once you get the setup working. Vein. These last like few areas after the bone rail section are just really short, like 1 fish in like 3 small areas that you don't really, you just sort of take the sand shredders around. But then the final area is like a real final area. I guess it's pretty obvious that this is a very open game, and the route can be, in the casual play, you can do these in any order. But I'd say we have a pretty solid route. I don't think it's changing much at all in the future. Ooh, dang, that green fish likes to be a big pain.
Yeah, if you're not careful about like kind of manipulating where he goes, he can be really annoying to get.
Yeah.
Glad I got that.
Shovel not too far behind, just on getting the fossil fish.
Nice.
And then having to deal with these. I don't have a consistent way to deal with those mortars after like the shell. After
I just
the,
tried to knock some of them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. Just the movement from getting that for the fish to getting on a sand shredder, it's like weird. So yeah, Vane entering this final area here, Garden Temple. Maybe my other favorite favorite section.
This is my
Garden
favorite
Temple and
section.
Mortar.
It's my
so
favorite
cool.
too. It's so cool.
They're both made by the same person. And that person is a level designer on Pseudo-Regalia.
I'm just gonna grab these.
Oh, it's, yeah. Vane low on health, so getting these 2 health point thingies in the corner. And then getting this red fish, and they'll be walking their way back up these stairs. And something else also found by Sky, who found the big launch thing in the lake area earlier on the water, is a clip coming up here. So just like with vines in general, you can just kind of use them to clip through walls. Or I don't know the certain like boundaries within like the possibilities of it, but you can just use them to just kind of jump through. Oh no.
That happens like
I hate to see that
occasionally.
That happens occasionally.
Very
yeah.
strange.
Didn't clip there. You just bonk your head and then fall. There's like a way to save yourself, but it's kind of finicky.
I'm not gonna lie, I've never seen you just bonk there before.
Yeah,
Probably a
it just
couple
usually
times.
works, and sometimes it doesn't.
There we go.
The shovel also entering the garden area, not too far behind. This is the longest area in the game by far, so...
Yeah, there's like 6 fish here.
Yeah. I forget. Yeah. Getting pretty good luck with that redfish there. I hate that redfish.
Yeah.
So yeah, just navigating through this outside area. I like it, yeah, just go inside and out of the temple, and I don't know, just the level design is like so cool. Going around the right side here, there's like, there are many routes to take through this area. Opting to go around the right side. I think most people do this. And then using that spin jump ground pound, that's I think one of the most effective ways of like getting quick and like productive movement. Yeah, covering large distances.
We like sloped ground over here.
Yeah.
Speed.
Someone in the Discord described this as like this game as like an environmental puzzle, which has like resonated within my head like a lot since them saying that.
Really good way to describe it.
The platforming in this game, just I like the character movement, but it's the enjoyment had is like multiplied from like the level design and level geometry and like slopes and walls in general. It's a really neat combination of, I don't know, resources and tools that you get just by looking like, I wonder what I can do here. Like you enter a room and it's like, what can I do here?
Yeah, because I totally see this game differently after like learning how to like chain together like really good movement compared to just like when I first started the game, and I was like, well, I need to just figure out how to climb up this wall, right? And I was like, I can just go around this wall like completely, and like it's way more fun.
Yeah. I never played Prince of Persia, but I'm like, I expect this is kind of what Prince of Persia is. I don't know. In terms of the verticality of the levels. Maybe not the speedrun. I just like the level design. Getting this blue fish and climbing this wall to get bait for later. There's a second blue fish in this area. You specifically need the bait to get fish out of water. There's no other way. Oh, you get it first. Interesting.
Yeah. There's a little like reroute here that's a little faster, but I didn't learn it. That's the thing that's really cool about this game, is that some areas just have like little like you can swap your route a little bit and it's still like about the same speed, and it's just like you can kind of like pick your poison based on your preference.
Yeah, these are like huge playgrounds.
And that's something else with like switching the two halves of this route around, is that like, you know, it's like depends on what you want to put first.
I definitely thought I stood there for long enough to set my respawn point, but okay.
That's a shame.
Trying to be cool because I'm so far behind that I don't think I can catch back up even with the cool movement, but...
Hey, to be fair...
If Mortar went better, SMH.
Vayne has that green fish in the last room, and that could be a pain.
Where's he at?
The big ground pound on the stairs. Scoping it out for this green fish. Okay, yeah, so you don't hit that fish and it goes zooming away, the green fish, or the fast ones, and you just kind of have to wait around corners, and it can just like...
He faked me out.
Turn around. He did fake you out. Okay, so that's what happens.
No way I hit the strat.
Shovel going for my cool.
Let's go.
Oh, let's go. Okay, yeah. So
I'm happy I hit that then.
that's like so cool.
Nothing else matters. That is so sick. Yeah. That is so much harder than it looks. You have to have really good momentum conservation for it.
Congratulations to Tacklebox for winning the race.
To be fair, Vayne's still getting this green fish.
This pathing is so strange.
This is how I can still win.
That fish is like such a rank. You can like snipe it early on, but it's like really tight timing, and you know, very random because it takes random
That's
paths.
Crazy.
And
it's good content.
Sometimes, yeah.
There we go. All right.
Should call that it's time soon TM for Vayne probably.
Yeah, I just have to throw in all of the fish at the same time, and there's gonna be loads of money popping out.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So, yeah, the timing method we take here. Ooh, wow, not going for the swinging SMH. So yeah, time finishes when they
and
depositing these.
Time.
Well played.
GG's.
If Mortar didn't just own me completely, that would have been curtains.
Definitely a big decider. There's like all this money.
I've never seen the end of like All Fish where like all the money's just like sitting there.
Yeah, so it's a frame rate.
There's a reason my last split is called Money Spread. There is so much.
I'm boring. I just have deposit. Anyways.
Well, Vayne couldn't catch that green fish quickly, but don't worry, I got you.
Hopefully you do what I could not. I'm just gonna spin around here.
It's just that easy, you know?
Ooh.
I need to get both of y'all on hotfix again, so that
No, not again. I can't afford 4 losses to Vayne.
3-1 is at least like respectful. You know what I mean? Like you
No.
like sure, that's fine, but like, oh, you're 3-0 right now.
Yeah,
How does
no,
that
it's
feel?
rough. Bad. I wanted to win this one. But
Yeah, but it was close.
I literally just, there's nothing I can do about Mortar. I don't know. Get it ready on time for me, by the way.
You'll be better than me in full game, I'm sure.
Fine. Oh well.
GG's.
GG's.
Yeah, Mortar is rough, but it happens.
Yeah.
It has killed a lot of runs, so it's not
That
big deal.
strat is really hard.
It is,
Yeah.
and the fact I got sniped 3 times in a row and then died, like
Yeah, that's
rough.
so rare to happen.
It's rare
It's
for
just-
me to get sniped at all, and then it happens 3 times in a row. Like, man,
Yeah.
there's just nothing to do about it. Anyways, well, congrats, Vayne. Where can people find you, Smile?
People can find me at twitch.tv/VayneLol. I stream this game sometime. I stream in general sometimes, but I try to. I want to. I'm on Twitter or X, the everything app.
That's
At
I don't
Vayne,
think you can say that today.
Vayne. I shouldn't say that today. You're right. Twitter at Vayne, YouTube at VayneSR. Yeah, that'll be it for me.
yeah, and you can find me everywhere as Shovel Claws. I stream 4 times a week. Whenever I am not at GDQs. This game is really cool, so I mostly want to just say thank you everyone for making this game really cool. And this is a demo. I want to remind everyone of that this little 20-minute run is a demo.
Free demo.
It's crazy.
It's free, completely free, with some of the best platforming in any video game I've ever played. And that's saying a lot. If you check my SRC profile, it is all 3D platformers. So,
yeah, please
yeah, no,
wishlist this game.
is
Keep
really
a lookout.
yeah, no.
Very much worth your time if you're in
The
3D
full game is
platformers.
going to be the best game of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, yes.
It's actually
But-
insane.
Yeah, otherwise, thank you, Single Scoop, for commentating, because this is hard. Do you have any shout-outs you have?
No. I mean, this game. And you all, I guess. I just want to echo saying the same thing of, yeah, please play this game. And my guess is it'll come out in like a year or something, 2025.
It's slated for 2025,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we'll see when that is, but whenever it comes out, you won't stop hearing about it from us.
Yeah. Check it out. That's all.
But yeah, thank you guys for doing that race. That was so entertaining. But we're gonna be taking a quick break. We're gonna be getting back to more non-binary speedrunners after this quick break. So get up, stretch, do all that good stuff. And while you're there waiting for this break, follow these runners and also Single Scoop, please. Please. But
I don't stream.
well, yeah, but people can follow you for fun.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll be back in just a few minutes. So just look out. We'll be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Non-Binary People's Day celebration here on GDQ Hotfix. Right now, we have an incredible run by Lord Fluffy of Banjo-Tooie. Before we get started, I just want to mention that if you're sitting there in Twitch chat and you have your Prime sub available, looking at you, Twitch chat, you should consider using it on us because we're live almost every single day. We're currently doing reruns of SGDQ if we're not done with those yet. But even then, we still have hotfix almost every single day. So if you like the content we're putting out, consider using your Prime sub on us, or even just regular subs, or even sharing some bits. But with that, Lord Fluffy, would you like to introduce yourself and the game?
Yeah. Hello there. My name is Lord Fluffy, and this is Banjo-Tooie. The category we're going to be running today is any percent no bit clips. 5 years ago, this used to be the old any percent route, And now, as of I think about a month ago, the community has voted to add the no big clips category back to the main leaderboards. And with it, we've also got ourselves a new route. So this is going to be the first showcase of the new route of Banjo-Tooie, any percent no big clips, as well as the first showcase since the category was officially added back to leaderboards. So I'm very happy to be able to show that off. And I really like any percent no big clips because it is a very beginner-friendly category. While it does have some tricks that might be difficult in execution, you can eventually learn them all, and it's not a super restrictive category as you have to learn this frame perfect trick that has one try and then you lose 3 minutes if you fail it. It's a very beginner friendly category, and it's very easy to pick up and learn for that. So with that being said, there's a couple pieces of setup that we have to do here. So first things first, we're going to go to the copy game option here. We're going to copy file 2 over to file 1. And this is because of something known as Jinjo manipulation. So every single time you start a brand new file, you get one of 33 Jinjo patterns. Now, as you can imagine, some of these patterns are not good for speedrunning. So it would kind of suck if every time you loaded up a file, you get to 5 minutes into the run and you realize you have the wrong Jinjo pattern and you can't do the run, so you have to reset it. So what we do in the community is we add 3.7 seconds to the start of any and all timers, at which point we manipulate the exact Jinjo pattern that we want, which allows us to do runs without having to deal with a 1 in 33 chance, which sucks. So timing will begin on go, which I'm when I press the A button to start the game here. So on go, 3, 2, 1, go. And right out of the gate, we're going to get into the first trick of the run. So this is going to be Klungo cutscene skip. We're going to move ourselves over to this vine on the wall over here. Oh, had a little bit of a misinput there, got extra dialogue that I didn't need. We're going to go to this vine on the wall, backflip, and then do a ground pound. Ideally, we would have gotten on top of that ledge there. And what that would have done is allowed us to skip this cutscene trigger here, which activates a cutscene of scrolling over to Klungo and having him walk into the cave. Unfortunately, we messed that up, so we lost a few seconds there. Not the end of the world, but that is how it goes. So now we're going to go ahead and navigate on over to that cave door because that's the direction we need to go. We're going to take a brief pit stop here to pick up the speedy step shoes. The brief pit stop it takes to pick them up is worth the time save that you get because of how fast you move with them. Pick up some eggs on the way in because we'll need eggs for a quick kill on this boss as well as some other stuff later. We're going to deactivate the speedy step shoes just before we activate the cutscene. And now we're into Klungo 1. Now, there's going to be 2 Klungo fights in this game, and when you load into this cave for the first time, each of the 3 Klungo fights will have a specific potion that is random every single time. So, let's go gambling! We want a green potion! And we got the blue potion, which is the second best, but is also the hardest.
Oh, dang it.
Aw, dang it. All right. So, the blue potion will make Klungo clone himself, which is the second slowest animation and the most difficult quick kill. We ideally want to have blue potion on the second Klungo fight and not the first. So I'm going to try and set up a kill here. 5, 6, 7. I'm going to stand about right here. Fire an egg. Perfect. It hit Klungo. Unfortunately, I didn't get into Talon Trot quite quickly enough, so I'm not in the perfect position I need here, but ideally, we would have shot the egg, gone immediately into Talon Trot, and jumped towards the exit gate, which, if we got into the perfect position, Klungo would be pushing us towards the exit in this cutscene. Didn't end up happening, so we're going to lose a little bit more time from having to do some extra walking distance. Not the end of the world. That is the first Klungo fight down, and we are going into the main overworld hub of the game now, which is Isle o' Hags. All right. So now we're going to take use of a trick using the Beak Bus. And the Beak Bus is an extremely powerful tool in this run for a variety of reasons. So the Beak Bus is a ground pound, and whenever you use it, it gives you a little bit of vertical height. And if you use it in conjunction with certain jumps at certain locations, such as right here on top of this roof, you can actually end up getting on top of ledges you're not intended to. In this case, we use it to pick up a treble clef on the top of that house. And that treble clef is worth 20 of the notes. And we need the 315 total notes in this run in order to pick up a move that is 100% required to beat the game because the final boss cannot be beaten without it. So routing in notes is the big barrier for finishing Banjo-Tooie as a game. I'm going to take advantage in this cutscene of a little trick. I'm not sure if it's a leftover developer tool or just the secret code, but if you press L, R, and B at the same time when dialogue is playing, it will skip the dialogue entirely. This is a thing in both Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie. Not every bit of dialogue can be skipped, but the amount of time that you save from being able to skip all the dialogue is a significant amount, to the point where even the Xbox 360 version of this game that runs at a consistent frame rate and doesn't have to deal with lag at all is significantly slower than the N64 version because of how much dialogue you cannot skip, because the L button is not bound in those versions. Or a button is not bound to the equivalent of the L button on the N64 controller. So as we enter the cutscene pausing here, we're going to hold the B button, which skips the next cutscene on the very first frame, go into Talon Trot, and now we're going to head over to Wooded Hollows, which we went into that cutscene for King Jingling because we needed to open the door over to Wooded Hollows, but also because he gives us a free Jiggy, and we do need 14 Jiggies for this route. We're going to make a quick detour over here to one of Bowles' kids. Talking to this kid will give us the ability to zoom in while we are in first-person mode, which is going to be required for a part of the setup for the big major glitch of this run, which is delayed cutscene warp. We'll get into that later because DCW is very complicated, and it's worth explaining when we have way more time to do so. So that right there is Jiggy Wiggy's Temple. This is where we'll be visiting to unlock 4 levels in this run, which we need the 14 Jiggies to do so. But we're not going to go there just yet. We are going to come over this way to activate this silo here, which is your fast travel location for Banjo-Tooie for over the overworld. But then we're going to come over here and make use of the beak bust once again. So we're going to line up with this black line texture on the wall, do a backflip, and if we time our jump time our beak bust at the right time, we can end up getting on top of this ledge. Okay, having a little bit of difficulty here. Let's try this again. All right. One more. This is unfortunately kind of required, so every time I mess this up, I'm just losing a bit of time. That didn't quite work. Might have to reset up the camera here if this is not going to keep working. All right, let's reset up the camera here. Ideally, this trick doesn't take too long to figure out, but seems like I'm having a little bit of difficulty getting the right line up here. Going to reset it up from further this time around. Seems like I don't have the lineup correct at all at this point. There we go. Okay, yeah. So my lineup was wrong, and I didn't quite see the difference in it. But there we go. We've managed.
Gambling was the jumps we tried along the way.
True that. Yeah, so we're going to activate another silo here, and then we're going to use the camera to set up in a specific way here, because we're going to take advantage of the beak bust again. So there's actually a small gap right there, first try. That is amazing to get that first try. There's a small gap between the wooden and metal planks there that are blocking access to this level of Glitter Gulch Mine. That is Glitter Gulch Mine early, and the ability to enter this stage early is extremely useful because it'll allow us better routing in a later level, in the first level of the game, Mayhem Temple, because of an ability that we can pick up called Bill Drill. It also allows us pretty good routing opportunities for certain other things. But before that, we're here in Wumba's Wigwam. Wumba is the character that transforms you in this game, replaces Mumbo for that role in this. And this is the only transformation we're going to be doing in this run. The other transformations that we do have access to, the Jiggies that we can get with them, or the notes that we can get with them, are just simply too slow to really use. But the main reason we're using the Dynamite here is the Dynamite is another required feature for the DCW setup here. And we're actually going to be doing the first part of the delayed cutscene warp setup over in this location over here. So over here is the fuel storage area, and in here is going to be a barrel of TNT that we can use the detonator to blow up, and that will be useful because it'll move the Saucer of Peril, a minigame NPC, in this area closer to its intended location in Witchy World. So we're going to come over here, get in line, and it's going to activate a cutscene. Then the Saucer of Peril is going to try to move towards Witchy World, but there's a door in Witchy World which is still closed, so it can't quite get the whole way there. In the process, we're picking up a couple extra notes while we're in here. And then we're going to take advantage of the fact that Banjo-Tooie, unlike Banjo-Kazooie, does not have a live system and does not use a note score system. And we can take advantage of def warps a lot more freely in this game, which we'll be using in multiple locations to help out routing situations. So We use the detonator's attack ability, which does self-damage to kill that NPC, does 3 total damage, which instantly kills us, allows us to Death Warp back to Wumba's Wigwam. And next up, we're going to be heading on over to a waterfall where we're going to take advantage of a glitch known as Dynamite Hover. So one small thing is whenever you're moving with the dynamite, you typically want to be jumping because the dynamite's movement is jumping on its own, but every time you're jumping, you pause in place for a second. So we come up to this wall, press jump and explode at basically the same time. You jump and then you immediately hit explode afterwards. And if you're pushing up against the wall like that while in water, you'll actually hover upwards, which allows us to pick up that Jiggy very quickly there. But that is the last we're going to use the dynamite for. We're going to teleport back over to Wumba's Wigwam, and we're going to jump on in, transform back to Banjo, and then we're going to be picking up some more notes in order to pick up the Bill Drill ability. And as I mentioned, the Bill Drill ability is extremely good because it allows us to get access to a lot of really fast Jiggies in this particular route. Oh, that was a gold split. Nice. All right. So there's a few notes. Yes, we love gold splits. All right, so there's a few notes here we're going to pick up. We're doing routing very similar to how we used to do it in the older route of this category. However, recent routing changes have allowed us to get faster Jiggies than we would otherwise do, so we pick up these nodes at a later point than we used to. And this is Jam Jars. This is the guy that teaches us moves, and Jam Jars has a let's go gambling moment. So every single time you pick up a move from Jam Jars, there's a 1 in 12 chance that he will bonk his head on the top of the silo. And every time that happens, you lose anywhere from 3 to 6 seconds, depending on the lag in the area in question. And there's nothing you can do to avoid it. As funny as it is, it gets old the 100th time you've seen it. So, unfortunately, just another case of Tooie RNG having unavoidable time losses that just happen due to RNG. But even with that, this run is still a lot of fun. All right. So now that we picked up the Bill Drill ability, as you saw, Kazooie turns into a spinning drill that can destroy these rocks. So we're going to try and flap and move in a way. Didn't quite work there, but we're going to try and flap and move in a way that we can destroy these rocks as quickly as possible. And there's 2 quick Jiggies we're going to pick up here. These are the last 2 Jiggies we're going to pick up in this trip to Glitter Gulch Mine. We'll be doing one more trip a little later on. Now, as we enter this area, the game intends for you to have fire arrows here to light the path to get over to the Jiggy, but as it turns out, if you enter in Talon Trot and then turn the camera around, you're in the perfect position where you can just flip, do a beak bust, and then grab this ladder. There you go. You can just get in the perfect position to grab this ladder, skip the entire need to use the fire eggs, and you can just pick these up and leave. All right, and now we're going to have the final Jiggy we're going to pick up. So the Power Hut intends for you to have the split up ability for for Banjo to turn the lights on in the basement, and for Kazooie to then navigate her way over to the Jiggy. However, I just turned the brightness up on my TV so I can see where I'm going. So I'm going to take a little bit of a safer route here. There's a riskier route that I would normally take, which saves about 5 seconds. But I'm going to take a safer route here just to make sure in a marathon event safety situation we can pick up the Jiggy with no issues. And that is the last Jiggy we're going to pick up in this trip to GGM. So as we load back in, we're going to do a ground pound, allows us to hover in the air, re-grab the rope, jump out of the level. I'm going to hop over here for our next move, which is going to be the fire eggs. These are required for progression through the overworld and will be useful for a glitch we'll be taking advantage of in the final boss fight against Hag 1. So let's go gambling! Are we getting a bonk today? Aw, dang it.
Oh, dang it.
All right. So now that we have the fire eggs, normally the game expects us to have the egg aim ability here. However, we don't have it, so we're going to have to take advantage of just having enough height. Nope, didn't quite get it. So there's actually enough height on this pile of coal here that you can fire an egg at the proper location, and it will hit the switch without the need to use the egg aim to aim at that switch and then open up the gate to the next part of the other world. And that is how, unlike in Banjo-Kazooie, where the progression through the overworld was halted by notes, the progression through the overworld is halted by moves, which is still halted by notes when you think about it, because you need the notes to learn the moves. But in this particular case, it is more so that you're limited by the moves than you are limited by the notes. All right, now we're going to pick up one more move. This is going to be the grenade eggs, useful for the final boss fight, and a couple locations to give us some explosion capabilities and blow stuff up that's in our way. All right, no bonk this time. And now we've done that, we can finally head back and do what we were intended to do way earlier in Wooded Hollow, which is enter Jiggy Wiggy's temple and do the puzzle to unlock the first world. All right. So as we come up here, you're going to see me take advantage of the fact that I'm using my chin to hit the L button. When you're doing dialogue skips and there's gameplay immediately after, it can be kind of awkward to move your hands over in a position where you can hit the L and R buttons. So in my case, whenever I'm doing that, I just bring the controller up, I would turn the controller up and use my chin because it's just more convenient that way. You can use your leg, you can use your arm, your shoulder, whatever is most comfortable for you. But I definitely recommend to do that instead of trying to get used to quickly moving your hands into a position and then back to where they are normally comfortable holding the N64 controller. All right, this is another RNG section of the game, but it's also way more of a skill check than the other RNG stuff. So the way that this works is that we have to put all these puzzle pieces that leave the puzzle back in their original spots. And what's RNG about it is that the puzzle pieces that come out and where they land on the outside are completely random every single time. So it's RNG in the sense that it's never going to be a consistent pattern, but skill-based in the sense that you can look at where the pieces end up and then try and do the most efficient routing you possibly can to get the pieces back in place as soon as possible. Now we are in a little bit of a cutscene. So one of the downsides to any % no big clips is how cutscene heavy the category is to the gameplay. Once you get to near the end of the run, there's about a 5-6 minute period which is just cutscenes because of the nature of the DCW as a glitch. But I still think that the gameplay, regardless of the gameplay to cutscene ratio in this run, is extremely fun to do, and I'm very happy to be able to show it off. All right. So this cutscene is opening up the first level of the game. We'll be watching, we'll be doing this 4 times to open 4 levels. And this is the one of the only 2 times we're gonna watch the cutscene in full, because in a lot of cases, whoopsie daisies, didn't mean to get close to that sign. You don't wanna get close to signs like that because they will automatically trigger some dialogue that you have to skip and loses you time for no benefit. But yeah, the way that Banjo-Tooie works is every time you enter a loading zone that takes you to a new area, the game auto-saves. So in the cases of the cutscenes that open up levels, whenever the cutscene activates, that actually is going to give you the cutscene that the level is opening, a flag is already set in the game and saved, that the level itself is open, which means you can reset and skip the rest of the cutscene, and it'll be open for when you get over there. Gonna go for a sequence break here known as Jade Snake Grove early. We're gonna come over, flap up. Okay, so didn't quite get the right position for it, so we're gonna try and set this up again. But we come over to the, use a visual cue of this right line, this black line on the right of this door. When it gets low enough, we flap up to the top, hold, aim down and to the left, and then we do a beak bomb, which allows us to get in through a gap at the top of the door and enter Jade Snake Road without the use of the Golden Goliath, which is one of the multiple ways we skip the need to use Mumbo to summon the Golden Goliath in this run. The other ways is with Grenade Eggs and Bill Drill, which you saw me use Bill Drill to destroy the rock that was covering the flight pad. All right, and this is where Jinjos come into play. So as I mentioned before, the Jinjo manipulation allows us to get the pattern that we want to make sure that we don't have to have a 1 in 33% chance. And this is why this is important. Because the white Jinjo, every time you pick up a Jinjo for the first time and finish a family, a cutscene will play. But if you pick up the white Jinjo, which only has 1 in the family, it'll overlap the 2 cutscenes, meaning that you won't get the second cutscene of the family finishing because you've picked it up for the first time and you've also finished the family in question. So that's a big time save from not having to watch 2 of those cutscenes through this run. So we've intentionally damaged ourselves down to 1 HP because we're going to take advantage of a Death Warp later on. And now we're going to be heading up to a Jiggy that the game intends for you to sneak over some vines in order to not make sound for. But the great thing about this is we don't actually need to do that, because if we stand right here, use the Talon Trot, and hop on over, we get just enough distance in order to grab the Jiggy without needing to do any sneaking, shoot a grenade egg at the snake, which death warps us back to the beginning. And now we're going to head on over to the next part, which is a very fun but skill-heavy part of the run, where we're going to have to do some beak bombs and try and pick up 2 specific things. So we're going to fly over here, try and pick up the Shinjo. Didn't quite get it, and we ended up landing, so that's better than completely missing and having to turn around entirely. And now we're going to do another beak bomb, try and pick up this Jiggy. Okay, very good. Do one more beak bomb where we're going to try and avoid crashing onto the ground, but that's still better than missing the Jiggy entirely. And now we're going to pick up some notes here, and now we're going to pick up the notes that we're usually intended to get in the normal way. Ooh, I need to pick up that note. There we go. The little cutscene plays there because this move here, Egg Aim, is intended to be the first move you get. So a little cutscene plays there that you just have to do a little bit of skipping for. No jam jars bonk here today, so we're good there. And the notes we're picking up here, the way the game intends for you to come here the first time in your casual playthrough is you just follow the path and pick up all these notes, which perfectly puts you in place to be introduced to jam jars, be introduced to the fact that notes are used for moves in this game, and all that stuff. All right, so we got one more beak bust to do here. We're going to flap up, and then we're going to pick up this treble clef. Then we're going to try and land. Okay, we didn't quite land on the roof, but we're not high enough that it's that big of a deal. So we land over on this roof, switch over to eggs, and now we have to take out these flies. And these flies are random, the way that they move, where they initially spawn in. And... ooh. Wow, those flies were in horrible positions, actually. So this is another RNG point where the flies can be in very good positions and they can be in very awful positions, and there is not much you can do about it besides to be good at aiming, and unfortunately I had a little bit of NA aim there, so a little bit slow. Making use of Grenade Egg here will open up this gate that we can use to enter the prison compound. We're going to pick up 2 Jiggies in the prison compound itself. One of which is going to be the reason we picked up the grip grab ability earlier, and the other one is going to be another case of Let's Go Gambling. So we're going to flap up over here, and we're going to jump and grab onto this ledge. And just before this black line texture on the wall, we're going to let go and immediately flap, which gets us over to this platform a little bit earlier. This is the main reason we need the grip grab ability, is this Jiggy is one of the quicker ones to pick up through the run. Get rid of the boots, which allows us to pass through there normally. And now that we've picked it up, we go into it, which gets us damaged and bit by the enemy in this quicksand, but that's no biggie because the damage boosts us right over here. And now we have an RNG section. So this prison code has one of 3 codes, which is star, sun, star, moon, 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 star, sun, star, star, and okay, moon, star, sun, star, star, and then sun, moon, star, moon, sun. So this is second try in this particular situation. Not too bad. Unironically, I got sun, moon, star, moon, sun, which is the one I choose last every time, 7 times in a row in my practice runs recently, which had me fearful that it was going to be an 8th time in a row and a 3rd try again, which is not my favorite.
That's the worst type of gambling.
It really is. Because I choose which code I input first there. It's not an RNG thing. It's not an RNG thing of like the game chooses for me, so. But yeah, there's 2 ways you can go about it. You can input sun, moon, star, moon, sun, which is the fastest, or you can input star, sun, star, moon, moon, which is slower but transitions into a quicker second try than sun, moon, star, moon, sun. All right, so we picked up a Jiggy by removing the rock and allowing Dilberta, the wife of the prospector, to get back over. And then we're entering GGM for a second time. We do that because we're going to pick up these other Jinjos that we skipped here. And this routing just ends up being faster overall than picking these up the first trip to GGM. And there's a very good reason for that. And it's because, as we go back to the world entry, we're going to leave GGM. Did not want to activate that. Okay. So we're going to leave GGM, and then we're going to go to the golden statue that is right by the entrance to the world. And the reason we do that is because when you interact with these statues, the game like tells you how many you need to, how many jiggies you need to open this world. And if you have enough, you can actually say, yes, I want to do the challenge. And then you can warp directly over to Jiggy Wiggy's temple, which allows you to save time getting back to the temple to do the next 2 puzzles in this particular case. Okay. Not a terrible pattern, all things considered. Oop. Oop, wanted to go one more up there. All right, there we go. So that's the second puzzle done. We're going to let this one finish because we do want to immediately do the third puzzle afterwards to open the next world we're going to visit, which is Witchy World. But in that particular case, we are going to go ahead and reset the console to skip the next cutscene. Whew. I need to breathe. Behold the power of the mighty Jiggy Wiggy. Alrighty. So next up we're going to go to is Witchy World. And in the old route of this, we actually only visited Witchy World for the second part of the required setup for delayed cutscene warp, as well as some extra notes that we needed. Because again, we need 315 notes in order to get the move required to beat the final boss. But now we're going to go ahead and do the third puzzle here. This is going to be the one for Witchy World. And I'm going to explain my thought process here just to see how I do this. Okay, so I'm looking at the puzzle and I see the top one here. That's the only one there, so I know immediately where that's going to go. And then I saw that there is a corner piece there that I could use to travel on over to the other side, which gave me some routing opportunity to do this kind of fast. And then from there, it's all about picking ones that don't have to go super far and have a close position to the next puzzle piece I want to pick up. And you're never going to get it 100% perfect every single time. Sometimes you will just end up choosing the incorrect one to choose. But overall, like, the more you do it, the more you'll be able to start intuiting and seeing routes that are fast, even if they're not necessarily the fastest possible one. The difference between the fastest possible one and like a still very fast one can oftentimes be no more than like 1 second. So now the moment the next cutscene starts playing, we hit the reset button on our console. Again, because that cutscene started playing, a flag was set in the game that yes, the level is opened. And as I said, every single loading screen, including cutscenes transitioning from one level to another level, count for that saving. So the Witchy World door is opened, and subsequently resetting will allow us to get back gameplay control quicker than if we had let the cutscene play out and then exited Jiggy Wiggy's temple. There we go. So we're going to come over to the side we skipped earlier. We're going to head on over to Pine Grove, which is the location that we picked up grenade eggs for, but also the entrance to Witchy World. And then we're going to be having a newly routed Witchy World for 80% no big clips. All right, perfect. So this is a good time to talk about, sometimes you'll see me move the camera in specific ways. You may have noticed that this game is kind of laggy. And this is just sort of the case with Banjo-Tooie and a lot of N64 games, that they won't run at a consistent frame rate. In the Banjo-Tooie case, it's one of the worst cases. There's a lot of places where the lag can get extremely bad. So sometimes you'll see me, in a very similar case to Mario 64 in Dire Docks, you'll see me aim the camera in a specific place to minimize the lag as much as possible. Right here is a little trick where you have to hit the switch here with 3 different strong abilities. So we use the grenade eggs, the bill drill, and the beak bust, and that causes the bell to ring, spawning a Jiggy, the first of 3 we're going to pick up in this level. So we're going to climb up this little top here. We're going to take advantage of a beak bust fall damage trick, where the beak bust, the animation of you coming out of the ground pound, you cannot take fall damage when you are in that state, and that allows you to avoid fall damage falling down entirely, which is, there's just enough height for you to take fall damage in that situation. All right, so this is split up, a required move for progression in the overworld here, and unfortunately this is the laggiest move pickup here, so we do not want jam jars to bonk. Thankfully that did not happen, but if jam jars bonked there, that would have been a 6-second time loss that there was nothing I could do about, because of how laggy that particular one is. All right, Next up is going to be the Dive of Death. We're going to climb to the very top of this diving board here, pick up the Jiggy right there at the very top. And then we're going to use a Beak Bust fall damage to give ourselves a lot of momentum, as well as in the situation where we don't quite land where we want to, we don't end up taking fall damage when we don't intend to. All right, so now we're going to pick up the 2 notes that are in this little pool. Ideally, would have picked up 1 as we fell into the pool for the first time. Didn't quite happen. And that was going to be one of the trickiest parts of the run. So I'm holding R to have the camera manipulate itself to be directly behind Banjo at all times, and nice. If we do that in the perfect position, we can just run up that rope to get to the top of the big tent here, pick up the Jinjo, and that completes the yellow Jinjo family, which is the last Jinjo we need for this run, and that is all 14 Jiggies that we will be picking up in this run. The last part of this run here is going to be picking up the last required notes and doing the DCW setup we need in order to activate Delayed Cutscene Warp. So, this is another part of DCW setup. We're going to come over, stand over here, fire a grenade egg, zoom out, and then zoom back in. And if we hear that sound, very good. We've activated the cutscene of moving the Saucer of Peril into Witchy World. However, we're going to reset the game upon that cutscene starting to play. And this is important because that is an integral part of the Delayed Cutscene Warp setup. It also allows us to... Oh, that was a big gold. I just golded by like 6 seconds. Holy moly. That was really good. Getting distracted by golds. But yeah, that's another integral...
It's only good that you get golds on International Non-Binary People's Day.
Mm-hmm. We love to see it. The golds for my MB pals. Love it. Mwah. All right. So, now that we've picked up everything we need to in Witchy World, there's one last stage that we have to visit, which is going to be Jolly Roger's Lagoon. I did not want to go to Plateau yet. I wanted to go to Wooded Hollows. I've got ahead of myself because I still haven't opened up. That's Jinjo Village. Routing issues, everybody. This is the... So this route is not very new to me at all. I've only really been practicing this route for about 2 weeks, so I still sometimes think about how the route used to be, where in the old route, after finishing Witchy World, I would be going immediately to Plateau to access the next location where Jolly Roger's Lagoon is. But in this case, I had to actually go back to Jiggy Wiggy's Temple because I've still yet to actually open the level itself. Also, this is why we don't acknowledge gold splits if you're Lord Fluffy, because the Fluffy curse is real. You will get a gold split, and then you will immediately lose the time to some dumb stuff that you did. That is how it works. You are Lord Fluffy. All right, another puzzle here.
Don't worry, I still believe in Lord Fluffy.
Ah, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'm sure everyone in chat here does as well. I think if you went to follow them here on Twitch.tv, you can be their biggest believer too. That's all I'm saying.
Ah, very appreciated. All right, so this is going to be another situation where we're going to reset the game to skip the cutscene here. This one, just like the one for Witchy World, does end up being faster in the long term. A big reason for that is every time you leave Jiggy Wiggy's Temple, there is a short, unskippable cutscene of the door to entering Jiggy Wiggy's Temple closing behind you. Had to make sure I had the timing for the reset right. And that little bit, plus the extra overworld traversal of having to get to the silo to go to the next location, just ends up being slower overall than if you reset the game and loaded into your file and did the silo from Jinjo Village. Right. Just mashing the buttons, the start button on the title screen, the A button on the main menu in order to get into the level, get into the game file as quickly as possible. And now we're going to head on over to Plateau, because Plateau is the place where we access the next part of the overworld, which is going to be the Cliffside. The Cliffside is the location where Jolly Roger's Lagoon, the last level we have to visit in the game, is. Before we do that, though, we're going to pick up a couple things here. We're going to pick up a couple notes, because, again, we do still... Oop, accidentally fell off. We're going to have to fix that. But yeah, as I said, we do need 315 notes in order to learn a move that is 100% required to beat the final boss. And this is the reason we picked up the split-up move in Witchy World. So in order to access the next part of the overworld, we need to open the gate to it, which requires us to split up Banjo and Kazooie to step on 2 different pads, open the door, and head to the cliffside. In a lot of cases, as I said, progression through the overworld is very tied to moves in this game versus just straight up note amounts. So a lot of the routing for this run is entirely about picking up moves for that overworld progression and no real other reason. All right, so here in Clifftop, we want to manipulate our camera to be looking at the wall as much as possible. Getting hit there is kind of bad. Okay, none of the enemies are... this guy is like right here. I'll just quickly take him. Oh, I can't do that though. I cannot pick up that that honeycomb because it's a skill-based honeycomb that you can select the amount of HP that you do on. However, it's possible to soft lock if you do the dialogue skip, picking up those particular ones. And I soft locked 2 days ago doing that, forgetting it was a thing. So I'm not going to risk it. We can do the next trick that the next route that we're going to do with only 4 HP. I just have to take a slightly safer route here, and it ends up working out that I just realized I did the wrong note routing. I did the old note routing, which actually ends up working out because that means I do have that extra time to spend, and then losing that 1 health is not the end of the world. All right, so here in Jolly Roger's Lagoon, normally what you're supposed to do is have Mumbo use his magical powers to make the water oxidize so that you can breathe on the water. However, for getting to where we need to go, we actually don't need to do that because we have just enough HP and air in order to be able to navigate through there. But there's a little problem in our way, which is this big octopus. But amazingly, if we route ourselves in just a specific way around him, we'll completely avoid all of the hitboxes of the tentacles and manage to get by him when we'd otherwise need the ice eggs or the sonar from the submarine transformation in this level. And as we're swimming, we'll be in first person almost the entire time. Number 1, I believe this does reduce lag in some situations, but number 2, it's a lot easier to see where you're going as well as to control yourself while you're swimming in first person. Now, we are coming up with not a whole lot of air, but thankfully, we do have just enough HP and air in order to get into the electric eel's lair, get up to the surface, not take any unnecessary damage, and come on over here, where we'll use a beak bust to avoid a grip grab, which beak busting to avoid ledge grabbing is always faster. And we'll pick up the second to last move, the Talon Torpedo. The only reason we are picking up the Talon Torpedo is because the Talon Torpedo is a required move in order to reach the move that we need to beat the final boss. So now that we've picked up this move, we def warp back to the beginning of Jolly Roger's Lagoon. We got all the notes and the move that we needed, and that is all we need to get here. We don't need anything else. So we're going to leave, and now we're going to head on over to that last move we have to pick up. So while we're navigating over there, I just want to quickly give a huge shout out to Grant Kirkhope, the composer for Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie, because he's one of my favorite composers of all time, but also one of my favorite human beings of all time. Most notably, at one point, was the voice of Donkey Kong in Donkey Kong 64, and has at one point, trying to mimic that voice, said the words, trans rights. Absolutely based individual is Grant Kirkhope.
Let's go, trans rights.
Okay, I messed up here. I need 5 feathers in order to, activate the Talon Torpedo ability, and I only have 4, which means I'm going to have to come back over here and pick up these feathers here. And I'm realizing I intended to pick up a red feather earlier when I was doing the trick to hit the fire egg switch early, but I accidentally picked up a gold one and I didn't notice it at the time. That is unfortunate. All right, but yeah, the Talon Torpedo is entirely required because that boulder that is in the way of the transition to the next part of the overworld cannot be destroyed by any other means besides the Talon Torpedo. So whoopsie daisies. On that front, we have made a small routing error by not properly managing our resources, but that happens. That is marathon runs for you. All right. The next up is going to be the second fight against Klungo here. So we got the blue potion the first time around here. So now we ideally want to see the green potion because that is the fastest potion of the 3, and of the 2 remaining is way faster. Unfortunately, this is marathon luck, so we get the red potion, which, while extremely easy to deal with, is also significantly slower than the other 2 ones. So let's go gambling. Ah, dang it. Oh, wait, what am I doing? I forgot where I had to hit Klungo because it wasn't the final phase yet. All right, so Klungo's going to throw 7 of these vials here, and when he throws that 7th vial, we're going to get in position right about here, poop out an egg, and that will kill Klungo the moment he jumps towards us. And now we should be in a perfect position to take advantage of Klungo pushing us during the cutscene. And this is the last... And after this is going to be the last little bit of gameplay before we do the final setups for delayed cutscene work. Here we go. Klungo's going to push us. That's a pretty decent push. We're slightly too far to the right. If we get an absolutely perfect push, Klungo can push us all the way into the loading zone, which is a lot of time save in this particular situation. But yeah, we only have 305 notes and we have 315. Thankfully, there's 2 sets of notes right here, which will be the final 2 we need to pick up. And now we have 315. You can pick up the final move, which is 100% required for the final boss, as I've mentioned multiple times now. The Clockwork Kazooie eggs. And this is the final time that we'll be gambling to see if Jam Jars bonks. Let's go gambling! Ah, dang it. All right, but now that we've done that, we're gonna go ahead and save and quit, go back to the main menu real quick here. The key thing why it's faster than resetting is, number 1, we save the progress, but also number 2, if you save and quit to the main menu, you can skip to the file select screen immediately rather than having to wait a little bit as if you reset the console. Now we're going to head over to the replay tab here, come to the bosses tab, and go over to the replay section of the final boss, Hag 1. And now this is where the we're going to have about 3 to 5 minutes worth of cutscenes playing at this final part of the run. So this is a good time to explain delayed cutscene warp and what it entails. So whenever cutscenes occur in Banjo-Tooie, if there are 2 cutscenes back to back, the game will set a flag if you go from one location to another location of Banjo's last location. His last location for cutscene, so the game knows where to teleport back to. So in the case of the cutscene of, if you remember, the cutscene of the Saucer of Peril entering Witchy World, we had the first part of the cutscene play in Witchy World, and then the second part of the cutscene play in Glitter Gulch Mine, which sets a flag that, hey, we want to teleport back to Witchy World after this part of the cutscene is done. However, because we reset upon the Glitter Gulch Mine part of the cutscene playing, that flag is it's going to try and see what that last flag was set as, but it's not going to be Witchy World because the console was reset and the flag is not set there, which means it's going to try and pull from whatever the last flag we had saved is. And that's the reason we come on over to the replay section to start the fight with the final boss, Hag 1, because what's going to happen here is by doing this, the game is going to set our last known location flag at the final boss itself. So now that we've played that and we've set that flag, we are going to go back into our file and we're going to go back to Glitter Gulch Mine for the 3rd time. And then we're going to re-enter the fuel storage, which is the room that has that cutscene played. And because the cutscene didn't finish and the flag in the game, if the flag is not set of that cutscene being finished, once we enter that room, the cutscene is going to play. So small thing here, make sure that when you enter, you let go of the Z button so that you don't fall into Glitter Gulch Mine with the Talontrot animation playing, because it'll allow you to open the crate to get the speedy step shoots quicker. And now, as we enter fuel storage, the game is going to play the cutscene that we skipped earlier, and as it tries to load and find that next location flag, the last known location flag ends up being just before the final boss of the game. And this is delayed cutscene warp, which allows us to save 2 hours over the any percent no DCW, no bit clips run. The previous any percent before this glitch was found. So, you know, massive time saves and whatnot. All right. So I will say that this is a very difficult fight, way more difficult than the Klungo fights that we did prior. But I have done a lot of practice on this, and I know generally how I want to go through it. But I will try and play this safe if it gets a bit dicey, because the key thing to note is that the delayed cutscene warp is a one-time trick. You don't have the capability to do it again if you mess it up. Didn't want to pick up fire arrow eggs there. All right, that's fine. All right. So I'm going to try and use a glitch during the combat section here known as rapid fire grenade eggs. So we're going to select the grenade eggs, and then we're going to bring up the menu to change eggs. And as we fire the first grenade eggs, we're going to press the button to swap to another egg, which allows us to fire the grenade eggs way faster than the game would normally allow us to. This is the fastest DPS we can possibly do for the amount of HP that we have to go through during these phases of the Hag 1 fight. Oop, got too close to the wall and took a bit of damage. Ooh, that's not great. I'm going to want to try and pick up this health later. That's not great to take 2 damage like that early in the run. All right, a little bit of issue aiming there, so I'm just going to do some fire eggs to play it safe there. Pick up this health. Thankfully, every single time that you finish a phase of the Hag 1 fight, a honeycomb recovery item will spawn, allowing you to recover any lost HP. The small little trick here in this cannon phase, we're going to backflip on top of the drill, and then enter C up, and look up, and that reduces lag, allowing the fight to progress quicker than what would otherwise be allowed. Messed up the rapid fire grenade eggs again, but it's not too much slower to use the fire eggs in this particular situation. So if you do mess up the inputs a little bit, just stick to the fire eggs for that phase. It will be more worth your trouble than trying to get the rapid fire grenade eggs again. So same thing as the first time. We're going to jump on top of the drill, look up, and lower the amount of lag. This time it's 6 fires. That's number 6. We're going to jump away, try and give us enough space to be able to do the fight. Next up. Very good. So something I'm doing here, you might notice, is I'm doing the LR&B dialogue skip when the quiz questions are popping up. And the reason I'm doing that is it guarantees that it will also always give me a wrong answer, which while that does make the fight harder, the big advantage is every single time you answer, the first time you answer correctly and incorrectly, you get a little bit of extra dialogue that we don't want to have play. So by guaranteeing that we answer incorrectly every single time, it guarantees that we'll never get the extra a little bit of time loss of the correct answer dialogue playing. Also, I love this little aspect of the fight where you can just stand over here and the drill can't hurt you at all. Very funny. All right, so we picked up enough grenade eggs and enough regular eggs for the remainder of the fight. And this part of the fight is the reason why the Clockwork Kazooie eggs are hard required. After we do this next phase here, we have to use the Clockwork Kazooie eggs. It is a 100% requirement here because you cannot progress the boss fight otherwise, where we have to get inside the exhaust pipe of Hag 1, and we have to blow up these batteries on the back end. So we're going to turn the camera around here and detonate, and this actually lowers the amount of lag in this particular situation because of the fact that the gibs of the batteries are not loaded onto the frame, which allows you... which basically lowers the amount of things the game needs to render and lowers the amount of lag, saving a little bit of time for the 2 times that you have to do it. So besides a little bit of unnecessary damage at the start, this has been going pretty well so far. For the record, time will come up on the final hit of this fight, which is still about a minute away at this point. But yeah, just giving awareness for that. Okay. Messed it up there, but I wasn't aiming at her. All right. That's another phase down. We're going to go to C up this time just to make sure we don't accidentally throw the Clockwork Kazooie egg at a laser, which will instantly detonate it. And the reason we do the left one first is because usually that second minion that spawns there usually spawns on the left side. And if you try and go to the left, you'll run into it, blow it up, and have to shoot another egg in. But now that we've taken out both of the batteries, we are going to permanently be in the first-person firing mode. And you might know, if you know Banjo-Tooie, that we didn't actually learn the ability to go into first person. That's because the game doesn't actually check if you've learned that move for this boss fight. It just assumes that you have, which is thankfully routing that we don't have to do to learn the move to go into first person in specific locations. All right, so now that we've gotten Grunty down to 30 HP, there's 2 phases remaining of 15 HP apiece. And in this particular case, the DPS of the regular eggs and how quickly you can fire them will overtake the amount of DPS you can deal with the rapid-fire grenade eggs trick, because generally speaking, the rapid-fire grenade eggs are a lot of damage quickly, but you go through your health you go through the amount of grenades very quickly, and the longer you can just like wail on something, the more DPS. Eventually, the DPS of the regular eggs will overtake overtake the amount of damage you can deal with rapid-fire grenade eggs. All right, time is coming up on this final hit here. And time. Very good.
Jeez.
Alrighty. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, that is Banjo-Tooie 80% no bit clips. And honestly, sub 50 for a showcase run, not terrible considering the stuff that can go wrong. There are several locations in this run where something can go wrong and you can lose over a minute in the worst case scenarios. But yeah, that is the run all done. And yeah, this is now once again a main leaderboard category for Banjo-Tooie. I believe it is very beginner friendly. It is a very fun one to learn. If you've ever felt like speedrunning this game, this is the perfect introduction category to Banjo-Tooie for sure. And I believe I have a little bit of time to do shout-outs here, correct?
Yeah, take all the time you need.
1 second, I've got a... What is the... Okay. Sorry, I'm messing with messing with something here. All right. So, if you enjoyed that run, definitely check out the Banjo-Tooie speed run. The Banjo community is like the Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie. All the different Banjo games are all in one Discord, the Banjo community speed running. There's a lot of really good resources for learning both Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. So you can check out the Discord, and links will be in the speedrun.com pages for Banjo-Kazooie and Banjo-Tooie. Banjo-Tooie 80% no bit clips is a very good beginner introductory category. Highly recommend if you have wanted to speedrun this game, but maybe the amount of tricks you have to do in Kazooie or the 2-3 hour plus runs were a bit intimidating for you. Highly recommend this. And I just want to go over something. I am not someone that particularly makes my gender identity a huge part of who I am. I'm very proud of who I am, and I'm very comfortable in who I am. But it's not necessarily something that I have, for the most part, been very loud about over my life. But there was a time that a marathon run that I did for another org at one point got replayed on their channel. And I wanted to check out how the Twitch chat was responding to it at the time. And there was someone in that Twitch chat who said, wow, I'm very happy to see this. This is a they-them runner that is more traditionally masculine presenting. And I kind of realized at this point that like, hey, wait, that actually means something to me. Because there's something I basically have to say. It's like, yes, I have a beard, right? I have long hair and I've got a bit of a widow's peak, right? My presentation is, despite being a gender fluid individual, a bit more masculine than what one would expect from the non-binary situation. But something I want to say is that it does not matter, right? Who cares what other people want you to present as? You present how you want to present. If you are comfortable as a non-binary person presenting as your assigned at birth gender, then present that way. There's no need to present how someone else wants you to present just because you identify in a specific way. If you're non-binary and want to present androgynous, present as non-binary. More power to you. If you want to present as feminine, more power to you. Present as masculine, more power to you. You don't owe your gender identity and how comfortable you are in your skin to anyone else. Who cares what they say? Present how you want and present how you are comfortable. Okay? Glad we've got that out of the way. So, as I said, I am a they, them, and I rock a beard. And you know what? I think I look good in this beard. I think I look good with this beard and this long hair, and I'm comfortable in my skin. And that's what matters. So, I'm gonna let it go here and get us going more towards the schedule. But if you want to find me, you can find me at twitch.tv/LordFluffy. You can find me on Twitter, not calling it X, at Lord Fluffy. I believe it's Lord Fluffy X on that. Yes, Lord Fluffy X. And follow me on Blue Sky as well, at Lord Fluffy on that. All right, that's gonna be it for me. Hope you all enjoyed the run. Hope you all enjoyed Banjo-Tooie 80% no-bit clips. Hopefully that was a great showcase for you. And yeah, I'm going to hand it back to the GDQ staff so they can move on to the schedule. Thank you for having me. I super appreciate it.
Yeah, chat, I'm looking at you right now. Follow twitch.tv/LordFluffy right now. They did amazing. And person to person, thank you for your such kind words, because I'm also a person who presents fairly masculinely, even though I am also non-binary. But yeah, I totally agree with everything you said. It means so much. But we're going to be getting on with the schedule. Next is going to be another demo, but it is quite a cool run. We're going to be getting into the next run here in just a few minutes. We're going to be taking a quick break. So all y'all in chat, get up, stretch your arms, to unshrimpify yourself. This is a call-out post. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the International Non-Binary People's Day showcase here on GDQ Hotfix. Right now, we have Path the Teal Lotus, run by Sawayoshi. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yeah, all right. Hello, everyone. Y'all saw the schedule for this event. Y'all saw the last run, Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble by Helix, who is also running Super Monkey Ball for GDQ at PAX West in September. Very cool. You thought that was the latest game to be released on the schedule. Incorrect. I'm Sawayoshi, and welcome to Path of the Teal Lotus, a game that comes out on July 17th in 3 days. This is a demo of the game that was released as a part of the Steam Next Fest last month. It's not publicly available anymore, but it does show off a good portion of the game, including in a speedrun context. This is the any % no major skips run, the de facto and most popular run of the game. We have a little handy in-game timer in the top right, but we'll be running real time today. So time is going to start on selecting this empty save file, and we'll be here for roughly 15 minutes. Are we ready to count down?
Yeah, we are.
All right. Everyone join me. We're going to say 3, 2, 1, bow. All right. 3, 2, 1, bow.
Good luck.
Thank you. So, this is Path of the Teal Lotus, a game. It is a Metroidvania, as are a lot of other games that I run. You can move and jump, and that's about it at the beginning. You will gain more and more abilities as you go. These little shrines are going to be your save points. These little blue spirit fireball things are your kitsunebi, your currency in this game, and we will be saving here. All right. So the art in this game is really cool, and it's really good. The dialogue is really good, and the action is also really good. Otherwise, I wouldn't be really speedrunning it. So we say hi to Asahi here, who gives us a little kettle of tea. Any of these kettles on the ground will give us a new ability. Here we get the Equinox Staff, our main attack ability in this game, and we'll be using that from here on. I'm gonna switch the keyboard real quick. We save quit back to our last save point, and we're gonna be gathering this bamboo here. We need a total of 10. Each one of these gives us 3, so we need 3 of these bamboo and 1 extra. Gonna save quit again, and we're gonna go to the right here. All right, a little bit of a volume warning here. So this game, as well, this demo had a little speedrun competition by the devs, held by the devs, Squid Shock, who were like, hey, anyone wants to run this game, we'll give top 3 a few Steam keys, and we'll also give first place a little bow plushie. And I was like, okay, I need in on this. And I was originally running for the plush. And then I was like, wait, this game is fun. I want to get sub 11. So I did, and lo and behold, I am the, I guess, world record holder for the demo, which is pretty cool. Yes, I did win the plushie. I have not received it yet, but it's coming in the mail. All right. So now we can break these red walls. And one interesting thing about this game that I neglected to mention is when you hit a enemy or background object or any object, you get a double jump, which is pretty unique. I really like this as a mechanic, and we'll be using that very, very, very frequently, as in it is a very core movement mechanic in this game. Be hitting these enemies and just be staying in mid-air for a lot of the run, especially in combat. All right, so now that we're through here, we talk to Shimeji, and we have our first boss fight, the Kirikiri Bozu. So people who play the demo are probably going to be like, how are you attacking so quickly? This game has an interesting mechanic where you can only slash so fast, but if you alternate directions, you can there's a separate cooldown for each direction, so you can just get a lot of hits at once. And that makes combat really, really fast. And now we get another kettle of tea and another ability. We get the bamboo bat, which lets us hit anything that is blue and round with our bat and move them over. This also lets us break blue walls with these. So that is why we need this armadillo here. Break the wall, say hi to Asahi, and we're gonna move on. All right, and now we're into the Uzumaki Cave, our second and final area of the demo. This area is very movement-based. There's also a good amount of combat. It's a pretty big area. And we'll be going through this with our bamboo bat, our Equinox staff, and basically nothing else. And you'll see some precision coming up in here. That's really cool from a speedrunning perspective. So we say hi again to Shimeji, our wonderful little friend, who gives us our Chomper, which is a Daruma ability, which is something that we can launch using 3 of our gauge in this top left in the kettle. And this is a projectile that we can launch out, and we'll be using it in this arena here. 1, 2, and there we go. You can hit the launch button again, the Daruma button again, to make it chomp, and we'll be using that as well. Whoop. Oh, oops. This should be fine. You can just launch it over there. There we go. All right, that is the arena done. Okay. And you see how this game can just be so stylish at times, and especially in a speedrun context, and even outside of a speedrun context, just using these Daruma to snipe from very far away. It's a really fun game.
Yeah, it just
Again,
moves so
comes out
fast and
in
is so
3 days.
stylish constantly. It's so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and here we have our a little bit of a puzzle section. Shimeji has lost his 4 armadillos, and we have to go find them. Here's one over here. Take out these enemies with a side/up slash. Use our double jump there. We have one of the blue armadillos up here, and blue round, we can launch them. Whoop, there we go. Yeah, this movement is really cool, especially once you get used to it. Oop. Should work. There we go. We just launch them all the way over to Shimeji, and Shimeji says, "Oh my god, I missed you!" And we'll be doing that 4 times. Whoop. Saved it. Oh, I'll just do that. Good backup. All of the backups. All right, that's 2 of 4. We use this mushroom to get up here. Launch this from mid-air. Hit this lever, and that's going to activate this timed little door. We can come down here. There we go. Oop, that's not going to make it. That's fine. Back up, back over. And we have a little Dharma in the way. We just chomp that away. And here's our last armadillo to gather. And boop. There we go. Send them through that hole. Shimeji says thank you and gives us the shiitake, which is interesting play on words. I like it. And that is that quest done. This is what we need to get into a boss. Whoop. That is going to give us a very important item. And that boss is going to be up here. And this is where we use the shiitake. And we will go through here. Yeah, this game is very, very inspired by Hollow Knight. It's very fun, and I think that's part of why I enjoy it, because I really like Hollow Knight as well. For any of you who don't know, I also speedrun that game. And I like to think I'm pretty good at it. Alright, we have one more key door right here, and we will be going into our boss fight. We'll take a quick heal here. Into the particularly unmanageable Armadillo fight. Our goal here is to use our Daruma, our Chomper Daruma as much as possible in the first phase, and once they go into this, we just shoot these blue rocks at them and hope that we get a somewhat quick kill. No, that is completely fine. I'll take that. Alright. That is the Armadillo fight done. And this gives us a Eye of the Beast, which is used in, allegedly, a tea recipe. And we'll be seeing Asahi here, who says, "Hey, I want that. And I'll also give you one singular sip, just one sip of the tea."
So generous.
So generous. And this does give us a ability, the Lotus Dash, which can be used on the ground and in midair. This changes up the movement very significantly. So this game has a dash. It also has a thing called a Shine Dash, where you jump out of the end of a dash, and that gives you, well, lets you keep your dash momentum. And that just makes things a little bit faster. And of course, with our refillable double jump, the same way, we can also fill our dash, our midair dash. So we'll just be in midair for a lot of this. Whoop. All right. These shine dashes are what make the movement stand out once you get dash. Whoop. sec. There we go. Just the fact that a lot of this is in midair and just feels so good to do, this movement, is what makes this game really stand out for me. Like, I am not touching the floor at all here. And here, there's nothing to go off of, so I'm touching the floor, but so much of this movement is midair. It just feels so good to do. Whoop.
Yeah, I can't wait for in 3 days when you start streaming this game.
Absolutely. I am going to stream this game so hard. Alright, back into the forest of the Crimson Bamboo. Go up here. And we're coming up on the last parts of this run. Go up here, pogo this wall, come up, shine dash over, hit this armadillo. And we can go over this gap now because we have dash, and time is coming up pretty soon. As soon as we leave this room is when time will be called. We say hi to Rozu. Go over this gap. We get a scroll, the Usagi scroll. We get a Omamori initiative, and we get a quest. We leave the room, and that is time. So, that was a pretty fast showcase, but I hope that this showed off how dang cool this game is. It is a lot of fun, even just from the demo. It is going to be such a good game. Again, this game comes out on Wednesday, July 17th on Steam, Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S. Be sure to pick it up when it does come out. Whew, this game is so fun.
Yeah, that was just so impressive. And I know I just said this, but I cannot wait for Wednesday when like you start playing through it and then you start like running it, hopefully. It's so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, do we have time for shoutouts real quick? All right, shoutouts real quick to Binary Breakers, who are probably going to be shouted out multiple times today. A group of speedrunners who break the gender binary. It's very cool. Very cool group, very fun group. And also shoutouts to the both speedrun community as well as the devs, especially Nate, who I saw in chat as well, for pushing our demo times down and pushing both of us to a sub 11, which is something I didn't think that was possible. Shoutouts as well to Japanese speedrun communities everywhere, and to non-binary and LGBTQ plus people everywhere on a little bit more serious note. Whether we can see you and are aware of you, or you're still thinking about if or when to leave the closet, we appreciate you nonetheless. All right, I'm going to be on Flame of Towels next month with Salt and Sanctuary 90% NMG. That is going to be a lot of fun. And hey, if you want to see my usual content, you can find me on Twitch, SawaYoshiYT, X, formerly Twitter, at SawaYoshiYT or SYYT streams, or on cohost.org/SawaYoshi. We have a few more runs today. We have just started this event, and I will let Limey introduce those. So thank you for watching. See you next time. I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Take it away.
Yeah, like they said, absolutely shoot them a follow over at twitch.tv/SawaYoshiYT. Their content is really good, especially if you're a night owl. If you live in the States and you're a night owl, absolutely check out their streams. But we're going to be taking a quick break and going over to Catherine, which is the next game, like I said, in just a few minutes. So get up, stretch, drink some water, all of that good stuff, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Non-Binary People's Day celebration here on GDQ Hotfix. Right now, we have a speedrun of Catherine Fullbody done by Crispy Hanako. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Hey, I'm Crispy Hanako. I do stupid stuff. I'm a they, them. I like to cause mayhem. That's a joke I haven't done before. Clearly. Anyway, Catherine Fullbody. I like playing this game. It teases my brain. It has a lot of random elements, and to make my brain hurt even more, I'm going to be controlling 2 characters at once. Luckily, 2 separate controllers. I have no friends. Please help me. Anyway, I've got 1 controller bound to Blue Cap over here, or any character I want at this point, and then 1 for Red Cap or anybody else I want. Bad joke incoming. Is that Joker from Smash Brothers? Because we're going to use him. I'm going to try to swap people every time we do a level, and we've got 4 levels, and timing will end when we get to the top of the last stage. Other than that, we'll start out easy with Alter Ring. Then we can jump in, because my single core processor brain is not going to have enough time to explain everything, especially at this stage. Anyway, without any further ado, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you, Joker.
Also, I'm begging. I'm begging for Toby on the next one, please. Toby's my
I can
boy.
do that. Toby and who else?
I didn't think that far ahead. Toby's just my favorite ally.
All right, so Alter for starter stage, it's got a bunch of basic blocks. The only special blocks we have here are ones that we can only step on twice, and then ones that take about 3 times as long. Other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Climb the top. And if you go, Joker, what are you doing? Thank you. This game is very slippery. I don't like how it doubles input sometimes. And now we wait because this game is wonderful. This is. So if you ever see me waiting, it's because we have to wait for the last block of the last section to hit the bottom of the stage to despawn. And that's not very fun. Anyway, we also have items that we can use, which are new to full body. Catherine Classic. They make us jump 2 blocks up in the air. The item was in the original, but this one only gives you 3 charges as opposed to a full 20 seconds of being actually. So my usual strategy for trying to climb these towers is to try to leapfrog each other, although I do prefer having them on their respective sides of the screen. So player 1 will usually be on the left-hand side, because it helps my brain. Let's make that block not get squished, thank you.
Are you usually able to like pan the camera up to see what blocks are falling in full body Babel?
Yeah, if you're a single player.
Oh, you can't do it in multiplayer? Okay.
Nope. Unfortunately not. So I don't. Easier to get up. Let's get this block good. Yeah, this game likes to grab blocks that I don't really need.
Retain that focus.
Up, up. Wait, go. Staircase. And yes, that time up in the top left is correct. That is my best time of 1:50.99. Right. First stage done. And sub 2:30 is okay.
I think that's still better than like most people like worldwide. I think that's still really good.
All right, so Toby, and I'll just pick somebody else.
Alter.
John,
I'm in.
Toby and Rin.
I'll try. Alter. Many.
Shoutouts to Rin the pianist. He also does Apple Pairs. Also does it a little bit slower than I do, sometimes. He's actually got record on Axis and Obelisk, which are the next 2 stages. But skip that, please. Thank you very much.
2, 1, 5.
So the gimmick with Manir here is that it gives you a very thin tower, and the fun thing is that a lot of patterns that you can do to climb up only require being 3 blocks wide.
What is our challenger going to do? New record.
At least safely.
New record. New record. New record.
That way. Like Lemmy said, being able to pan the camera up is really helpful in single player, but I can't do it right now, unfortunately.
This has always seemed like one of those stages that just is way easier for me personally to play solo than it is like with pairs.
Just that. Didn't do anything. I don't like playing solo. It hurts my brain even more. Don't get up there, actually. I don't like to use drinks on this stage if I don't have to, because towards the end it counts. The new block they introduced here is a spike block. I don't want to stand on it, but I can do something like this. You move just fast enough to get out of the way. But don't, I'm not going to do that anywhere else. That's not the one place I do it. Yeah, I am also sorry for game just constantly saying edge. It's the one quirk of this game, and everything else is a new record.
Every puzzle fighter has their quirk.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is a, I guess, fighting game. Classified as that.
I like calling this a puzzle fighter because no one really expects it, and then it's like, well, yeah, this game's competitive is pretty good. I like it.
It's okay. It's got its quirks. Not the most balanced thing in the world. Let's get rid of this. Where the single core starts to smoke. Ren, you can get up here.
90 steps ascent.
So like safely.
The double spike scared me a little bit because I didn't originally realize that those were spikes.
I don't. At least Toby can still get up. Thanks, lovely. It's gonna be fun. Oh yeah, and if I die and mess up, I had to go all the way back to the start. Good thing I gave myself about 5 minutes extra.
I couldn't imagine only 5 minutes extra, at least for like myself.
Well, ideally I don't. Ideally I don't need it.
I haven't been this excited in a while.
Let's go up.
Yeah, this game's just so difficult.
Let's... He's got this, guys.
Yeah, you know the thinking cap's coming out when only one player is doing this all day.
Oh, thank you. Woohoo!
The Menier is but a mere footstool.
4 minutes? That's kind of slow. Honestly.
Pretend the 4 said 2, and then that was really good.
The 4 said 2, that'd be world record. Let's see who's next. Let's do Boss and Eric.
Looking forward to it. Menier.
Shall we get started?
All right, Obelisk, gimmick here. There's ice blocks. If you have a string of them together, you will continue sliding until you hit a not ice block or the edge. Unfortunately, the edge in here is good, and it means death.
3, 2, 1, 5. How are they going to climb up this time? New record. New record. The Obelisk has broken the spirit. New record. New record. That's ice. Move carefully.
And then I guess the second gimmick of the stage is at like level 7 or so. It's going to split off into 2. And I kind of need to navigate what side's taller, just so I can keep up. That works. Plus, what are you doing? Thank you. Yeah, this game's a little...
with like the jagged sides of the tower, like if you have to like do a climb like that, where you have to like kind of collapse half of the tower, it becomes jagged because of like they collapse in like cascading blocks. Like, what's your thought process with that?
Sometimes it helps out, but other times it's just like, I usually like to reset if I have to do that.
Yeah, I personally think it's a bit scary, just because it's a lot for me to think about.
Over here. So, difference between this side and the left-hand side. I slid on those ice blocks, that's the edge, I die, but over there, since there's an extra ice block below it, this is a little less dangerous. So I can here, just so I don't have to do anything silly. Let's collapse it one more. I'm not gonna say what I want to say, but because I don't want to jinx the stage. I'll say it's Erica block.
Still halfway to go.
It's new block to get room. Push. So luckily we are on the taller tower. Let's give ourselves a little bit more footing.
Yeah, bridging over was pretty clutch. I'm happy you got that to work.
Collapse that.
Past 100 steps. New record. New record. New record. New record.
Point where it sort of resets at level 8 where it finds the two of them again. Okay. Now we wait. Okay. Up. Good thing I got a drink left. Shouldn't. It's this way.
How does one maintain such
Plus. So it collapses down a little bit. Super safe. Super safe to deactivate those. Safety on that. Eight.
Surely, right?
Just fall. But
Here's 130 steps.
a little bit nicer up here. Okay, got it. Erica, out of the way.
Will this strength and determination last? until
Saving a drink helps.
New record. New record. New record.
Neat. Another 4 minutes. Obelisk is probably the worst one. We usually do that first in actual speedrunning.
This is a surprise.
Yeah, saving that drink was really good because that looked like that would just be like a time-consuming climb.
Yeah, it very well could have. Who else? We'll do Vince and what Catherine? A or C? Who's your favorite?
K.
Okay, all right. Whoop! I don't want screen.
Leave it to me.
Let's go.
All right, Axis Mundi. Don't be mean, please. Please.
Let's fight fair and square.
All I gotta do is try.
Gimmick with this one is we have black hole blocks. They suck.
3, 2, 1.
Literally.
New record. New record. New record. New record.
Oh, all right, that's fine.
Final stage of battle has
Wanted to hug that block.
new record. New record. New record. New record. New record. New record.
Stage as wide as we can for the time being.
New record. New record.
locks you in. It's game over.
I didn't want to. Fine, let's do that.
New 20 steps. New record. New record. New record. New record. New record.
Really glad I didn't go with the suggestion of what the speedrun Discord said of using Joker after. I did not want to hear that for 6-7 minutes.
New record. 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 New record.
Catherine, what?
That's 40 steps. New record. New record. New record.
Alright, let's do thanks, cool. Atlas, you're awesome. So that was a slow fall, and I hate it. Hate it a lot. All the way it should, and bad.
New record.
Have to solve it a different way. So let's see what this tower.
New record.
So
New record.
we're okay. Axis is just being mean, as always.
New record. New record.
You?
New
Fine.
New record. New record. New record. New
Oh.
New record. 60
Alright, there's a black hole block. Go away. I'm sure he's a great person.
record. New record. New record.
They keep climbing up together as a remarkable team.
New record. New record. A new record. That's new 70 record. New record. New record.
Two player strats.
New record.
Action like whole tower collapse. I guess we're one. I'm a fan, so
New record. New 80 steps. Amazing.
alright, so we're at level 6, the reset point, so now it's easy compared to everything else. Except we have to wait for those 5 blocks.
New record. New record.
Wait.
New record. 90 steps. A new record.
See what it's gonna.
New halfway there. New record. New record. New record. New record.
Thank you.
New record.
Oh my god. I do not like when the stage falls that slow.
100
Hmm. I do.
New record.
Nothing. Cool. Catherine. Stage a little bit. Up to some more. Thank you.
I think it's so interesting, like how we see the puzzles differently, just like because we're totally different players.
I'm totally there and save myself. Oh. It's up a little. Up. Vincent.
New record. New record.
Trying to find all these little holes where I can take this Swiss cheese and turn it into Swiss cheese.
New record. New record. 110 steps climbed.
Oh, why?
New record. New record. New record.
Yeah, we're so fine.
Still alive.
We're so fine.
Climbing back. New record. New record.
Hmm.
New record. New record. That's 120 steps. New record. New record. New record.
Get over this tower. A little bit more stable.
New record. New record. New record. New record.
good.
Now 130.
9. All right, so time's gonna come up when we get to level 10 and
New record. New record. New record.
stay
New
there.
record. 40 steps. New record. New record.
Hmm.
New record.
So
New record. New
probably going to regret.
New record. New record.
As long as I don't think about it.
I think this is a fine call.
Your beautiful climate skills move me to 150 steps. I haven't been this
Clearly, if I don't think about it,
new
it should be
record. New record.
a little bit quicker than that. Oh no, anyway.
New record. New record.
Well, so, be nice.
She's doing all the work
Anyway.
right now. Be nice.
Yeah. Anyway, time.
GG's.
Awesome.
You have a pair of universe beating.
I was hoping not to have to start a stage over.
Damn, that was some fancy footwork.
Yeah, by the end, that was looking real rough, but I'm happy you did that,
Final
basically.
stage of battle.
Like, once you see.
Axis Mundi, the
Yeah,
very core of
I'm glad that
this
using that
is
drain didn't bite me.
test, filled with
Actually,
the
really.
holy light, the origins of existence.
Yeah, I was
Your
so
climb
worried
takes you
personally,
on an
but
invasion into the territory
Because that's what it usually
my goat
does.
never messes up.
of fertility awaits.
That's what it usually does. You use your drinks all the way at the beginning, and it's just like, well, if I only had 4 instead of 3.
Yeah, exactly. But where can everyone find you?
You can find me basically everywhere. YouTube, Twitter, not calling it X, thank you. Twitch, all Crispy Hanako, no underscore, no capitals. So some capitals somewhere. But I do some speedruns sometimes, if you ask nice enough. I honestly haven't done much recently. I do a lot of casual stuff too. I'm trying to get through the 900 game Steam backlog because I'm sure everyone has a backlog that big, right? But yeah, that's about it. Shout outs to anybody who wants to, or anybody who has speedrun in this game, played it at all, period. You want to do it yourself. Your sanity's not gonna like you, but go on ahead. You can find the link to the Speedrun Discord on specifically the full body speedrun.com page. The other one links to the competitive one, or it's more competitive anyway. But original, so I have no control over that. Other than that, if you're a they, them, awesome mayhem. I totally didn't use that joke at the start. I have no other jokes for that.
My goat is original. But yeah,
Excuse, these are
thank you
sheep.
so much
thank
for
you.
running. Everyone in Twitch chat, I'm looking at you. Follow Hanako right now. Twitch.tv/CrispyHanako. But we're gonna be going into a quick break. We're gonna be getting our next game set up. So just stick around for a few minutes, get up, de-stripify yourself, get some water, all of that good stuff, and then we will be back in just a few minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Non-Binary People's Day celebration here on GDQ Hotfix. Here we have Xenoblade Chronicles Future Connected, run by New Amber. If you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yes, thank you so much. Hello, everybody. My name's New Amber. I'm mainly a Pokemon speedrunner, but today I'm here showing off one of my favorite game franchises ever, Xenoblade. Here also with me, I have a couple commentators, if you two would like to introduce yourselves.
Hi, my name's Greta, and I also love this series so much. And I used to run this game, and I stopped for no apparent reason, so I need to come back to it. But I also do Pokemon as well. Really happy to be here.
And hello, I'm Nick. I'm also a huge fan of these series. I like what Amber said. I could also consider this my favorite video game franchise of all time. But yeah.
Thank you so much.
Very excited for the run.
Yes. So we're just gonna get started in 3, 2, 1, go. So this game is a direct sequel to Xenoblade 1. Xenoblade 1 originally came out on the Wii and then was remade and released as Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition a couple years ago. And this is kind of like an epilogue story that came free. So the very first thing I'm going to do when I gain control is I'm going to turn on what is known as casual mode. Maybe Greta, if you want to explain what exactly casual mode does.
Yeah, so in this game we have 2 difficulty options, and we're going to be on casual mode because it makes things a lot easier for us. We will take half as much damage, but we will deal double damage. And when we're underleveled, we're not going to have huge penalties to our hit, avoid, and ether resist rates like you would in normal mode. And very important as well, we get double party gauge gain, which we really need for this run.
Yeah. So right here, I'm just doing a quick menu.
Yeah, so the things that we did right there, we swapped over to Shulk as our main player. We can only control one person at a time, and we want to be Shulk because he is very quick to fill up the aforementioned party gauge. And then we just went in and swapped around some arts that our other party members have.
Yeah,
The party gauge will come into effect later in the run, but it is very good, and we'll be needing it.
I normally do that menu like way faster if I'm doing like PV attempts. But if you mess up that menu, it's actually like so hard to fix the menu. So I took it very slowly to make sure that nothing went wrong there.
Yeah, and also like if you exit the menu like accidentally, you're just in the fight and you cannot go back. So you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
No takebacks.
Exactly. There are definitely a few times where I've like accidentally pressed the X button, which like completely closes the menu, and then basically you don't have the right arts for that fight at all.
And those wolves can be very random. That fight never goes the same twice.
Yeah, the wolves, like that one was pretty good that I got. Sometimes the wolves just like all 3 of them just completely spread out to like 3 different sides of the map, and you gotta like chase after them. It's so sad.
Yeah, but as you probably have figured out and noticed, this game uses a real-time combat system. So we have our auto attacks that just happen while we're doing nothing, and then our arts, which are like our main attacks, and they all do different stuff. And they have a cooldown, so you use it, and then you just gotta wait a certain amount of seconds to be able to use it again.
One thing you might have noticed right there is I got the landmark, and then I immediately warped. Warping is like super duper duper fast in this game. So you'll see it a lot where I'll like hit a landmark and then immediately warp to get to like the center area of the landmark, which will save time in movement.
We do that quite a couple times throughout the run. It's very fun movement tech.
Yeah, we have places to be. We can't keep walking.
Oh, we'll be zooming from left and right during this run. for sure, we got places to be. We got futures to connect.
Oh my gosh, that's like the name of the game. Whoa.
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 No way, my bingo card for the run.
Congratulations.
I think... is this? No, it's
Best
not.
song of the game.
Well, it kind of is.
Best song
I
of
was
the
gonna
game.
say, like, the only game to get, like, name dropped in the franchise, but, like, Eno says Xenoblade. Does that count?
I don't think that counts.
I don't think it kind
No,
of
that
counts.
doesn't count. No, that doesn't count. No.
Okay, so this is the
I
only
mean,
one.
Future Redeem tagged the song, Redeem the Future, so, you know, I'm counting that one.
Well, that's
I
not...
think if you
that's
can
not-
like
they
make
don't say it.
make one of those memes where it's like some person pointing at like a name that like kind of sounds like the thing that they're talking about, then I think it counts. I think Xenoblade counts in that sense.
Okay.
All right, I'll concede.
What does the chat think on that? Yeah.
Anyways,
Let's get a poll.
Anyways, that cutscene was unskippable. You cannot skip that cutscene. You have to go through the dialogue every time. Back to the run now.
Yeah, the good news is we can skip every other cutscene. Otherwise, this run would be what, like 5 something hours?
It would be
a 10,
not 5. It would be
15,
a lot. It
I
would be
don't
quite a
know.
few hours, though.
I don't know how long the cutscenes
We
are
definitely,
anymore. I
like, the
forget.
length of the run itself is shorter than the length of the cutscenes we would have to watch if we were to watch them.
By far, yeah.
And also, that one cutscene is, like, my least favorite song in the game, so it's just, like, pure 30 seconds of pain for me every single time.
A hater.
I don't like it. Sorry.
That song is so good. You just don't get it. Anyway, more exploring, more landmarks. What Amber is doing right now is basically running around the map and unlocking these landmarks, which again are synonymous with fast travel points. So that later in the run, we don't need to walk anywhere, just warp here and there whenever we need
Yeah,
to.
and I also should mention the reason that cutscene was unskippable is because it's introducing to us a very important mechanic called the Pawn Specters.
Mhm.
So the little yellow Napon are part of like this guild, and I don't know, they're like doing something, surveying the land.
Yeah, I
don't
think
know.
it's surveying the
But-
land or something.
But they're gonna join us on our mission, and that'll be very helpful because later on we will use them in Union Strike attacks, which replace chain attacks. And basically, it's a big, strong attack when the party gauge is full, and we have 3 Pawn Specters, so we can't do it yet, but soon. And
Yeah.
those are crucial to the run.
So far, we have 1. We're going to be needing 3 as the minimum requirement to be able to use the Pawn Specters.
Yeah, like, honestly, if Union Strike didn't exist, we would probably do, like, a completely different route, because, like, some of the later fights
Yeah.
would be, like, so much scarier if we didn't have that.
All right, this is important what we're doing right now. We're jumping off a cliff, and the reason for that is we need to go down here to get some other landmarks and stuff, but it takes like multiple minutes to walk down here the way that they want you to. But someone decided to put a little ledge there, and if we fall onto it, then we can heal and then go the rest of the way down without dying. And it saves us so much
A ton of time. Yeah.
If you've never played this game, you're like, oh, that's like a neat little skip. If you have played this game, you know I just saved like 3 minutes or something of just walking around. Because you have to get like down here, you have to walk like halfway across the map, go around something, and then walk all the way back. And it's
all
so sad.
the way back, but yeah, there is fall damage in this game, so Amber can just willy-nilly, just jump and say, "Oh yeah, I'll make it." That was very precise. There's some small ledges that I think what Amber does is jump down, wait a little bit to regen HP, and then jump down again and again.
Yeah.
So there's a certain timing to it as well.
And I also have
damage
to
in
make
an
sure-
RPG is criminal.
I know, right?
I agree. I am inclined to agree. Yes.
Although later in the run, the fall damage will be very nice. But we'll get there when we get there. Oh, so one thing you may have noticed right there is when you're being aggroed by something and the enemy attacks you, if Shulk is on the ground, he'll do like a little like animation and you won't be able to move for a second. But if I'm jumping and I get hit in the air, that animation won't happen. So like every time I'm aggroed by an enemy, I'm basically just gonna be like jumping the entire time, and you'll hear Shulk doing like little jumping sounds the whole time while I'm doing that. All right, just gonna get this landmark back right here. We'll be coming back there in like 20 minutes from now.
Mm-hmm.
I know you mentioned that you played Pokemon earlier. Is it not like a little weird to you that like there's these animals that just like directly attack you and don't even like let you bring out your like own little animals first? Like it's a little weird to me.
You know what?
That's what
not when I'm
they're
counting the
for.
Conspectors are. The Conspectors are like
Exactly.
my Pokemon.
Yeah, we'll be throwing animals at the other animals. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay, so the combat in this game is fair, is what I'm hearing.
Oh yeah, it
Exactly.
goes both ways.
Okay.
Xenoblade is very much like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I really love the combat in this game. It's so fun. It's very like reactive. Like unlike Pokemon runs are like mostly just like pre-planning and like thinking. A lot of like not like real-time reaction. Like the turn happens and you're like, okay, now what do I do next? While this game is a lot of like you kind of have to make a lot of split-second decisions.
Keeps you on your toes.
Yeah, I like runs like that more, to be honest. The
Yeah,
one
that's fair.
Pokemon run I
more of
still
a
play.
I'm a Manipulous soldier.
Yeah, Monopolis runs are so fun.
Yeah, they're my favorite for sure. though I haven't really run that many RPGs before.
Yeah, I mainly just stick to Pokemon, to be honest. I want to run... I run Custom Robo as well, which is another, like, action RPG.
Wait, I didn't know you started running Custom Robo. What?
Yeah, I ran Custom Robo. I ran it for a little bit a couple years ago. It's a really fun run.
I didn't know this. I love Custom Robo.
I love Robo battles.
I had a mystery tournament like in my like local tournament scene, and one of the games in the roulette was Custom Robo. Oh, I did not lose a single round. Oh.
I love Custom Robo. I'm so bad at Custom Robo, like playing other people.
It's so fun. I hope now like all the Custom Robo heads in the chat like come out of the woodworks. Just like say Custom Robo mentioned. I say that, and then literally like someone's first message was Custom Robo mentioned. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Best friend right there.
So funny.
Anyways.
All right. Well, while we're on our journey over here,
Oh yeah,
just
we're on a
yapping
journey.
because
We're on a
we're
journey.
just walking.
Exploring the Bionic shoulder.
Yeah. So
In
a
all
little
its
bit
glory.
about what's happening here is we're on the Bionis shoulder. Shulk and Melia decide to come here because they heard rumblings about strange things happening in Alchemoth, which is where Melia is from. And so we're going to investigate, and also our little Napon friends, Kino and Nene, kind of stowed away to come see what's going on.
Yeah,
but yeah, this story serves as an epilogue to the main story of Xenoblade Chronicles, the original one.
Yeah.
Like
It's
Amber mentioned at
basically
the
the
start.
Melia story.
Exactly.
I love
it's
Melia.
like a post game, but also kinda, sorta, not entirely standalone. It's its own. It's not its own piece of software, I guess. So you have to get definitive edition in order to play Future Connected.
Yeah, like because this is a direct sequel, like explaining a lot of the story would basically require us to explain like the entire plot of Xenoblade 1. Which we're not going
That's
to do. But
we're gonna avoid that. Yeah, we're gonna avoid that.
anyways.
Play the game. It's really good.
The one bit of trivia that I do want to add, though, is that it's kind of a miracle for me that this even exists, because back when Xenoblade came out in 2010 on the Wii, the whole of the Bionic shoulder was programmed into the game. It just wasn't used. Like, the area was there. If you could grab like a camera and go out of bounds and see the whole thing. And so for 10 years, people speculated what that was all about. And then in 2020, they made definitive edition and they made use of the Bionic shoulder, and that was great. after I believe there was 7 years between Xenoblade 1 and 2, and so Xenoblade 2 kind of revitalized the franchise, and then they released this phenomenal game.
Yeah, so what we have just done here is a quest to get our second Pawn Spectre. He wants us to pick up some feathers. To be honest, I don't really know why. But each of those feathers are like semi-random where they spawn. They're always like in the same general area, but they can shift a little bit. And actually it was good. The third one was like a little bit further away than normal, and it allowed Amber to collect an extra location, which gives you bonus EXP and will make us hit level 64 earlier for a fight, and that'll be good.
And yeah, that fight I'm gonna hit 64 for is like it's very nice to have an extra level for that fight in particular.
And with that, we have recruited another Pawn Spectre.
And now
All
we
right,
see
fight
this scary rift in the sky, and we're like, what is that?
Yeah, a bird pops out of a black hole from the sky. Happens to me every day. Yep.
Yeah, so these are fog beasts. You'll see a lot of them. And our goal here is to get our talent gauge filled up quickly. That is the little circle at the center of the arts palette, and you fill it manually instead of waiting for seconds. So doing that for Shulk will give us his Monado arts, and there are other ways to fill it as well that I think you just did, Battle Soul.
Yeah.
After your health is taken away.
Yeah, so one of the things, like, unlike the other arts, that talent gauge art, like, gauge filling up, like, it transfers between battles. So if it's empty at the end of the last battle, it'll be empty at the start of the next battle. and I really want it filled for the start of the next battle I'm going to do. So basically, I used an art called Battle Soul, which halves your HP but fills up the gauge like 50% or something like that.
And every character is like that. They have like a base set of arts, which feed into their talent art, which is like their big damage skill. Shulk has multiple tools in the Monado arts, but we only use a couple. We're not going to be using all of them throughout the run.
Yeah, the main one we're going to be using is Monado Eater, which is a damage that inflicts bleed. So you'll have your initial big hit of damage, and then plus it will be taking bleed damage throughout the rest of the fight, which we'll use in a few fights.
Yeah, and it also removes buffs, so that is another nice thing about it. All right, now we're doing our favorite thing, and we're jumping off a cliff again.
Yippee! This is very precise. This is very precise, though. Yeah.
Okay.
Not as easy as
Didn't
it looks.
die.
Didn't die.
Yeah, I didn't. You know what? I never kind of realized how much of just jumping off cliffs there are, or there's so much of it in this run.
Shulk's legs are so strong.
Oh
I
yeah,
bet he's really
and all that
feeling those
walking
falls.
and all that, all that walking and all that cliff jumping.
All right, so basically, Melia's people have been run out of their city by the aforementioned scary fog creatures, and there's a big one that they're naming the Fog King, and they're not able to attack it. So what we're gonna do, since we're really cool, is we're gonna find a way to attack it and try to save the city and let everyone come back.
Yep, here we go.
This song is so
And
good.
so right now we're just heading to Grandel, which is where all the survivors went.
One thing you'll also notice is that for every cutscene, you'll see the pause, and then I skip the cutscene. Basically, the way you skip cutscene in this game is that you press plus when the cutscene is playing, which pauses it, and then you press A, which skips the cutscene. So every single cutscene, once I go into it, I'm basically just mashing plus and A until I skip it.
Yeah, I am glad though that there's an extra step to doing it, because otherwise I for sure would have skipped the entire game on accident.
I mean,
and more RPGs need to have a pause button on cutscenes, please.
More RPGs need to let
Yeah.
you skip cutscenes at Pokemon.
Also true.
Right.
Also
I
true.
agree with that.
Oh man, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet speedruns, if you could skip the cutscenes. Oh my gosh.
And Sun and Moon.
Oh,
I should mention.
I
should
thought
mention.
about trying to figure that out for Sun and Moon.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut anybody off. I should mention Amber leveled up by by discovering a new area, and yes, that is a thing in this game. This is an RPG, of course. You're an experience. You get levels, you become more powerful, but there are other ways to get XP other than combat, and exploring is one of them. That is also one of the main reasons why we take a lot of time exploring and unlocking all the landmarks so that we can level up without having to grind in combat. And Greta, if you want to explain what Amber just did, she just bought a weapon for one of her party members.
Yes, we just bought the Snug Hug Blocker. It's a great name. It's just a better weapon for Nene. We're not gonna buy anything extra for Shulk and Melia because, for one, I think you can't even change Shulk's weapon, he's locked into it. But either way, the weapons are strong already and they're cool, so it's fine.
The Monado Rex.
True.
Yeah.
So anyway, I believe we're on our way to recruit our third Pond Spectre, or is that a...
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
So the third Pond Spectre, basically we just need to pick up this one item on the island here and then give it to the Pond Spectre. But there's a scary monster on the island, and if it aggroes you, while you're trying to pick up the item, you can't pick up items while you're aggroed. So I did some particular movement to make sure I wouldn't get seen by the enemy there. And now I'm gonna go over to the Pond Spectre. Also, this Pond Spectre right here has the best voice lining of the game, so I'm just gonna be quiet for a couple seconds. Thank you, Tutu.
Talk to Tutu is
It's
good
good
choice.
But yeah, there's some cool maneuvering over there to be able to grab the item without, drawing aggro from the scary 10-ton monster that comes out of the water and starts, blasting electric guitar sounds at your face.
But yeah, so now that we have 3 Pawn Specters, we'll be able to use our Union Strike attack pretty soon.
Yeah, there is a minimum requirement of 3 Pawn Specters. There's more Pawn Specters in the game, but we'll just go with the minimum because that's good enough. But yes.
Yeah, having more would give us like a stronger attack, but we're fine with how it is and don't want to take that big of a detour. Right now, we just equipped a gem for Melia on her weapon that will increase how long Topple lasts for, which we'll explain in a second. And then we just upgraded our arts a bit with some AP that we've been collecting through also finding new locations and battling. And now we get to fight some little horsies that have been infected by fog.
I guess it's a good time as any to explain that combat is real time, as Amber mentioned previously, and there's this feature with the different arts. I believe you should be able to see it if you keep your eyes peeled. Sometimes you'll see that the arts get like a little exclamation point next to them. That's called chance, and what it means is that you as the player are fulfilling the prerequisites to give the art an extra effect. That can be lowering defense or doing more damage, and we want that. So you'll be seeing Amber shimmying around the enemies during fights, because Shulk's arts get extra effects depending on the position that you hit the enemies. Sometimes you want to hit them from the side or the back.
Yeah, and additionally, just to explain the topple stuff I was mentioning, which is also like a conditional thing.
Yes.
You have a chain of statuses that you can inflict, starting off with break, and then topple, which knocks the enemy down and makes it so it can't dodge any of your attacks, and it won't be attacking you either, and crits that you deal will do more damage. And then daze, which stuns the enemy as well, removes auras, and makes it also unable to dodge and take more from crits.
Okay, so now we're doing our
Here's our
third
first
fight in
Union
a
Strike.
row. We're going to use our very first Union Strike. So you see I have these quick time events here. So basically I'm pressing B when kind of the ring goes inside that little circle there. And I'm especially trying to press B when it kind of goes into that outer ring, because you'll get like a little extra boost of damage if you do that. It is pretty difficult. The very last one goes very fast, and you have a 2-frame window to hit the perfect timing at 30 FPS. Oh, got that. Do you want to explain what I just got there, Greta?
That was good. That was the burst affinity that pops up sometimes, and getting that will fill up your party gauge more. And
It's a
then so that
huge
means
bonus to the party gauge, yeah.
you're, yeah, even closer to being able to Union Strike again, which I don't think matters in this
It
instance,
actually
but it
does
will later.
matter in this one. Getting that burst affinity is
It does? You have to go so far.
I know. Yeah, so when you're outside of battle, you'll see my gauge will deplete slightly. Well,
in the top
yeah,
left.
in the top left there. And normally at the start, we like walk so much that at the start of the next fight, it would be like empty. But because I pretty much got it like filled all the way, it actually will not be empty at the start of the next fight, which is really good for me.
Let's keep it brief.
Yeah, so to be able to activate the Union Strike, we need that gauge all the way full. And it also, you can see that it has 3 segments. If you were to revive someone who has fallen down, then that would take 1 segment of it. And yeah, you fill it up with the quick time events like Amber did at the end of the fight, and also hitting your positional attacks and other conditional stuff, and critting as well.
Yeah, hopefully we won't be having to revive our party members very much during this run.
Yeah. Also, I just have to mention, like, the person we just fought is Gaelgar and is, like, the biggest meme of all time. People who play this game. No one likes that guy, basically.
It's hard,
He's
it's hard to
he's a
explain what his
little
deal is without, like,
strange.
explaining the entire plot of this game, but, like, he's great.
Yeah.
The copy pasta of if X has 1,000 fans, if they have 1 fan, if they have 0 fans. Well, Gelgar has no fans. So if he has fans, then yeah, we're all dead. Anyway.
Wow, all right. Anyways.
So anyway,
I'm doing a cool little movement thing here. Basically, I need to, for the quest I'm doing right now, I need to pick up an item at the very end of this kind of area here. However, you can't pick up items while you're in combat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the landmark, purposely die, and then once I die, I'll be sent back to the last landmark I got, which is right here. I'm going to walk behind the Orluga.
We just walk right on past them.
And there we go. The quest is done.
Metal Gear.
Can you imagine, like, if we couldn't do that?
You would have to fight
and you had to
so
fight
many
all those
enemies.
things?
You would waste so much time. It, honestly,
Yeah,
so great that you can just do that.
There's the enemy density in that area is ridiculous.
Yeah. But yeah, by picking up those crystals, it's like a required quest, and it will let us upgrade Shulk's weapon so that he can fight the Fog King later. And then here, this mammoth that we're fighting, we're hoping to combo it and just wreck it and keep it on the ground, and then be able to Union Strike it. The reason this is extra important is this thing has an art that will give us agility down, which reduces our accuracy and our evasion. So if we keep it down as much as we can, hopefully it won't be able to use it, and then we can just one-shot it.
The Naupons have unionized.
True.
So true.
And unions are pretty powerful because just watch this HP bar.
Let's go unions. Woo.
Let's go unions.
Yes.
Reminder to unionize, chat. Defend your workers' rights.
Shout out to unionization.
True.
But also,
exactly.
Yeah.
Also, non-binary unionization. Yeah.
So true.
Also true. Yeah, we're starting the non-binary union after this run, if anyone wants to join.
Accepting applications, but we need a minimum of 3 members, okay? Just like the Pawn Specters. Because
Yeah.
otherwise the government won't allow us.
Then we can't have our union strike.
Exactly.
Oh my gosh, not only union, but the second word is strike. I didn't even think about that until literally the second. Oh my gosh. This is like it's the perfect attack. This fight is going so much more poorly than it ever should.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh, can I get it? I can get it here, right? There we go. Got
Recovery.
it. Oh my gosh, that was the worst.
Saved.
That was the
Let's
worst
go,
fight
Union
that's
to the rescue.
ever gone for me. There you go. And nice.
See, chat. If things are going poorly at your job, unionize. That's the lesson to be learned here.
So true. All right. Now we're going to be fighting a giant dinosaur. I don't remember why we fight a giant dinosaur, but it's cool, and I like dinosaurs, so...
I mean...
Don't you mean a Dinosaurus?
He just shows up to the
Yeah,
party.
it's called Dinosaurus. Very creative name. Yeah, so what I'm going to do
Quick
here...
note of the level difference in this fight. Yeah, if this wasn't casual, it would be so much harder.
Yeah,
Sorry, Amber, go ahead.
in normal mode, if you're like 5 levels or more below like what you're facing, it's basically like impossible to beat the enemy without like some... Oh, I did not get that. Missed. All right, without doing some like really specific setups with your party and equipment, which I don't even know if it's like really possible in this game.
So here you might have seen, and same with the last fight as well, this thing spawned in a bunch of other little enemies. So what we do is break and topple them so they're all to the ground. And then once we Union Strike, since it's AoE, it'll hit everything, and so they'll all just go down at once.
One like very fun thing with the last fight I just did is just, for some reason, one of like the little bats can just live after you do Union Strike. I don't know exactly why. It just can, and it's really sad when it does happen. But it's not.
It's hater energy.
Yeah,
So
it's
true.
or something like that.
You're so right. So
There would be an escalator here. Sadly, it is out of order.
It would be cool.
it would be faster.
But it broke.
I wouldn't have to walk for so long.
We could make a joke about the escalators unionizing and being on strike.
I guess so. Anyways.
Anyway, big scary eel monster.
So I'm doing a bit of a marathon, well, I guess a showcase safety strat here. I'm actually about to be going into the final boss. And basically the safety strat I am going to be doing right here is the final boss has like, if you have the boss and then you have like also like, it's like ads or like knights that it has as well.
It's little minions.
Yeah, and without, like you normally go into the fight without like any gauge at all, and you have to like deal with those knights like attacking you as well as the actual final boss itself, and it's very scary. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to fill up my gauge, and then once I fill it up, I will run away. It will deplete a little bit once I get out of battle here, but it will not deplete enough or it will matter. I'll be able to just fill it right back up at the very start of the boss right here, and it just makes the fight...
It's like basically full.
It makes the fight so much more consistent. This fight is actually like, if you're doing PB attempts and you're not doing that strat, I feel like I die on the final fight like a third of the time without that. Because like the Night King just gang up on you, or the Fog King can just use like a really bad art and it's basically like over.
Yeah. And it's extra bad too, because this guy has 2 phases, and if you die in either one, you're just sent back to the title screen and you have to start from the first one again.
Yeah.
I actually...
So anyway, final boss time.
Alright, one sec. I gotta go my gauge. There we go.
And also something to note about the Union Strike is you can see like right here is Kino, and earlier we had like Shulk or whoever. And depending on which character pops up, which is completely random, the timing for the quick time events will be different. So there's no way to just like scam it and do it perfect every time.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's a lot of party gauge.
I definitely, even if I get it filled up here, I want to save, oh my gosh, get the aggro off me. I didn't hear it. Oh, I got a Daze anyways. Okay, that's so good. So much just happened right there.
Yeah, used Shield, Curse Smash, and Dazed.
I'll just spam arts. I don't think I ever used armor, which I was supposed to, but it's like fine.
I don't think so. Yeah, Monado Armor is a Monado art for Shulk that will surround the entire team with a barrier so that they take 45% less damage as long as it's up.
All right, phase 1 done.
Yeah.
And you're going into phase 2 with full party gauge.
Exactly. So I'm just gonna do a quick attack here, and then go. One thing with Union Strikes, and that especially matters on this fight, is that if the enemy is using an art and you try to Union Strike, it will have to wait for the enemy to finish its art. And the Fog King's arts sometimes are like 15-20 seconds long.
They take so long, and you're just sitting there like, okay.
Yeah, my PB actually loses like 15 seconds right at the end because I try to use the final Union Strike right as it used an art, and I'm just like sitting there. Did I get it in time? I got it in time, nice.
Also, I just want to mention, time is going to be like, once this thing is dead, there's like a fade. And that's when time is.
One more, come on. Come on, Nene. Come on, Nene. Nice. Nice.
Also, I just have to mention, this thing has this art called Mist Press, and it'll topple multiple characters all in a row if they're like near each other. And the topple lasts for 17 seconds. So if you all get hit by it, you're owned. So close.
And
time.
Yay!
GG's.
Thank you.
So
the future has been connected.
The world is saved. The future is connected.
This cutscene this cutscene is criminally good. It's so good.
This is probably my favorite cutscene in the game, and I'm so glad we get to watch it during the run. But yeah, that was Xenoblade Chronicles Future Connected. It's a really nice, relatively short Xenoblade run. Like most other Xenoblade games are like so many hours long.
We don't have many short Xenoblade runs.
You have 6 hours to spend.
I love Xenoblade 3 speedruns too, but they're 6 hours long, and I don't have that kind of time in my life, so. But yeah, let me just give a couple shout outs, I guess. First of all, shout out to Nick. Thank you for joining me here and commentating. I know that you're.
Thank you for inviting me.
I know you haven't like speedrun this game before, but I really appreciated your help here. I also want to give a very, very big shout out to Greta. I literally would not have ever like played Xenoblade at all. I wouldn't own this game. I wouldn't have done this run at all without Greta. So Greta's like the real MVP here.
It's an honor. I'm so glad that you saw me playing Xenoblade 3 and were like, I must play.
Literally, Greta was streaming
here we are.
Xenoblade 3, and I'm like, this game seems pretty good. I'm gonna play it. And then that is how I got sucked into the world of Xenoblade.
And then we fell in love. Tee.
Wow, I just like totally forgot what I was gonna say next.
Sorry.
Any other shoutouts?
Shoutouts to Izzy.
We love Izzy.
Shout out to Izzy.
We love Izzy.
Is the best. And just all our other friends, like we have met so many amazing people through speedrunning, and you're all just the best. So yeah, you know who you are.
Yeah, any other shoutouts you two would like to give?
Shoutouts as well to Aeon Frodo, who runs this game and is the world record holder. She is very, very nice and she's really cool. So
Yeah, I watched a lot of Aeon Frodo's PV videos to learn this run for myself. So thank you. Any shoutouts from you, Nick?
Finally.
No shoutouts specifically, but I do want to thank you again, Ember, for the opportunity, for inviting me. Thanks to Greta as well.
Yeah.
I'm not a runner, so there's a big imposter syndrome going on with me right now, but I just appreciate the chance. And I appreciate it because it's also my first time ever contributing to anything GDQ related. And yeah, very excited. I hope I was able to strike a good balance between informative and funny.
Strike a good
and I hope the
balance.
chat enjoyed
You're
the
having a
run.
great time. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you, Amber. You're the
Before
best. I
all
love you.
y'all get kicked off, where can everyone find y'all?
Oh, yes. So my Twitch is new_Amber. I honestly don't stream that much. So if you want to talk to me, you can either message me on Discord, which is just new Amber, or on Twitter at newamber739.
Yeah, I literally every single time I forget to shout myself out. It's Greta Ice Vixen. Anywhere you can find things, I'm on there, and that's the name. So yeah, I'm hoping I'm gonna be streaming a lot this week, some Pokemon stuff. So if you want to watch.
And I guess my Twitch is twitch.tv/nickpixels. Currently not streaming very frequently because I'm obsessed with Final Fantasy 14. But yeah, stay tuned. Maybe I'll stream one day.
Yep. Shout out to non-binary people.
Yeah.
And union
Shout outs
rights.
to unions.
Shout
outs to
unions.
unions,
All
chat.
right. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But yeah, with that, we'll be back in just a few minutes. So everyone in chat, fix your posture. I'm looking at you. I know you got to fix your posture right now. Get up, get some water, get a quick snack, all that stuff. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more of the non-binary People's Day celebration. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Non-Binary People's Day celebration here on GDQ Hotfix. Right now, we have a bit of Paper Mario Randomizer with Phantom. If you'd like to introduce yourself. Sorry.
Yeah. Phantom 5800 pretty much everywhere. And I will be doing Paper Mario Rando with the Blitz settings, which is what we used for the Season 2 of the Randomizer League that kind of just finished a couple weeks ago before GDQ. So I'm pretty much good to start if we're good to go.
Yeah, we are good to go.
Cool. Let's do a little Easter egg for the file name. I'm sure people will like this one. This is not something you normally see because typically people just put in gibberish for their file names. And we'll start in 3, 2, 1, go. So, immediately, This is going to be our Mario skin for the entire game because of that file name. You normally can't set this skin at all. And since this is Blitz settings, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be taking a quick look at Shooting Star Summit. And this will tell us what parts of the game we need to play. Specifically chapters. Blitz settings are set to 4 chapters, just to shorten seeds quite a bit. And I can talk more about the settings as they kind of come up overall, but we have key sanity, shop sanity, no panels in logic. We won't ever need to buy items from Merlot. 1, 2, 3, and 5. So no need to do 4, 6, or 7. So with Bombette, we're going to go immediately to prologue area. Also, I had the seed vetted, so it'll either be really good or terrible, depending on the dev that I asked to vet a seed and how he felt that day.
Yeah, I think like seed vetting is very interesting because it either means like, wow, yeah, the seed's gonna be really good, or if they take their job very seriously, wow, the seed's gonna be terrible. I'm gonna take up the entire rest of it.
Yeah, my PB with these settings is a 125, and the estimate's a 150, so there's plenty of room for could be potentially terrible. Although with chapter 1, 2, 3, 5, I'm curious how this is going to play out, because these are fairly short chapters for the most part. Don't care about that badge. So worth noting, this is the prologue area. Prologue is always included in logic, no matter what the required chapters are. Oh, that's really nice. We have partners are random, so that's normally talking to Goombario should give you Goombario, but it doesn't, which is great because no one wants Goombario. Notably, the berries that I just picked up there are treated as key items, but that won't matter because I don't have to go to chapter 6. We start with Boots and Hammer. You can play this randomizer starting without the ability to even jump or use your hammer at all. Those can lead to some pretty terrible seeds. This is a fun little trick. So we're going to jump on top of this block. And this invisible block here, Bombette can hit it. So we don't actually have to break the stone block there. Full stone. Interesting. And I'm going to grab some money. We start with 150 coins. 50 of those coins are going to go to Can't See Koopa along a pleasant path. That's good. That's fine. And you'll notice I'm making a pretty large amount of use out of the Homeward Shroom, which is going to take us back to Toad Town every time we use it. These are very nice. Also, we have Speedy Spin equipped by default, and we actually can't remove it. It's just quality of life. Huge boost to movement speed over what you'd normally start with in vanilla. The Speedy Spin badge is normally you'd get after chapter 1. I don't actually need that. You'll notice on my tracker it has every item that I don't need has a little mark next to it, just saying that, oh, you don't actually need to go get that. Just as like a kind of reminder. Castle key. Oh, Tuppa's Castle. Okay. I see the word castle key and I'm like, that's not good.
I love just like different random bingo leagues because a lot of different communities love to just like claw the heck out of like their games, and having like Speedy Spin on like for the entire game is probably like so nice.
So you probably also have noticed by this point that there is no NPC dialogue.
I've definitely noticed, yes.
Yeah. So we just kind of immediately get all of our items. No need to wait for anyone to finish talking. No need to wait for cutscenes. This rando is significantly faster than it was when it came out over 2 years ago. I remember a lot of my old submission times with like the initial release of rando was like, we can finish this in like 4 hours. And now it's like, oh, but this is like sub 2 easy. And a lot of that's just down to quality of life. Also, Kent being orange. He looks so good orange. Powerquake. So I'm just kind of going through all the Sphere Zero locations, which are all the areas we have open at the beginning to us. Nothing particularly interesting has popped up yet in terms of like where I should be going. Only having Bombette likely means I should be going to Mount Rugged, but without Paracarry, that's not high on my list of things I want to do. Flower Saver could be good. All of our badge costs are random, BP and FP costs. So, leads to some fairly dynamic builds, I guess you could say. Especially since we're only doing 4 chapters, a lot of the common good badges we might just never see. I'm probably going to get Paracarry very soon. Or the Super Hammer. Seeing as how I can now full clear the ruins. 3 keys in the Pulse Stone is all you really need for that. I am going to save. We do randomly scale the difficulty of enemies. So, very likely we will see a situation where maybe Chapter 1 has Goombas that have 7 HP and Koopas that have 11. Maybe they'll be vanilla 2 and 4. Who knows? We'll find out during the fuzzies. People like to guess what the order of the trees is. 4 trees, they bounce to 3 of them. So like 2, 1, 3, 3, 1, 2. Starting with tree 4 though. So since the BP cost is random, badges like this HP Plus could be incredibly valuable. Especially if it's discounted. So if this HP Plus is like 1 or 2 BP, and we level up for 3 BP, that's just free HP at that point. Double check my badges real quick. Powerquake I can actually use. HP Plus is bad.
HP Plus, sad face.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Alright, so these are, according to my handy little spreadsheet, this is Chapter 4 scaled, based entirely on the Koopa having 7 HP. Bombette is so far vanilla costed. So we're gonna do this. Knock these onto the ground. Kind of high HP for what little I have at the moment, but that's fine. Making use of items early game is pretty important. Which is cool, because you don't normally see these items in like speedruns. Because look how slow this is.
I've never seen that item on hardware before. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this is not normal. Snowman Doll is so slow. Also, I do have jingles being randomized. So, say end of battle jingles, going to bed, those are all different than what they normally would be. I also use a setting where colors are not vanilla. They can, if they can be random, they will be. So none of our partners will be their normal color schemes. I think I'm just going to go to Mount Rugged, unfortunately. I have a little bit that I could do in chapter 3, but not a whole lot. So Forever Forest is not really worth it at the moment. There is more on Mount Rugged at least. Even if it is like not ideal. Although since this is a vetted seed, we could find a third letter on Mount Rugged and have Parakarry just be vanilla. And I would not be shocked. A lot of cutscenes that are normally not skippable are. So like normally you'd have to watch the train cutscene at least once before you can skip it. But it starts in the skippable state already. And if you're a Wacko lover, this is your warning to look away for the next like 10 seconds.
This is Gore of my comfort character.
Waka is guaranteed that he can never actually hold progression, but that doesn't mean he can't have good stuff. I can't get Watt yet. Well, she's gonna stay on that ledge for a little bit.
Who left that baby on that ledge? That is a baby.
That is literally a child on a ledge. Here's my super hammer. Okay. Well, I can't cross this gap because I don't have Parakarry, but with the super hammer, I can actually go to the desert through the sewers. Oh, I didn't check what that was. That looked like a bright jar. Okay. I also don't have a partner that I can hit Blooper with. So I might have to get creative if I need to get a Blooper. Crystal Berry I don't need. Frying Pan. Yeah, so we're able to cook by default at Tasty. That is a... You can lock... Oh my god. I can hit Blooper now. You can lock cooking behind actually having the frying pan. But for Blitz settings, we play with the ability to always cook. Okay, I don't need the red key. All right. I see what they did when they rolled the seed. They really wanted me to fight Blooper and have only one way to do it. And that's fine. We'll live with it. Maybe I'll get lucky and there's another partner over here that I can use instead. Well, I'll take Life Shrooms. Life Shrooms probably one of the most valuable items. Yeah. I will judiciously save as well.
When I do randos, my ego never lets me save, but it's probably the right call. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. All right, well, we're gonna throw a hammer at Blooper. And then use this Goomba, I guess. Forcing me to use Goombario on Blooper is a shame. This has a fairly high chance of working. Blooper is pretty easy to dizzy.
I just want to put it out there. I love Goombario. I will not be standing for this slander.
He doesn't do anything. He effectively, for logic, Goombario is a junk item.
Yeah, but that's okay.
It's okay to be junk.
Yeah, he doesn't have to be useful right now, or at all. But that's okay.
I'll use the snowman doll. It's 4 damage. That's more than 2, which is what Mario does by jumping. Yeah, throwing items at blooper better than doing jump times 2 and head bonk every single turn. You models. When I get my choice of upgrading partners, I'll be upgrading Bombette, which will be happening soon. We actually could have randomized the all partner upgrades as well, but because blitz settings were designed for a race sort of scenario, when they originally made it was thought that, and I still agree with this, that being able to choose who you upgrade instead of just getting it at random just made the ending more bearable. The extra damage on something like Bowser is really important if you have, say, Watt or Paracarry. I'm gonna take a little trip over here, see what this is, even though I can't get it. Okay. No need to come back in the sewers. I did mention also a little bit ago that frying pan is a start, or we don't need the frying pan to cook, and that's mostly because of the nature of blitz settings, you aren't guaranteed to ever really need the frying pan or ever be able to find it. And being able to cook something like a life shroom at Tasty just tends to make seeds more reasonable to beat. Do you have anything here, Mount? Nope. All right, dried shroom, dusty hammer. And we're just gonna throw these away. So we don't need the frying pan to be able to cook at Tasty. We also start with a cookbook, so we can just hand that into her if we ever decide we need to cook something like a life shroom. Actually, don't need the train. All these items I don't need. And all of these life shrooms that I probably won't end up needing to use, hopefully.
Don't say that. We appreciate all live streams here on GDQ Hotfix. We also appreciate all gift subs, prime subs, and bits cheered here on twitch.tv/GDQ. So just consideration.
A jam and jelly, though, I will gladly take. All right, this is me checking if Bo is good. Yep. While I would like to have Powerbomb on Bombette, there's no guarantee I'd be able to use it. And having Spook to be able to just remove enemies is really nice. I will take quick change. 3 items in the... Since I didn't mention it, 3 items in the Dry Outpost shop. The Dusty Hammer, Dried Shroom, and Dried Pasta are guaranteed to be there, unless you randomize the puzzles. So, if you were to randomize puzzles, then the shop would have fully random items, and you would need to give a lemon to Moustafa to actually know what items to buy. Three letters. I'm still betting Paracarry's vanilla. And that was my 3rd letter that I need to go bring back to him on Mount Rugged.
If he was vanilla, that'd be hilarious.
We love vanilla items in our randomizers. That would also get me Watt, though, and I would be okay with that.
We need to save that baby from that ledge.
Yeah. So I see in chat. My God. Okay. Chapter 4 is not a chapter I need to enter. The chapters I need to complete are 1, 2, 3, and 5 for blitz settings. These settings were kind of based on the idea of blitz from like Majora's Mask Rando or OOT, where the goal is just to be able to quickly beat a seed in a reasonable amount of time. Because for someone that's not like super skilled at Paper Mario, these randos can take 4, 5, 6 hours. And Blitz allows people that are just simply more familiar with the game to finish these in 2 hours or less pretty consistently. Shoutouts to most of the even top like probably 10-ish people from season 2, excuse me, of the Rando League being able to sub to these seeds very consistently. Which I think just speaks to how good these settings are to pick up. And since I don't need to ever save Muscular, I never actually have to enter Chapter 4 at all. And same with 6 and 7. Items just can't be placed there. We'll see what the pokies are here, if these are reasonable. Okay. So this is chapter 6 scaled.
Ooh, that's awesome.
Admittedly, yeah. Admittedly, I do like high scaled chapters to be 1 and 2. Because the enemies themselves aren't like that much more difficult, really. Until they are. Well, I have a lot of life shrooms. We're gonna try and get rid of some of these.
Oh, that works.
Bow coming in very handy. Yeah. So, ow. This is the enemy I was afraid of. The stone chomps are very strong at high scaled.
Yeah, the game just has a microphone. I heard you talking smack.
I'm using the Hey You Pikachu microphone on my N64.
I was literally about to say that, but I could not remember the name of Hey You Pikachu.
Oh my god. I have a stopwatch. Surely this will work. Okay, good enough. This is why we were given 1,000,000 life shrooms. Okay. Well, I know people are gonna hate this. That was 8 FP. I do not apologize.
I'm not one that usually cares, but like that was 50?
Yeah.
Let's go rando, yeah.
just making use of one of the best healing items in the game at level 2. Was it worth it? Hey.
Definitely worth it. Okay, yeah. You know what? My bad. I should have not have questioned the goat. Okay.
Yeah, we just we take those. Oh. Here, I'll try this a couple times. You may think that you need paracarry, but you can just do this frame perfect jump instead. It's not in logic to do so. Oh. but it would be cool to actually get.
Yeah, it's just like really easy. Like I don't know why you're.
I'll try one more time.
Perfect.
Okay, I'll actually try one more time where I jump.
Yeah. One more good attempt.
Okay, whatever. Not worth it. That gap requires paracarry and logic anyway. Hi, Cooper. Well, I can use Cooper to save a baby on Mount Rugged.
Saving a baby might be good.
Yeah, babies are pretty strong.
Yeah. Might help you with those, like, beefy enemies. just a consideration.
Unironically. We don't want that badge. That badge is P down, D up. So we would be decreasing our attack strength. Also a little rando thing, you can upgrade partners that you don't currently have. Just a nice little quality of life. You're probably going to find them anyway. And now let's get out of the ruins. I would homeward shroom, except I still want to do a bunch of stuff in the desert, and I still want to make my way back to Mount Rugged and save a child. Before going probably to Chapter 3. Well, no, I got Cooper. Chapter 1 is definitely the appealing location to go. Cooper opens up the Cooper Brothers Fortress, and that's probably the most important thing for me at the moment.
Is it the most important in terms of like progression or just like check density? Or both?
Check density. I can't beat it without 4 keys, but with 2 keys, I can actually do almost all of it. Whereas Chapter 3, without Boo's Portrait or Super Boots, there's not really a lot for me there. Also, shoutouts to these blocks being reduced from 100 to 10 hits. Because vanilla requires 100 hits on that block to get the Ultra Shroom, which is the 3rd item spawn. And we're gonna lie to Buzzar. Buzzar up here is one of the few enemies that is scaled with the chapter that they're in. As far as like sort of optional mini bosses is concerned. So that Buzzar, at Chapter 6 scaled, I believe he has like 55 HP or something. And he does a lot of damage.
Oh, those numbers make me sad. Oh wow, we saved a baby.
Yeah, so there's a baby.
Hi, wow.
And I'm gonna go deliver some letters to Paracarry. So let's see if my hunch that he's vanilla is correct. I hope so, but also, like, what are the odds? Yeah, okay. Hey, a Whack-A-Bump. I wonder how he got that. And we're gonna just use this right here, upgrade Watt to Ultra Rank. Not even paying attention to what her abilities cost, because at Ultra Rank, Watt's Electro Dash does 5 damage and pierces defense. And pierces defense is a very important quality to have. Especially when the final boss gauntlet all has 2 defense points.
A little bit overpowered, but like the right amount of overpowered. Make your randos fun.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Unironically, I think the hardest fight in the final boss gauntlet is Junior Troopa. And then you fight Bowser twice after for no reason. Because Junior has so many different forms. Particularly, he has one where he's flying and has a spike on his head. while having 2 defense. And that's just not fair. I don't need cake mix.
I can't believe Paper Mario has power creep like that.
They really just said, yeah, let's make sure Junior is ridiculously hard. And then let's give Bowser 1 defense in hallway fight. And then also make it so the Star Rod doesn't actually even make him invincible. When he has the shield, he has +3 defense. Ooh, all or nothing.
Well, doesn't he have cool move music? So that's like good enough, right?
Yeah, he has good music. That's really all he needs.
Yeah, that means the boss fight's like really hard.
Yeah. All or nothing is 2. Hello. All or nothing is effectively +1 attack. It only works when you hit your action commands, but when are we not? So now that is as strong as, say, hammer. Switch over to Watt. And these enemies are still just Koopas. And Koopas have a very fatal weakness that when you jump on them, they fall on their back. Parakarry in prison. Honestly, he probably deserves to be there.
Mr.
I
Carey's
don't need
just a
that key.
humble man.
He literally lost the mail of like 20 people. Just kind of dropped it.
Can someone not be a little clumsy? Like, I think that's fine. he's trying his darndest. Mr. Carey is.
I do need Parakarry. So there are some chapter sets where you actually don't need all the partners. But chapter 3 has a gap that you need Parakarry to cross. So I will be required to obtain him at some point, wherever he is. And I do need Sushi also for chapter 5. I don't need Lackluster for anything, so I might never see him. Because he really only helps in chapter 6. All right, Bombette, what are you? Oh, okay, that's fine. I don't care. One of the worst badges in the game. So we're gonna do a couple fights. We're gonna do what we call the pit. The pit in chapter 1 is the gauntlet of 3. Okay, fine. The gauntlet of 3 paratroopa fights, or Koopa fights. And in regular speedruns, is the RNG pit where Fright Jar doesn't work on the second fight and you lose like 30 seconds. That is one of the beauties of Rando, though, is you don't have to care about situations like that. We could use bow also, but the experience from fighting these higher level enemies is really nice. So I don't really want to just scare them all away. Also, I would like the money. Oh, quick change is also really good. Let's just do that then.
Let's go quick change. Didn't realize you had it.
Yeah. 4 BP vanilla. So being 2 is a pretty good upgrade. And then TT Weighty makes it 7.
Why?
Oh. I guess partners technically do a little bit more in TT Weighty.
Yeah, but it makes me sad.
But 7 is still a lot. Yeah. It's like, yeah, you need to level up BP twice to equip this one badge and nothing else.
I think My comment about Paper Mario power creep was a little bit too real.
Yeah, power creep, we've already kind of hit peak with Watt here. Watt is just so strong. Easily the best partner in the game. Although I'm sure other people have other opinions. They might be wrong though.
I'm not gonna say my opinion because I think I'm like objectively like probably like top 3 most wrong.
Well, now you need to say it.
I'm a fan of both Goombario and Lackluster.
Oh no. I mean, Lackey's good. He's just good at different things.
Yeah.
Oh, I have all or nothing on. Oops.
I like sometimes I get him in the early game and I like pop off a little bit.
Bo is also definitely very good. I'm a big fan of Spook, personally. Also, Out of Sight is absurdly broken. Being able to just... I'm going to not take damage this turn. Koopa? Oh. I'm sorry. He's all alone. Maybe this is why he didn't want to fight me.
He was keeping to himself, mind his own business.
Yeah.
You have to kill him like that? Like, really?
I wanted to get the doors down. And he, apparently his, like, life is just tied to these doors.
First you left that baby there on that ledge. Then him? Okay.
Okay, so I don't have a whole lot left to do other than dip into Chapter 3 finally. So I'm guessing Chapter 3 just happens to have everything I need. There are 3 checks in Forever Forest here. There's the Bulb that normally gives you a magical seed. And there are 2 actually hidden rooms that I'm sure not everyone knows exists. Although maybe people know that the second one exists because you may just happen to run into it trying to leave Chapter 3. So, first check. Not the good attack effects badge.
You have randomized jingles, so do those also count, or is it just...
No. That'd be really nice if they did. Actually be really funny.
It'd be actually, like, hilarious. I was like in the back of my mind, like, hoping.
Yeah, that would be... Ooh. I love Double Dip. If it's good. So this is a secret room. This is actually where you can fight bees in Chapter 3. Normally, you'd only see them in Chapter 6. Some people don't know that bees can appear in the forest here. Also, I just have all of this memorized, so... My forest routing is... Hello, Fuzzy. Hey, there's a bee. Chapter 2 scaled. Okay. Chapter 2 scaled Chapter 3. Also, I'll just take the level up. And upgrade the only stat that matters. So there's Boo's Mansion. Most people probably know about this hidden path. This is another secret room. Power Smash could actually be important. Because I don't need to go to Chapter 7, there is a possibility that I just don't need Ultra Boots ever. And we could be in a situation where we see Hammer actually being used on Bowser. Because Chapter 5 means I do need the Ultra Hammer. Speaking of Chapter 5, I should probably have gone there, but oh well, we're here.
We're here, and this is a little bit more funny to me.
So we have the record. I got the record really early. Who knows? Maybe it's good. This Boo is RNG. Sometimes he can randomly dance like that. Eh. If I have the spare BP, I'll equip Refund. It's not terrible if I need money for anything.
I think that Boo dancing is kind of heat because he's just getting down on the GDQ stream. If you're on twitch.tv/gamesdonequick/subscribe.
True. I'm gonna follow the Boos here. I really don't want this Repel Gel. Also, fun fact: the Boo at the top actually stops over the one that has the item. So even if you're not paying attention, as long as you pay attention at the end. That Repel Gel could come in handy quite a bit. I always forget. I mean, I don't always forget, but I forget when I get Watt, like, in the mid-game, that she does actually open up something. Something very important in the whale. Normally, you typically do this quite a bit earlier. Because probably you start with Watt. But I had to go into the ruins, get Cooper, to get Watt on Mount Rugged, to go to Chapter 5. Okay. This is a chain.
Oh, I feel so much less bad about the whale because, like, they can't talk.
Oh, yeah.
I was about to like make a comment and be I feel so bad like hitting the whale with the hammer because he gets sad and then it doesn't happen anymore.
I think if you hammer the whale inside of him, he still says something. I don't think that dialogue was removed.
Okay, I could feel bad. How dare you?
I am gonna use Power Quake inside of the whale though.
Imagine how good that must feel. Like, think about it.
Would it feel good?
I think so.
This is Chapter 1 scale, Chapter 5, by the way. The Fuzzipede had 16 HP, which is the lowest you can, or second lowest you can have, or yeah, lowest you can have. My eyes went down to the 16 at Junior Troop in Chapter 7, which is not Fuzzipede. Alright. Lava Lava Island. I'm not going to skip this cutscene, even though I could. Well, I will skip it, but not immediately. Because we're going to say hi to Ezekiel. Hello, Ezekiel. That is the seagull's name.
Hello, Ezekiel.
It's a Paper Mario community meme of sorts. Ezekiel was named by another runner's partner. Shoutouts to Lopez and his girlfriend. She was watching him play Pape at some point and said something like, "What is that bird's name?" And he said it doesn't have one. And she said, "Well, his name is Ezekiel now." So his name is Ezekiel.
I just love like community memes that just come out of like respect to like someone's partner just like saying something like that. And like the entire community just like goes along with it. It's my favorite.
Yeah, we have the Ezekiel emotes on BTTV.
That's so heat.
Everyone loves Ezekiel, big round bird.
I just love like the Mario birds because like they all look so like silly.
All right, well, I got the Jade Raven on the beach. That's I think Raphael misplaced that a little bit. Sleepy sheep. I actually can't do much here because I don't have sushi. Oh, hello, Lackluster. Speaking of partners I would never get.
I was literally just about to ask the question, like, can partners be in the shop? And then, like, okay, never mind.
Yep. They definitely can be. I've only a few times seen Cooper in the Koopa Village shop.
That's so funny.
Sushi, are you vanilla? I have super boots now, so I can go back into Boost Mansion. But I can take the shortcut there this time, so not a huge deal. We're gonna go defeat some Dark Koopas in the sewers. I'll bring out Watt. Make sure I have Power Quake equipped, Quick Change, Power Plus is 3, that's pretty nice. Oh yeah, there's a... I used to use Merlin standing outside of his house as a queue to do this check, but since we have no cutscenes, he just is always inside. Easy to forget that that's where Quick Change is in vanilla. So, back to chapter 3.
I still can't believe like 7 BP. Like, really? Like,
TTYD.
I'm sorry. Like, that's absurd to me.
So, ground pounds don't like to work on Dark Koopas. They can work. It's just weird hitboxes. Also, these guys are toxic. Nice. Block for the flex. That block is really hard.
I've literally never hit that before. I don't know the timing.
I use the audio cue. I use the audio as a cue to time that. You can kind of do it like as the whirling is winding down, but it's hard to pinpoint exactly. This is also typically where, because we're doing blitz settings, we have a small experience multiplier. So the Dark Koopas here tend to almost always give you a level. Just a matter of what fight it's on, and I guess it's on the third one. So, third Dark Koopa fight. Power Quake makes quick work. It's nice to have a usable Power Quake because you don't always get this. Especially early.
They all get up so quick. I didn't expect them to like just get up immediately. Like, forgot.
Yeah, Dark Koopa moment, I guess. At least it's not like the Dark Koopas and the other higher level Koopas in TTYD, where they're gonna stay on their backs and do stronger attacks. So yeah, Super Boots opens up quite a bit here. These crates normally have apples, and they have a fish instead. Okay.
That's not sanitary, I fear.
No. I would not recommend eating that fish.
That fish has very good moves.
Well, now I can take her and go back to chapter 5. We're not going to take that badge. No skull emoji today. I do want to see what the shop has. So I'm going to watch them toss the dried stream around a little bit and then ignore them. I think I'm going to go to 5 through the sewers. Ah, plenty of things I don't need. Thankfully, I will not need to come back and buy the miracle water.
I forget, is this a chapter that you need to complete? Or
it is, okay. Yeah. So I do need Parakarry and Boo's Portrait to go to Tuppa's Castle, as well as 2 more Tuppa's Castle keys. So we're going to come over here and say hello to Electro Blooper. Bloopers are always progressive order. Since we've already defeated the first one, this is now Electro. And I'm not worried about dying, because I have 10,000 life shrooms. And, you know, I like doing this mash sometimes. Close. In all bosses, which is probably one of my favorite vanilla speedruns, power shocking, not only Electro Blooper, but Super Blooper is required for the speedrun. And it is only barely human possible to max that mash out. And my mash is apparently not good enough today to do it. But that's fine. It worked anyway. And that's Electro Blooper, having taken 0 attacks.
Yeah, I don't know. That boss seems like really hard.
How much money do I have? 25 coins? I know I said Lackey's useless, but he does get us over here. And this is 3 checks. A very good check. Immediately.
Thank you, Lackey.
And then 2 star pieces. Okay, cool. For the room after this, I need both Ultra Boots and Ultra Hammer. Nice. To get the checks in there, so not particularly useful at the moment. Honestly, this should get me at least a few coins. Well, that's fine. That's good enough. I need 28 to do what I want to do here, and that's 27, but I can get another coin on the way. From this coin block right here. So Rip Cheeto, who lives in the sewers. In vanilla, all of his items cost 64 coins. In rando, he has progressively higher costing items, starting at 2 and going up to 8 for what we need to purchase. Power jump. 2 more items. He didn't have anything required, but the first 6 items are in logic. You know, I'm gonna toss a life shroom. Crazy that I have all the partners except Parakarry. But I guess I'm going to... I don't like doing this, but for the sake of not having to backtrack, I will save the Yoshi children that are lost in the jungle.
Oh yeah, I forgot we have
It's
sushi.
probably one of the... Yep. It is probably one of the most skippable checks, but I will do it anyway. Yeah, sushi trapped in a box in a ghost mansion. Let's go see what's in this tree. And then I'll make my way through the jungle and save all of these children. Okay. 10 FP. I'll probably level up in here at least once. It's probably around this point that I want to start thinking about how I'm going to fight Bowser at the end. I don't have a ton of, like, the core typically incredible badges. I just grabbed that at a reflex. I don't need the magical seeds.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you know something that I don't? Like, to be fair, the answer
Normally
is
that
yes, but
normally that item is Power Quake, and you would always get Power Quake. So I just reflexively grabbed it. Hello, very low-level enemies. Low enough level they don't even give me experience anymore. Funnily enough, this red Yoshi is the only one that on his own would open up checks, depending on your settings, because he has a letter. So if you were playing with like letter rewards randomized, he is pretty much always worth saving because it's right there. Oh, well, okay. I know what I'm doing. Okay. I will check and see if Last Stand and Power Rush are good, but I think we have our build for the rest of the game. Uh-huh.
wow, okay. Yeah, that's definitely like a build for the rest of the game. Yeah.
Yep.
Anyways.
So I need 30 more coins, 39 coins to pay our very, very good friend Chet Rippo. But I already have the necessary investments and levels, so I'll be doing that as soon as I go back to Toad Town. And if you know Paper Mario, you probably know exactly what I'm going to do. That spear guy is kind of a troll. Also, you don't need to keep Watt out. As long as you just mash her, the Yoshi is good enough to leave. So, 2 more Yoshis to save, and then we'll be making our way towards the volcano. I know that with 3 fortress keys, that gives me nothing new over 2. Because the first jail cell didn't have anything, and that's the only thing that 3 keys gets you. Well, goodbye, coin. So at this point, I'm probably going to end up with either Ultra Hammer or my 4th fortress key as the next item. Let's just remove these. And only 1 more Yoshi in the jungle. That's not sushi. As much as I'm sure Bo is a great swimmer, She won't do it here for some reason. Yeah, we'll just go deeper in the jungle. No need to go do the Yoshi Chief check exactly yet. Hey, okay. Well, I can beat this chapter now. Ultra Hammer was all I needed to actually finish the volcano. Don't worry, this is not cheating. Definitely not cheating. Melody. Is there anything I can't do here? No. So I'll go into the volcano. I will defeat Lava Piranha, Future Piranha, Lava Piranha. And I'll check the Yoshi Chief after I leave. Just gotta climb this tree. Should be one check up here. Don't care. If you're used to seeing like a glitchless speedrun or just playing the game normally, you know that Raphael likes to talk a lot. This cutscene sequence alone is like 2 minutes.
I
Normally.
understand now why this is sub 2. Yes, I get it.
So we're just gonna move right along here. Hello, Raphael. Oh, hey, he's already done. So yeah, the minimal cutscene stuff is fairly new. Definitely within the last year. Might even be within the last like 6 months or something. I don't remember exactly when all this stuff got pushed to the release. But yeah, also no Colorado. So yeah, this is all just getting to move pretty much nonstop. For an RPG especially, that's like strange in a sense. Like it feels different. Like just a completely different game almost. Is sushi even good? I mean, sushi is delicious, but that's not what I'm asking. 2 for squirt, that's fine. Shoutouts to the sushi train at GDQ.
Shoutouts to the sushi train at GDQ.
So good. Which is strange to me, like being from the West Coast, being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get sushi in Minneapolis.
Yeah, I'm also from like the West Coast, so it's like a little weird for me being like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get sushi in this landlocked state, I guess. Like, sure.
Yeah. But it's like actually good.
Yeah, it was decent. Yeah.
Nothing. Okay. Also lackey being able to just like move on lava. Almost never relevant. Except for chapter 8 where you have to do it.
I don't like making him do it because he gets like a little sad face.
Yeah. His cloud especially. Like him and his cloud are just like upset. This is normally Dizzy Stomp. Defend Plus, not usually a badge I would consider, but I have seen it be like 1 BP. There was a race at like probably over a year ago where almost everyone just ignored Defend Plus, except for like one person. And that one person saw that it was 1 BP. And had a much easier time through the end. Also, I don't have paracarry, so I can't do the trick that you would normally see in speedruns called flare carry. But I will do an alternative with Lackey. Simply because I don't want to push this block across the entire room. So like what you're supposed to do is break all of those blocks by pushing this block all the way over there. Instead, we're going to attempt a Lackey teleport. Frame perfect trick. Aw. Little late there. There we go. And that saves silly amounts of time. Hello, keys. Is chapter 3 going to be the last thing I do? It very well might be at this point. How good is Mega Shock? 4? Okay. So we're going to be able to go straight to beating chapter 1 after this. And chapter 2 will probably come shortly after. I still need the Pyramid Stone and Lunar Stone, but I have basically everything else I could need. Also, this is so low scaled, I really didn't need to Mega Shock this, but whatever. Just flexing on Lava Piranha, I guess. And I have quick change, so phase 2 will also be fairly straightforward. Especially with only 20 HP. Sushi's signature ability. 8 damage. And Lava Piranha did 0 damage this entire fight. So you may also be used to there being a sort of escape sequence here. After defeating Lava Piranha, you would go to the next room, blow up a wall, go to the room after that, and Miss Star would fly you out of the volcano. Randomizer has changed this to simply touching the card, taking us out of the volcano entirely. Which saves, I don't know, a minute. Good enough amount of time.
We're so back. And now we're about to beat the game. This is how it works, surely.
It's really good right now. Which is, it's funny because I still need, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items, 6 items, counting paracarry. But with what I have left to do, those items will probably show up like pretty quickly.
Yeah, you'll get paracarry like right now.
Or he'll be literally go mode.
Yeah.
So I don't have an item to give to that yellow Yoshi. They want a cooked item. So if I need to come back for it, I will. But we'll just move along and beat chapter 1. Although, I guess Parakarry could just be here. Okay, I need some money.
Yeah, like I said, you'll get him like right now. Like,
okay. Let's sell some stuff. Like this jam and jelly. That's a pretty good item to sell. I don't need this shooting star. I have plenty of repel gels and life shrooms for what I'm going to be doing. I'll just sell one of each. Because there is one more thing I want to do while I'm here. After spending money on Ralph. Hello, Parakarry. 25 coins for a flying turtle. Calculator. Hey, Ralph, I found your calculator. Why? Well, I'm gonna go over here. This is our good friend Chet Repo. I'm gonna spend 39 coins. I want my BP to be higher. I think that sounds like a good idea. Oh no, I have 5 HP. Whatever will I do? Let's see. Power Jump is pretty good. Power Smash is pretty good. Hammer Throw, I have the Ultra Hammer. Double Dip, sure. Why not? The Koopa Village shop had PFD down, so I'm gonna go grab that. Or one of the shops did. Hey, Goombaria, I found your dolly. Oh, okay. Thank you for the Thunder Rage.
that is a little girl. I don't think she should have one of those. That's dangerous.
This rando does have traps, by the way, that you can enable. Sort of similar to like ice traps in OOT or other games. Okay, it was the chapter 2 shop, which I'll go to later. And one of the traps is just getting struck by lightning. So it's funny to talk. There's a particular toad called Musty. He's at the castle ruins. Every single All Sanity that I play, I will talk to him to deliver his letter, and then he'll strike me with lightning. It's just a running gag at this point. He never has anything. He always just hits me with something. Either blows me up or calls down lightning from the sky. So yeah, Super Shroom there, don't care. Take our long trip around the castle. And we'll do the thing that you don't normally get to do. These gaps are actually sized perfectly for Parakarry. This is where you would do something called pie jumps. Shoutouts to Pie. Because, funnily enough, doing pie jumps is actually like 1 second faster than using Parakarry there. But you run the risk of falling to the ground below. Chapter 4 scaled Chapter 1. I don't really need much experience. At this point, I have so much BP, I just don't need more. I'll just level up FP. My badge costs are all, like, really good. Badge that no one really cares about right there. That badge was moved all of one room from its vanilla location. Having done my fair share of 100% runs, I am probably one of the few people that knows what is every single vanilla item location and what it gives you. I'll heal, sure. I have All or Nothing and Power Plus equipped, so Power Smash is actually, I mean, it's fine. It doesn't drop off as bad as Jump does. I actually don't want to attack with Watt. Because I want to destroy... Oops. Whatever. I want to destroy fake Bowser with Mario, so that Watt gets to attack before the Koopa Bros do. Because if you don't watch a lot of Rando, you probably don't see this very often. Electro Dash. Oh, cool. The entire tower gets knocked over instantly by both lightning and explosion attacks. So that really only applies to Electro Dash, bomb attacks, or like the Thunderbolt item, or Thunder Rage. So, with what I currently have left, I guess I'd take the trip to probably Chapter 2 next. There's a couple items on the way I can turn in. Still needing Lunar Stone is pretty big. I can't do anything in Chapter 3, so I'm sort of just funneled into Chapter 2. Although, I might just go check Ralph again and he'll have Boost Portrait and tell me otherwise.
Yeah, Ralph is gonna help you out big time right now.
That does tend to be how these seeds can go. Not all the time, but it is fairly common that because beating a chapter gets you 3 more items to appear in the bad shop, that Ralph can just effectively make the seeds fairly linear if the rando decides to give him items. Doesn't always work out that way. Okay. Well, how much is this? Because I only have 20 coins. If it's more than that, I can't afford it. Okay.
I might be
bleeding
a profit.
Bleeding my wallet dry there, Ralph.
He heard you too. It used to be 10.
True. He's like, oh, you have 20 coins, huh?
Yeah, that's NB phobic.
Oh, it's not Pride Month anymore, but you know, it is non-binary awareness week.
Yeah, that's close enough.
Yeah, I don't need to buy anything here. All right, off to the ruins we go. This is like fairly bizarre that I have no items for Chapter 3. Well, I have a single key, but... Normally, Chapter 3 is like a fairly dense location. Especially with Tubba's Castle. And all of Gusty Gulch. Although, okay. I'm gonna bet we have 2 French vanilla Tubba's Castle keys. They're going to be in Tubba's Castle, just in slightly different locations. It is also worth noting in terms of like randomizer logic, the randomizer never expects you to beat the ruins without having all 4 ruins keys. But there's nothing that stops you from solving the puzzle without knowing the solution by opening up the last door. So typically we would usually end up leaving the very last check behind and just beating the ruins with 3 keys. Oh, hello. Hello, Boost Portrait. Let's see if I can get on this chest. Not cheating, by the way. Anyway. Very, very minor little time save to not have to move these stairs around. So I will place the first 2. It's faster to place the 3rd one after doing the check over here to the side. Very, very minor time save, but it just happens to be that the cutscene for placing the Lunar Stone puts you further left, which is next to where the stairs appear. And we want to keep moving to the right a little bit to do one more check. Okay, so how good is Paracarry? Shame. I only really like to use Paracarry if he is a 1 FP or 2 FP shell shot. But when that happens, those are some of the best seeds for combat. All right, you have 50 HP. Hello. Toot and Koopa. That's fine. I was considering trying to Power Shock him, but Power Shocking Toot and Koopa is the same difficulty as if you were to attempt to Power Shock Bowser. Oops. Specifically Bowser in the hallway fight. Which is possible to do, but it is not possible to get more than like around 50 to 60% of the bar filled. And the way that Power Shock works, JCog has a very good video on it. Filling up the bar does not actually guarantee anything. So if you fill up the bar about 50% on Power Shock, imagine the runaway meter, where there's the little Mario running back and forth, and you fill the bar halfway. Even if it lands such that the little Mario is on the right side, you still fail it. And the little Mario will end on the right side more often, or further right, a little bit more often than to the left. Action commands. So filling the bar about halfway means you have about a like 40% chance for Power Shock to work. Oh, right, they fixed Toot and Koopa. A very long time ago, Toot and Koopa could kill himself with his own spell the second time he used it. We're so close to being done, but I need 2 of the worst items. Tubba's castle keys are notoriously bad because the second key only opens up 2 checks, and the only thing the third key does is let you beat the chapter. So the randomizer logic can really do just about anything with them. Whereas the first key opens up quite a bit of the game. So I'm probably going to exhaust what few checks are left before going to Chapter 3. So, after clearing the ruins, Colorado and his team leave. So we have a check in the tree here. And sad. All right, Ralph, I am literally broke. I would actually prefer if you don't have this item. Cool. Thank you, Ralph.
It might be a profit.
So we're gonna go turn in the melody real quick. It's pretty much the last item I have in Toad Town. Sorry, Pop Diva, we're gonna leave before you finish your song.
I almost wish that was randomized as well.
With randomized music, that does get randomized.
That's so heat.
Randomized music is kind of cursed because this game has a lot of songs that you're only meant to hear for like 10 seconds. Which is why I only randomize the music jingles and not the songs themselves.
Yeah, I'm seeing some chat comments saying something along the lines of like, yeah, do we have time for a quick donation real quick? I'm sorry, that felt cursed. I never do that. I almost never do that, like, ever. So that felt just as weird for me as it felt for y'all.
All right, Blooper's gonna die soon anyway. I don't need to power shock again. Yeah, someday this might get into a mainline GDQ. Hopefully. Would be pretty cool. Yeah, shoutouts to non-binary people. Everyone. This is I haven't used star powers yet, so I don't get a chance to really call this out. The stars that you get in order use the star powers for that slot. So since I freed Mamar third, she was the one that used Starstorm. It's just a fun little addition. I really would like to go get PFD down. Bloopers are always in the order from smallest to biggest. Am I crazy? I mean, I probably am. Oh well. I know I've seen PFD down. I just don't remember where. Whatever, not important. 1 extra damage won't kill me. Let's go see what's in chapter 3. And if I am reading the seed correctly, that 2 of these keys will be not vanilla, but French vanilla.
I've never heard French vanilla before. That's heat. That's such a good term.
I've heard French vanilla for a couple years now. I don't remember who first like mentioned it. Like it took me a little bit to like understand what it meant. And I was like, oh, like, yeah, same, like similar to vanilla, but not quite.
Yeah, that's such like a good term.
Yeah, this was my first randomizer. So like when I first started playing this, when it came out, it was like, oh, learning all these terms from people who have been playing randomizers for like a decade. It's like, oh, there's so many things that are just ingrained. I hate that. So the storeroom key opens up 4 checks in Toad Town. Okay, thank you. 1. Also Ultra Boots. Yeah, a lot of rando communities that have been around for a very long time. Hello, third type of key. All right, I'm good. Because a lot of the paper runners obviously weren't like super into randos before this came out. So picked up a lot of things from like OOT, Link to the Past. Some of the most popular randos, obviously, that came before. And as far as like RPG randomizers go, Paper Mario is probably like the most similar to, or more similar to like a Zelda randomizer in terms of how the item progression plays out than most other RPGs.
That's a really good comparison, actually.
At least that's how I feel about it. I don't know if like people that watch these necessarily agree, but it's like a Zelda randomizer, except you have 50 key items that matter, which is a lot. Like, don't get me wrong, that's a ton. Because I also play a lot of Twilight Princess rando, and to me they feel like fairly similar in terms of just how much you need to actually get and how much every key item like opens up new areas, and not necessarily just like helping you with fights, because most items don't really do that other than the consumables. Oh,
It's gonna sound pretty weird, but this game's rando feels pretty similar to like Bomber Cyberpunk's rando.
not knowing the game, I couldn't say if I agree or not, but
yeah, like in the base game, you're supposed to like spray a lot of graffiti to like get rep, but they change every like 5 sprays into like getting a new check, and then you can have different rep amounts as checks. So sometimes you can get like 20 or like 5 or like 48 or something.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then you just need
I can definitely see the comparisons
to beat the game.
Okay. I couldn't see Mario's nose because he's purple, but it worked anyway. The lineup there is just based on like the tip of Mario's nose, so I wasn't quite sure if he was far enough in or not. Yeah, I've played a lot of Zelda randos. I played a lot of Pokemon Crystal also. It's kind of similar. Pokemon Crystal is probably my favorite of the Pokemon randos just because of how many key items there are.
Yeah, I agree for sure. I love Crystal Rando.
It's just really fun to have like all these key item chains and progression systems. Jump over the Goombas. I would like to not just accidentally delete a Goomba. And so Tubba's heart here has 40 HP, is what it says. But when Tubba's heart hits 5 HP or less, it actually just runs away. So you can kind of think of it as having like 35. So this attack isn't going to kill, but it's going to end the fight regardless. I'm not sure why they programmed Tubba's heart to be like that. I guess maybe if you like tattle it with Goombario, you get a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, not anticipation, but like almost anxiety, being like, oh, he's still alive and he's going to hit me and I'm going to die, but then he runs away instead. Meanwhile, Tubba here has 8 HP and Jump does 14.
He's but a kind little guy. But you heard him like
He
that.
is.
He was just hungers.
I mean, to be fair, all of the boos that he ate were bullying him.
Yeah, it was just self-defense hungers. It's okay.
Yeah.
He can do what he wants whenever he wants.
So this is our last Star Spirit. Technically, there are 3 more, but we don't need to save them. These were the only ones that were shown on Shooting Star Summit. And now we get to go fight the boss gauntlet of Junior Troopa. Well, okay. Duplighosts, Junior Troopa, Bowser, Bowser, Bowser. And Junior Troopa is the hardest fight, in my opinion. Especially with settings like this, where you don't necessarily have all of the tools that you might normally have to fight him with. But we do have a lot of tools, still regardless. I'm gonna toss this mystery so it doesn't interrupt my menus. I'm not trying to use a mystery and die. Would be very unfortunate. But yeah, Chapter 8 here is probably one of the biggest changes. Just overall in the randomizer. As the definitely correct music plays.
I mean, it's close enough.
Yeah, close enough. Okay. The movement I do here is like fairly precise to avoid these embers. They do tend to want to run right into you. And I use audio to time what I'm doing. Hello, Power Plus. How much do you want for this Power Plus? 15 coins? Take a life shroom. Thank you. I don't need Power Smash. Power Plus. Yeah, I don't have any. I don't have like power bounce or. I actually want to take off one of these. Actually, no, for Junior, I'll leave it on. There's a few different badge setups I can do for Bowser and Junior to put myself in a position where they are not really a threat. I don't have all of them, but I can make do with what I have. So, this final gauntlet is... We start from here. If you thought there was more to the castle, nope. This is everything that there is.
Castle's a bit shorter than I remember.
Yeah.
It's like a little bit.
I think Bowser renovated.
Oh, that's nice of him.
Yeah. Let's give Cooper some screen time. Very convenient of him. Oh. Okay. I want to take off Power Quake. I'll leave on Hammer Throw. There's really actually nothing I want on now that I'm looking at my badges again. All right, fine. Save me going back to the heart block. All right, this is Egg. Egg is very scary. I'm going to attempt to power shock him next turn. It probably won't work. Oh, okay. I got lucky. Honestly, we take that. So he's going to transform into a flying egg with a spike on his head at 1 HP. And that is the first of the boss gauntlet. The second one up here being Bowser. Validation block. Can't believe everyone's mail is up here.
I know it can't be in logic, but what if just that was Paragary?
So with this seed in particular, that could have been like Lackey. Just because I didn't need him for anything else. There actually is a way to make it so that Peach's Castle is in logic too now. Because you can open up Chapter 8 early and shuffle the Starbeam into the item pool. So that you just wouldn't necessarily get Starbeam. Okay. Well, the game wants to be nice to me now. I've done a few of those seeds now where Starbeam is just in a random location and you don't get it from the stars in Shooting Star Summit. And it's very strange. If you end up at Bowser here without Starbeam, he actually gives you a hint as to where Starbeam is in the world. And that is the only hint in this game, in the rando. Okay, so I need to take off damage dodges. I mean, that's pretty much it. And the reason for that is I want to actually be taking a specific amount of damage on Final Bowser, such that he won't be able to heal. Final Bowser is able to heal 3 times. Every heal that he does is 30 HP. And he will only heal if the difference in percentage between Mario's HP and Bowser's HP is greater than 25. So we sort of manipulate that by keeping Mario's HP low, particularly at 1. So at 1 HP, Bowser will never be able to heal. At 2 HP, Bowser can heal if he's below 15. And it just keeps going up from there. And obviously, Bowser healing is very slow. So that is the one attack that is most important to block. All of his attacks are technically important to block, but Fire Breath is the big one. He puts up his shield. We Starbeam. And now this is where Peach would be fighting Kami Koopa. And you look over here, and it's already done.
He's quick with it. She's baller.
Apparently she just beat Kami Koopa before Twink even showed up or something. I don't know.
She got hands. She stays strapped.
So, Peach Beam Bowser. Ideally, he does Fire Breath. That's the best move he can use. Just need to make sure I block whatever he throws at me. That's fine. Not ideal, but it's fine. So I'm going to double dip Thunder Rage for some damage. And a Repel Gel. Electro Dash. I just need to make sure Bowser's HP does not go below 15 unless I am going to kill him on that turn. In order to make sure he doesn't heal. Okay, so he's probably going to do a Star Shield on this turn, but I'm going to repel anyway. Since I have Quick Change, I can always pull out Bow. Oh, beamless so far. Okay, okay. This is fine. Mathematically, I cannot do a full attack with Watt. There's the shield. So I have a few options here. I could switch to Bow and do Out of Sight, but it's actually going to be better to eat the Life Shroom. So Mario's jump would do 12. And Watt's Electro Dash does 5. He has 17 HP. Time is going to be coming up when the Star Rod touches Mario's hands. time.
GG's.
GG's. Thank you. That was a fun seed. And the math worked out perfectly. But yeah. Phantom 5800, literally everywhere. I upload all my randos to YouTube also. So if you do a YouTube search for like Paper Mario Rando, I probably show up pretty high up there. Same with like Twilight Princess Rando. And shoutouts to the dev team. They've put in so much work with this rando over the last couple of years. It's evolved a ton very quickly, and it's a very good time. Highly recommend.
Yeah, Twitch chat, you heard that. Follow Phantom right now. Twitch.tv/Phantom5800. Right now, I'm looking at you.
Also, shoutouts to Limey and Helix for running this event today.
OMG, that's me.
Follow them as well.
Thank you. Oh my god, it's me. But yeah, thank you so much for running. That was very fun. Unfortunately, that's it for me. That's it in terms of hosting for me anyways. After this next break, you're gonna be in the capable hands and in the loving mic of Helix13_ on Twitch.tv. So we're gonna be getting set up for the second half of today's event, and after that, after we get set up here in a few minutes, Helix is gonna be back just to introduce everyone again and have a few more runs. I honestly don't even remember what's up. I just know that the entire schedule is just totally banger. I just had to remember what was on my half, so I can hype it up in my head and be like, yes, I'm so happy to be here, because genuinely I'm happy to be here. Genuinely happy to give a platform to all of these non-binary speedrunners. And again, like I've been saying all day, follow everyone that's been on, follow everyone that's gonna be on. But we are gonna be back in just a couple of minutes. See you then.
All right, hello everyone. It is me, Helix, of course. Welcome back, or if you're just joining us, welcome for the first time, potentially, to the International Non-Binary People's Day Showcase on GDQ Hotfix. I am so excited that we're able to do this and put this together. Shout out to Limey for helping out with the planning for this, and of course for posting right before me. Yeah, I'm just really excited. I'm so excited that I don't even entirely know what to say, but you can, I believe the schedule is on screen right now, so you can look at it. You can see what's coming up next. We've got Neon Beats, Cultic, F-Zero, Nightmare Kart, Castlevania, and then someone called Helix running Super Monkey Ball. How did that get on there? But yeah, I mean, stay tuned. There's another 5 hours of non-binary people speedrunning some awesome games, so it'll be a good time. I'm very excited. But with that said, I will stop yapping so we can get into things, because up next we have Neon Beats with Soulmass. Take it away, best of luck.
Hello, I am Soulmass218, and today I'm going to be playing Neon Beats for you. The category is any % plus DLC glitchless. What that means is this game is actually free on Steam, and all of these levels, the tutorial through level 3, are available right now. You can go play them for free. But if you pay a couple bucks, you can also unlock levels 4 through 8, the DLC, a beat further. We're going to be playing all levels in this run, and we're going to be doing them as quickly as possible. Joining me on my virtual couch is another runner of the game, Mina. Introduce yourself.
Hi, yeah, I'm Mina, and I was third place in all music notes, but other folks have been picking up the game recently, so now I have to come out of semi-retirement to defend my throne.
Yes, shout out to Frame Fatale. This is currently the game of the month for Frame Fatale. So we've had some new players coming in and beating some of our times. It's great to see. I'm going to go ahead and get the run started though, so you can get this going. Time will start when I say so. It's a little bit after I jump into the tutorial. So 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, good luck.
This is a really fast-paced run. A lot of stuff's going to go by really quickly.
Yeah, Mina, do you want to explain the basic movement?
Yeah, so as you can see here, this is a platformer. It is a heavily cycle-based precision platformer. If you like frame rules, this is a game to check out for sure. We've got these ropes. They're very finicky. We'll talk more about them when that becomes relevant. You got the bounce pads. So we're going to be bouncing and swinging. There's a music note. We don't need them in this category. You got your cycle-based platforms. Those can be really problematic if you get out of sync. So there's a lot of interesting stuff going on. There's a lot of little micro optimizations that you can make. And it's a really fun game to pick up and play. 47 coming out of the first stage is pretty solid.
Yeah, we're just keeping it safe coming out of the tutorial. Now we're in proper level 1. This is where the game is going to start showing us the way it's going to actually be. This is where we get a lot of the cycle-based stuff that Mina was talking about, and incorporating all of the elements with all of the wall jumping and the ropes.
Yeah, so the thing about the ropes is they are deterministic, but depending on when you come off of them, they do some really unusual physics things. This game has very wonky physics. It's very satisfying when it works, and it's very okay when it doesn't. It's usually in favor of okay neat, but sometimes it makes you scratch your head and wonder why it did that. You also will occasionally see Soulmass turn around and jump off walls. That does give us a little bit of a speed boost. So that's some very high-level speed tech for this game. That's not something that I do a lot of, just because it's something that takes practice that I just haven't put enough runs in to learn, but I digress. Very heavily cycle-based room here. That's about as quick as we can get through there.
Another heavily cycle-based room here as well.
Yeah, and there's some funny tricks that you can do with the ropes in a few of these rooms that we may or may not see. Okay, sure, all right.
That's
so
fine.
as you may have
we'll
noticed,
save it.
we died. But the thing that is interesting about when you die is the ropes do not reset. They're going to keep swinging. So if you fail something and ropes are involved, depending on where you are, it can put you into a death loop. Like, it can cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, I made my best attempt to save that one, but we were just in a bad spot when we came off the rope.
Yeah, it is what it is.
We're
going to see our first instance of the box in this level.
Yeah, beginning of this is very cycle-based. We want to reach the box at a very specific time to save time. 22 is okay. I want to get under 22 usually, but that's fine.
Yeah, 22 and under is what we're looking for. Those boxes will stop the in-game timer. We do base our runs for this game off of in-game time. So it gives you a little bit of a breather. But those boxes are also basically our frame rule. Hitting the ground at late 37 is really strong. So this is looking like a really good level 2 so far.
Bouncing on these bubbles is interesting as well. If you're not holding the jump button when you bounce, you won't get a full bounce like that. That just happened to me.
Yeah, it can be really finicky with the bubbles, but you know, like everything, you can just turn around and try again. Or jump off the wall a little bit there instead of sliding. That does speed us up because sliding is very satisfying, but it's also very slow.
Interesting cycle skip here. We got it.
Yeah, we'll skip the cycles. There's another music note. We don't care about that. We use those ropes to jump through and go a little bit faster than the intended route. We're going to go for the...
Didn't get it.
Yeah, didn't get the risky strat. You can do a fast fall there and then immediately wall jump and get over that spike, but it's really tight.
I'm basically just going for all the swag possible in this run. We'll nail some of it.
That's what you got to do in a marathon showing. Marathon style showcase.
Yeah, 100%. And like so far we're hitting like some of the swag, which is the important thing. And another one of our boxes. The boxes will open and close on cycles. So again, they do kind of act like a hard frame rule. If you miss the bus, unlike Super Mario Brothers, you're gonna wait for the bus for several seconds, and it can be brutal if you barely miss it when you're on a PB face.
But we're going to level 3, which is kind of an on-rails level for a speedrunner. We're just going to be holding right for most of it, and it's consistent time every time.
Yeah, this is also the final level of the free version of the game. And it's a really good taste tester for what the rest of the game is like if you want to check it out on Steam. This first section here is also one very long checkpoint. If you die any point before right here, where we're landing at the bottom, you have to redo that entire beginning. So that's a very, very punishing place to die in this run. We do not want to see a death there at all. It'll basically kill a PB. Yeah, 38-second mark into the box is about as good as we could hope for.
And we like to dance in the elevator, because while we're trapped in here, you might as well do something.
Yep, this is how we validate our runs. You do have to dance in the box when you're riding it. We aren't going to grab music notes on this level just because they're in the way anyway. It doesn't cost us any time to pick them up, so most people will pick them up on any percent runs. And you may notice that it's adding extra layers into the song, which is a really interesting thing about this game. It'll actually add more tracks in as you're picking up those music notes. It's really satisfying when you're running all music notes to put the entire song together like that.
That does
2 out of
sound
3 is
really
not
cool.
bad.
This game already looks very satisfying, so I can imagine.
It is very satisfying once you really get into the groove of it and you can get everything first try. It just takes practice.
Yeah, there's actually a really swag strat that we can do here, but it's not the safest. You can use that rope to jump straight up into that bounce pad and skip going into the bubble, but it's fairly inconsistent.
Yeah, way too inconsistent to really try.
Now we're getting into the paid levels, level 4, one of my favorite tracks in the game. We're going to start to see new gimmicks in every level now.
And try and go for the early cycle on the elevator here.
Oh, you barely missed it.
No,
For
right
the
down here.
green
Right
wall.
here, I mean.
Yeah,
There
got
we go.
The fast fall. Oh, perfect. 28 seconds is really strong. Alright, so we're going to start seeing diverging paths in this level. That's one of the gimmicks that we're going to see a lot more of throughout the rest of the game. We've got a little bit of portal action too that'll come into play with the split paths, which makes for some really interesting gameplay choices when you're learning the run. That
Those
is
green,
not great.
the green platforms are a little slippy. So I slipped right off of that one.
Yeah, we can jump straight across both of those ropes though. A little bit of a break from the wild antics of that level, and then right back to clearly but legally distinct from Mr. Angry Wall. Oh no. How did that happen?
That's a very hard timing jump right here. You have to jump at a specific spot.
I was about to say, that looks really easy to miss.
Especially because it's not on the screen.
You got the long jump on the rope again
Yeah, the
too here.
RNG is like giving me marathon RNG.
Classic Hotfix behavior.
All right, we're going into my favorite level. This is level 5. I call it level vibe because a lot of it's just chill vibes until like I actually go to speedrun it, because I go for everything that's IL tech in this level, so wish me luck.
Yeah, this is also our introduction to gravity switching. So now we're going to be going between the floor and the ceiling, and that'll also come into play with the alternate paths. So there's a couple of different choices that you can make in this level. There is, of course, an optimized faster path, but some of them are safer than others, so it's kind of up to the runner unless you're pushing for, very specific milestones. You kind of have a lot of freedom of choice on this level for your route. I got the swag strat there. Not having to touch the wall saves quite a bit of time on that jump.
I'm going to take an intentional death here.
This is actually tech that we discovered
With my recent
well,
PB.
You discovered it with your recent PB, and then we validated it while we were warming up and getting ready for this. By dying there in that room, it sets us up perfectly for the blinking platform cycle and for a green moving platform cycle at the end of the level, unless we squander it.
I got bad jumps there for some reason.
I love when strats are discovered and validated right before a marathon run.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get to see the fruits of that labor, but it is what it is.
I don't know. We'll see what cycle we're on when we get there now.
Yeah, you never know.
We are in undiscovered territory at this point.
Yeah, but in theory, we spend half a second dying there, and it saves about 2.5 seconds, I think, roughly over the course of the level. It's pretty substantial.
Gonna say, that seems like a really big payoff.
Top path is definitely the fastest here.
Yeah, this game is incredibly optimized, especially the IL records. I don't even touch the IL records because they're just so beyond the pale.
Yeah, this is the only level that I've really pushed the IL for because the rest of them are very, very optimized. All right, what cycle are we on? We're on good cycle.
Yeah, we're still in the good cycle. I mean, all things considered, like finishing 208 is still pretty solid for level 5.
All right, level 6. Now it's going to start getting really intense.
Yeah, this level is a little anxiety-inducing. We're going to start to combine more of the mechanics together. And now we've got the gravity switching, we've got the portals, we've got ropes. Jumping in and hitting the ceiling there does give you a fast fall. It does save some time. If we're really, really spicy, we might be able to make it into this box here. Oh, barely got it.
Whoops, accidentally. I was pogging off, so it's like, oh, and then I jumped out of the box.
Yeah, that's not an intentional death to save time later.
I was just excited because I got to that box in time.
Hubris? Yeah, they tried a couple times during our like warm-up hangout to get that and weren't able to get it, so getting it here, very, very cool.
Yeah, I literally learned that ceiling bump from the IL right before while we were in the green room. So I've only hit that elevator like once before. That was hype. Here's a quick fall.
Yeah, it's just barely possible to make that. Yeah, this room for some reason trips a lot of people up. This spike room trips a lot more people up. It's very tight, a lot tighter than it looks. I have lost several runs to that room for no clear reason. And now we're gonna get into the most satisfying movement in the game right about now. We just jump and hold right, and you just fly, and it's really fun.
Don't jump too late here, though. Otherwise, you will fly into the sky and die.
Yeah, you do not want to jump too late, but it's mostly jump and hold right, and then you feel Galaxy Brain while the level just plays itself for a couple seconds.
Yes, sir.
We'll see that again in level 8 at the very end.
It was very satisfying. I can give it that.
This is a level that most people really, really hate.
Which is ironic because it's my favorite level in the run. Like that jump down, skipping the top rope is a swag strat. If you're really spicy, you can jump through before the spikes come back up, but that's probably not marathon safe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we're just going to try and hold right, and I should be on the cycle I want to be on now.
Yeah, we're looking like a good cycle so far.
I'm not going for the double fling in a marathon.
I didn't even go for double fling on PB attempts. It's really risky. 40 seconds into the box is good. Get a little bit of a break from the wild action. And then we hit the ground, and we're right back into it. Here's Mr. Angry Wall's cousin again.
Mr. Angry Wall, I love it.
Yeah, shoutouts to old Mario Maker races from GDQ's many moons ago. That was a really fun level.
I take a little double back here just for safety. To put me on the right cycle.
If you can stay on the right cycle, you can just go straight through that room, but it's really hard to stay on that cycle. we'll just go ahead and swing across. 119 into that box is pretty solid.
Yeah, it's about where we want to be.
And I get into another little hold right and fly section.
Yep, this is the grand finale for this level.
That jump there at the end is so scary when you're first learning it.
All right, we are already in the final level. Level 8 throws everything at you. It's way harder than the rest of them. I'm going to focus up, have fun, and enjoy watching this.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to be quiet until we get to the first checkpoint because this is a very punishing death if something goes wrong. All right, we're through the scariest part. Now we're gonna start seeing everything come together, like Soulmass said. So we've got the blue spikes, we've got the bounce boxes, we've got portals, we've got gravity switching. They're throwing the kitchen sink at you on this level, and it's very satisfying when it all clicks together, and you can make it through without anything going wrong. 49 into the box, could be better. And caught the lip there, unfortunately. We've got more ropes. This is a very scary room if you die, because you have to jump off those ropes while they're swinging. Yeah, this room can be a little sketchy when you're learning it, but Soulmass is going to get straight through it, no problems whatsoever. And we're just going to go as fast as we can through here. You would normally go up top for all music notes, but this is not all music notes. This is any %, so we're going to ignore the music note. Go around this one here 3 times to get the momentum to get up to the gravity switch. And into the box at 125 is pretty solid. Going against the treadmill from yet another angry wall. This angry wall has a GAT, so we need to avoid the bullets coming off of that one. And now the bullets are going to chase us through the portals, which is really fun until you die to it and get mad. 150 into that box is good.
All right, home stretch.
And here is the grand finale run through. And a time is going to be when Soulmass lands on the level end platform. And that'll be coming up in about 20 seconds or so.
Yeah,
so
we're
be ready
close.
on that.
I'll call it out.
A very, very satisfying hold right moment here. Do a little bit of flying.
And
Neon Beats.
Time.
Well, that was sick.
That's
very good.
That's really strong RTA.
Fun time, very fun time. Thank you so much for joining me, Mina.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me on.
Where can people find you?
For being on.
I'm all over the place on social media as Mina Angura, some combination of that. 2dx.pro if you like going to websites that don't have security certificates, because that's my link tree. I do stream, but I'm kind of taking a break right now because, like another commentator earlier, I am very Dawn Trail pilled and playing a lot of Final Fantasy XIV. Soulmass, where can we find you?
You can find me at Soulmass218 on twitch.tv. I speedrun this game as well as numerous other games. A lot of stuff that's atmospheric, like Shadow of the Colossus, Journey, Abzu, lots of stuff like that. I just want to say thank you so much for Helix and Limey for putting this together, and GDQ for allowing us to have this International Non-Binary People's Day celebration. It's great to finally have a day for us here, and thank you so much. Also, a big shout out to the Binary Breakers group on Discord. Thank you so much for being so supportive of all of non-binary speedrunners. And going to throw it back over to Helix. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. This was Neon Beats.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was really satisfying gameplay, and I really appreciated your commentary. Very insightful, lots of game knowledge. I feel like I learned a lot just watching that run, which is awesome. We are going to get set up for the next run here, which is Cultic by Forte, so we will be right back. But as we're waiting, do me a favor, join the official GDQ Discord if you haven't yet, and you can add the hotfix role, so you can keep tabs on upcoming events, talk with staff and showrunners such as myself. Shout out to Parallel Universe, the show that Limey and I run. And more, of course. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for more info. So while we're taking a break, join that Discord, get yourself the hotfix roll, and also make sure to stretch and hydrate and all that stuff. We will be right back with Cultic in just a few minutes. Hello again, everyone. I told you it would only be a few minutes. I'm back. Happy International Non-Binary People's Day. Our showcase continues. Let's just get right into it. Up next, we have Cultic with Forte. I'm excited for this run. Yeah, for this run. This is a super fun run. So much so that apparently I cannot speak. Good luck. Take it away.
Hello. This is Cultic. Really cool first-person shooter. Very fast kind of game. I guess I'll just start with counting it down. And time will start in 3. Oh. Let's go back to menu because I also didn't click the right thing. Time will start in just a second. Time will start in 3, 2, 1, go. So this is like I said, really cool first-person shooter where we just kind of kick our way through everything. I have jumping, kicking, and our dodge, all bound to a singular button that does everything and allows us to go really fast with it. And because of that, I get to kind of just skip over things like that entire pit area that is supposed to be a whole entire small area. Whoop. And then we'll also be able to, I was hoping to skip this small area, but that's fine. But yeah, we're just kind of jumping around, kicking, and everything's bound to the singular button here. As a background of the game, it's a one-man project, if I remember correctly, that just is I've always kind of considered it Doom style, except for you can actually aim with your mouse, unlike Doom, which makes it a really cool game. On top of having some really fun and cool weapons and gameplay, right now I'm just kind of killing some time waiting for an enemy to spawn that breaks down this wall here, and that allows us to kind of move on. We got our key, and the key is all we need to finish this level. So we'll come up here, hug the ground, because going through water, if you're touching the ground, you get to keep your speed. If you're not, you go much slower. And then we're entering the second level here, grabbing some upgrades here, grabbing a health pack, and heading out here, trying to get out of the water as soon as possible, because being in the water is very slow. We go through these vents here and kind of just crouch and kick through all this. Anytime I'm indoors, I am crouching because you kind of want to avoid you want to be in the air as much as possible with these kicks, and crouching just obviously makes you slower. What are you doing? I'm trying to go through this door and he's just bullying me. And then we're going to kind of try to line up here. It's an annoying little kick. We're trying to jump up here, but there's a railing on the side, and also try not to fall off. There we go. So we have to kind of navigate around the railing, but also jump up at the same time. And then this allows us to come in here. And at this point, I should probably talk about the fact that this is any percent inbounds. This game has a lot of out of bounds you can do on pretty much every level in the game to skip a grand majority of it. But the issue it is just kind of a little less fun for me to run that. Some of the clips are really inconsistent. So instead we're doing inbounds. So that level there, you can kind of fall underneath. You can kind of slide underneath one of the floors, and that allows you to skip it. For the first level, you can just kind of jump over the inside area, and so you can just, again, skip it. But so there's a lot of out of bounds that is really cool. This level, you're supposed to do a whole bunch of puzzles, or not necessarily puzzles, but just collect items. So you're supposed to collect some parts to lower that bridge that we just jumped around. And then for this, you're also supposed to collect the key, but instead we're just kind of using our jump kicks to dodge all of it, and allows us to just enter the back area of the level and get inside. And with that, we can just hit the switch and get onto the next level. And this is where you really get to see what out of bounds would look like if we were doing it. So what I'm doing is totally inbounds. It's normal. That was completely inbounds. If I went on the right side, it'd be out of bounds, but left side is inbounds. So we get to skip one of the longest levels in the game by just clipping through that singular wall. And and just pushing yourself completely inbounds through it.
This run is like so silly, but simultaneously so cool.
It's really funny. So we're grabbing this upgrade for our gun. Oh, I wanted to grab the torch just so I can have lighting. It's not necessary, but it makes it a better viewer experience. There we go. So this is what are you doing there? Probably my least favorite level in the game. It's honestly really cool as a casual level, but it's one of the few that everything can go wrong, and when it does, it really just, it doesn't even waste a lot of time. It's just annoying more than anything. But we're kicking through the water here, because even underwater, it is faster to just kick. And then going to try to jump along the ground here. Going to grab some health here as a safety. And so the upgrade we grabbed at the beginning of the level gives us the ability to kind of launch ourselves upwards. It's supposed to knock back enemies, but it also pushes ourselves backwards. And so we use that to give ourselves a little boost on our jump, which, as we're already able to do a whole lot on our jumps, you can imagine just gives us the freedom to skip things, like the entirety of the bottom section of this level. And then there's just a hole in the wall there for some reason, so we can just skip right to the end. Once again, skipping an entire puzzle that you're supposed to do. Go collect your... Oop. I got knocked off there. Not too bad. Again, we'll skip the end here and not fall off the elevator this time. I'll just play it safe and continue to crouch. But, yeah. We just kind of skip everything by going through a hole in the wall there. I gotta... we get to listen to the amazing soundtrack of this game a bit more, which I'm never upset about. And then here we're going to collect some equipment, and then we're going to do our only kind of like arena fight of the game. We're going to start off by throwing 7 TNT right here. And we will not explode them for a little bit, but you'll see why in about a minute and a half. This level, we're kind of just going through waves of enemies, finding just small chunks of them, and at the end of every wave, we get that slowdown. And it gives us a chance to collect some resources. And so we'll be going through every wave. It's really where we get to see kind of the variety that this game has in terms of weapons for a FPS. But if you have anything that you want to talk about, Helix, that's all up. Go ahead.
I got you. Looks like it's definitely hard to speak and play this game sometimes. There's a lot going on here. But, yeah, I figured I would just remind everyone that if you would like to support GDQ Hotfix, you can do so by subscribing to the channel. Your subs, Prime Gaming subs, gift subs, and bits cheered on the GDQ channel. All of that helps support Hotfix. So if you're enjoying the content, this non-binary day showcase, if you enjoy the regular Hotfix content that goes on every week, please consider supporting the Games Done Quick channel. Also, shout out to the dev who is in chat and just straight up dropped the key for the game. You love to see it.
Yeah. JSAWS is active in the Discord. Very nice, and has always talked about the game. Has always like tweeted out anytime someone's done a run for it, and I know has been on GDQ itself when this was run at GDQ a handful of years ago.
That's awesome. I love when devs are supportive of speedrun communities. It makes things so much more fun, and also as a runner, it's nice to not have to worry about things being patched.
Yeah. So we're on to our last wave here. We got some of the special enemies that spawned. The only one that's important is these ghosts that fly up in the air. Because they are awful. And I luckily killed the only one that spawned quickly. But they'll be a problem in the next handful of levels. And then we got our boss here, which I'm going to shoot once and kill. The entire reason why we dropped all the TNT dynamite earlier was to be able to one-shot that guy. And just negate the entirety of that boss fight. But we're on to the Asylum grounds now. This is grab, switch, hit switch, move on to the next one for the first like half of it. Something I guess I haven't talked about is, so I'm playing on a older patch of the game, And part of that is when you open the command console, I am healing up there. Whoop. I was going to say, you can avoid taking damage when you fall by opening the command console. I closed it too soon there. So when I'm doing these far drops, I am opening it in midair and then closing it right after I hit the ground. I did it slightly too soon, and so I took full damage and died because of fall damage. But yeah, we hit our switches. We're going to kill these two guys to get them out of our way and grab this barrel. With this, we're going to jump up here, jump up, shoot, jump. With that, and then we're going to quick save and quick load, and then we can jump out of the load to hit the end of level trigger. Enter our third to last level, Asylum. This level is where ghosts are a problem. They are something that slow us down as we walk, like so. And then they also get through the window, throw things at us, like that chair. And if you notice, I went from 50 health to 2 health. They deal an absurd amount of damage with those. And I hate them because of it. And they will be a problem through this level because they can shoot and throw things at you even if they're not in the same room as you. So as we're trying to barely survive, we're going to do that, and then we're going to be fighting with that. There I use our alt fire, those shotgun upgrades that we grabbed earlier, to skip doing some rooms, and then we're going to skip and go up to the top of the level. That is only able to be done because we can land on that platform. We can't just jump up to the next level because there's invisible walls around the railings. And so we have to make it on those specifically. And then we're now on our second to last level, where I'm going to play it a bit more safe because I'm taking more damage than I'd like. If this was any percent, we could just clip through the wall over there. But we have to stay in bounds, so we're going to come down here, grab this key here, make sure we close this door on our way out because those guys, whoop, we got sniped in midair. I was going to say those guys can block a door and then also block us and do exactly what that like night thing did and knock us into the lava and kill us in just one shot. This guy's being mean. He's just going to kill him. They're really annoying. The big issue with this level is every single one of these enemies will jump at us and try to knock us into the lava. So even if I'm playing it safe, as you can see, I'm just kind of getting knocked around. And so if I make a jump at the wrong time, I just get knocked directly into the lava and die. But instead, we got through it, take my mortal enemies, spiral staircases in this game, to open up and remove the lava wall to grab this key. This allows us to go back up here, go through a slightly better spiral staircase that I still hate. That guy was just really small for some reason. Grab a couple resources and then head into this last chamber. where there's just a whole lot of enemies that we're going to try to avoid. And this is why I don't like spiral staircases. It's really easy to just fall off them while trying to move fast. And so we take just extra damage for no good reason. And then we're heading into the last fight. So time will be on the last hit. But first we're going to grab a whole bunch of resources here and then upgrade our grenade launcher. Going to grab these 2 upgrades. One gives us an alt fire that deals more damage. And the other one allows us to have more ammo in the chamber. I don't know words. 2, 3, 4.
Talking up, that's how you know this is the last level.
So we're shooting him 4 times with the alt fire. It opens up his, it breaks his like shield gate things, and that's time.
Oh,
it's a
so
quick
fast.
fight. Yeah,
I was gonna ask if there was just a boss, or if there's anything afterwards, and then that question was answered for me.
Yeah. It's unfortunately just shoot and then kill very quickly. It's actually a really fun fight casually. It just can be cheesed so easily.
Well, great job on the run. That game is always a treat to see. Just kicking through everything is so funny, but it's so fast-paced.
I love this run.
As you should.
Like I said, it's really fun. It's a really easy game to learn. The haste has a really good tutorial for it. It's really quick. It's a great time. And the dev is fantastic and always nice. Always fantastic to work with, as he's also dropping keys in here.
Yeah, that was really cool.
But yeah, thank you for having me on. Thank you for hosting this, Helix. It's always fantastic.
Where can people find you on the internet if they so choose?
You can find me at Forte SOS. I'm pretty sure I'm that everywhere. I don't stream as much as I used to because work, but I do stream occasionally. This Timefall 2 or some randomizers with friends.
All right, well, thank you again. That was awesome. Thank you all for sticking around. The fast-paced gameplay will continue very soon because right after this we have F-Zero GX. And I know some of you have also been waiting on Nightmare Kart. That is coming up right after F-Zero. So I guess we have a little bit of like a racing game block for you. And then following that will be Castlevania and then Super Monkey Ball to close the event. Thank you all so much for being here so far. We're going to take a quick break. Once again, another great time to get up, stretch your legs, go get some water, and we will see you all again very, very soon. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the International Non-Binary Day. International Non-Binary People's Day. There's a lot of words there. Showcase on GDQ Hotfix. I'm Helix. We have F-Zero GX coming up. If you know about this game, you know extremely fast-paced. Will be a great time. Real quick, before we get into that, if you've missed any of this mini marathon of sorts so far, or if you've missed any other Hotfix content, or any VODs from SGDQ, what have you, if you've missed any of your favorite GDQ content and you want to go back and see it, you can always go to youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. Make sure you're subscribed. For those of you watching on YouTube, by the way, thank you very much. Please like the video if you're enjoying what you're seeing. But with that said, it's time to race cars around at absolutely blistering speeds. Elite Spud, take it away. Best of luck.
Hey, I'm Elite Spud, and I've been running this game for a couple months now. It's very, very hard, and the nerves are like, they're getting to me, but we're gonna try to do our best. There's gonna be probably a lot of retrying and a lot of little bitty things that try to trip me up, but we will overcome. AKC is on comms.
Hey everyone, AKC12. Some of you guys that might know me, I'm a long time F-Zero GX player, modder, researcher, And instead of playing, I'll be commentating and guiding you guys along the speedrun.
AKC knows way more about this game than I will ever know about this game, and he's going to give you all the information while we're playing, because I really need to focus, and I needed a commentator who could do that, so I'm good to go whenever y'all are. And
Ready whenever you are.
3, 2, 1, go. I just PB'd on this mission in practice, so let's do it again.
Not gonna watch the cutscenes?
No.
I guess it's a speed run this time.
Yeah, we got time. We gotta go fast. Going fast involves skipping the cutscenes. I love the cutscenes. If you have a chance to go watch the cutscenes, please do. They're
Gotta go fast.
same devs that made the Yakuza series. That's all you need to know.
Alright, so chapter 1 here. So, disclaimer, this is on very hard difficulty, so much more difficult than playing on normal. You only need to beat the chapters in normal normally to progress through the story mode. But you get some unlockables if you beat it in hard and very hard. Basic concept of this chapter is to drive through these capsules. These capsules are smaller than they look. If you graze through it, you'll probably miss it, so you gotta make sure you drive through them pretty well. And as you can see, there are a bunch of capsules, especially at the end, so you've gotta plan out your path. You do need all the 3 laps to get all the capsules, otherwise you just won't have enough time if you just drive sideways or backwards to get any that you miss. And as you can see, she is using her boost power, which uses up her energy on the top right to go fast. You do need to use it, otherwise you won't be able to clear in time. And so far, no real mistakes that I spotted. And this little bit there is tricky, and just as I was gonna say, it's pretty precise.
I smelled blood in the water because I think that was going to be a PB if I didn't get it, or if I got it, but I went for it. I gambled.
You're a racer. Gotta go for it.
Hey, I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, as you notice, she's not boosting in lap 1 due to the long-standing F-Zero rule of no boost in lap 1, at least in most games. Now let me talk about some of the techniques she's using. The 2 basic techniques are quick turning and momentum throttling. Quick turning is basically an inside drift where you initially perform the inputs of a drift turn, which is holding... Yeah, that's unfortunate. A drift turn is holding both trigger buttons and steering. That will make you do a drift turn where your machine will go sideways and outwards. But if you're turning left, if you do a drift turn and then release the R button, you do a very, very sharp left turn, and vice versa for a right turn. And that's the basic way of turning in this game, and it's the sharpest and usually the one where you lose the least speed other than basic stick steering. And when she's boosting, you might see that her engine turns off, the fire goes away, cuts away for a moment. She is releasing the A button to basically decelerate more slowly between boosts, because when boosting, after a boost, you are locked away from boosting for a couple of frames, depending on how fast you're going, up until 10 frames. So let's see if she gets it, and she does. Nice.
Yeah, doing the MT where you cut your gas off in order to basically like let the momentum carry you forward, that saves a lot of time everywhere, and it's very, very important to optimize that. It's amazing how much time you can save with just that one technique.
Yeah, the faster you go, the more effective it is. So we have chapter 2 here. For whatever reason, Captain Falcon's in the canyon on his vacation trip or something. And he meets up with Goro and his gang. So they go into a race where they bet their machines, although Falcon could have just drove away, but he likes to show Goro what's up.
He's bound by his code.
Oh yeah, it's a bounty hunter. So yeah, those rocks, they hit hard. You hit one, it's likely a retry unless you know how to shift boost, which I'll get into at some point. Lose a lot of energy and a lot of speed. And yeah, normally when you're playing through this the first time, you'll probably boost through, try to get ahead, but the AI will just speed ahead because it's technically cheating. It has a lot of extra speed and energy, a lot of extra energy to keep ahead of you.
I think Goro's functionally immortal on this mission.
Yeah. It can fall off, and when it does, it doesn't recover. But that will almost never happen, although it has happened twice very recently for Spud, so... But it doesn't look like it'll happen this time. So the main thing you want to do is save your boost until the end, so you can pass Goro and stay ahead of him as you finish. And while doing that, you have to dodge all these rocks at the end, but with some practice, you just know where to go, and that's Chapter 2.
Oh, that was smooth. Well done.
That's the easiest hard mission there is.
Still looked cool.
Yeah, they throw one of the harder ones at the start. Mission 1 is surprisingly difficult.
Alright, and Chapter 3 here. Falcon needs to cool off from his trip and nearly losing his machine. And he goes through like an 80s style bar. It looks ridiculous for 2600 or 26th century. But yeah, the chapter is just a 3-lap basic race on a story exclusive course. Like, although it's a shame it's a story exclusive, it's one of my favorites in the game. And unlike the 30 racers and normal races, there's only 12 to, I guess, ease the player into racing.
Baby's first GP.
Yep. I don't think there's a way to... Well, I think in practice mode you can set any number of CPU. And Elite Spud just tried to do a shift boost there, and a shift boost is basically going off the edge of the track and coming back on quickly, and for whatever reason, due to the game's physics and collision or whatever, you get a pretty big speed boost. And you can also get it by lifting off the track for a couple of frames and landing back on it. If you do it right, you gain speed that way. And the key to this chapter, which a lot of newer players struggle with, is taking full advantage of those jump plates to cut the corners and even gain speed in some cases. Those jump plates are key in this and any course that has them.
This mission is really easy as long as you don't really beef something.
Yep. Yeah, just use up your boost. Yeah, once you get it down, it's no challenge at all unless you fall off or screw up going for something risky. And that brown stuff there is a dirt zone. If you pass through that while holding the accelerator and not boosting, you lose speed. And that's a pretty nice rail slide to finish things off.
Rail sliding is made up of a technique called MTSing, which I have not done yet in a mission. I'm going to be doing a lot of them in Chapter 7.
Yeah, Blue Falcon's MTS is honestly one of the better ones among the non-customs, but other machines can do much better ones. But in some cases, she'll show it off. So Chapter 4 here, he comes up against another gang for some reason. He has a target on his head. He is a bounty hunter after all. And this is basically a death race from F-Zero X, which, by the way, today is F-Zero's X anniversary for its Japanese release. Forgot how many years, over 30 or so, I think, or close to 30.
Best music in the game. I want to see your dancing emotes.
So yeah, the main objective is to go through his gang. You usually want to kill most or all of them, and then you need to take out Michael Chain and be the first one to cross the finish line. A lot of weird conditions. But yeah, the basic strategy is to boost a lot. That will force everybody else to use up their boosts, which makes them much easier to take out, like she is demonstrating by spinning and winning.
Spin to win.
Spin win, baby.
My benchmark is like 11 before this big refiller, so there's my benchmark. Good. And a bonus one.
Yeah, gotta be careful because they will bite back, and if you side attack or spin attack as they do their own spin attack that can lead to all sorts of things. Sometimes you'll gain a lot of speed, but more often than not, you'll bang against the wall and lose most of your speed.
This game is built on the Super Monkey Ball engine, believe it or not, so there's a lot of things where the physics just kind of go out of control, and you want to minimize that, but sometimes the Monkey Ball just takes over.
If you know, you know.
I have no idea where this third guy is.
Yeah, some of them would lag behind, or they hit a butthole or something. I don't know.
Monkey Ball, my beloved. That honestly does not surprise me. The physics in that game are kind of weird sometimes.
So as you can see here, Michael Chain slowed down once she took out the remaining gang member. He also does it automatically if there's 5,000 meters left. But he is no challenge to Spud this time. This has been a challenging mission for her at times.
They look gold.
PB true? I can check actually.
I don't think it was.
157.
On the splits
yeah,
it is,
157 now.
Pretty good. Anything sub 2 is really good. This is the blink and you miss it mission.
So Black Shadow's causing havoc, committing terrorism, being the bad guy he is.
Running riot in the lightning area.
So Jody is hurt, and we need to rescue her and be the hero. So we're inside this pipe, inside the power plant, and we have to go through these closing gates that don't fully close for whatever reason, because it's not doing its job, but thank God for that, otherwise they'd be dead. So she is driving through these green capsules, just like the ones in Chapter 1, except green. They restore some energy. And while
These are
she has
so
to...
tiny.
And these gates are quite narrow. Same pattern every time, so you can memorize where to go. And with good use of boosting, MT boosting, and let's see. No.
Didn't give it to me. That gate is full crap.
It's a mystery, that gate. You clear it most of the time, but there are times where the game just says no.
Whoa.
Lost drift there, but saved it.
Yeah, we're very, very carefully moving the analog stick to avoid the drift. It's basically the entire game is you want to steer just sharply enough to get where you're going without going into a drift state, and it's a very, very difficult thing to do. See if it lets me through this time. Cool.
Nice.
That mission is full of
not bad.
MTing. If I don't MT, you can get to that gate like right at 40 seconds, but you can shave three plus seconds off if you just momentum throttle your way to victory.
Yeah, and you also want to minimize the use of strafe if you want to go for a fast time, because strafing will cost you some speed, but it's a good way to help clear the mission at first if you struggle with it. Alright, we have Chapter 6 here. If you guys have watched the old classic movie Speed, this mission is basically speed. You need to not go below a certain speed, otherwise game over. Explosions. And it's a really long course, 46 kilometers. That's about, usually the average clear time is about 2 minutes 40 seconds. It's fairly narrow, a lot of turns, and then you have to go through civilian traffic. And the neat thing about some of the traffic is there are buses, you can't take them out. But the smaller civilian cars, you can take out for energy too. So if Falcon was like Homeladder or some evil antagonist, you can do that for just to get a slightly faster time if you really want to.
There's also a challenge to complete this mission as slowly as possible because there is a minimum speed you have to go. That's a hoot.
Yep. Top 3 player FIFA has recently done that. He bound the accelerator to the C-stick to get analog input on the accelerator, and he was able to get a very slow time of 3 minutes 53 seconds. And yeah, he got close to dying many times, like going below 710 or 710 kilometers in normal mode. In very hard, it's 800 or you die.
You talked about edge boosting yet on the boost plates?
Oh, I have not. So with dash plates, you can go through the middle, get the dash plate, and all hunky-dory there. But if you're feeling spicy, you can drive parallel across the edge of the dash plate. And if you do that, you'll essentially get the boost twice, and it's a significant time save, even at lower speeds, if you get it twice. And the faster you go, the more benefit you get. But you only want, like, part of your machine to go over the dash plate and not the full machine. If you do the full machine, you won't get it. But yeah, it's an essential thing to try to get them when you can, especially in lap 1 or when you're going slower to, you know, go faster, because that's the whole point. And also another neat thing about this, so I mentioned earlier you can take out the civilian cars. Those same cars teleports ahead once you pass them. And the machines that you destroy also get teleported ahead. They don't just disappear. So it's possible to destroy one or multiples of those machines and then run over them later and basically lose the mission because of that. So it's risky if you want to go for that.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, it happened to me one time randomly, and I got crazy over that.
Here we are. This is the run. This is the run right here. The whole thing.
Yeah, this is where it ends or starts, basically. So Chapter 7 is very famous for its very high difficulty in Chapter 7, the Dark Souls-like difficulty, where the Blood Falcon and Black Shadow are roided up to extremes here. The course itself, I mean, there are no walls at some parts, at some dangerous parts. The course itself is not the challenge, it's the AI here. There are the top two, Black Bull and Blood Falcon, they're much faster than usual. Very hard to keep up and even pass them unless you're very skilled and perform shift boosts. And upcoming are some mines that it looks like she'll take advantage of. Got some decent speed. It's possible to hit 2K if you are really precise. And through that ice turn there, she performed what is called an MTS. It's basically a drift where you gain speed by releasing the A button and holding on the trigger button that is opposite of the direction you're turning. So that doing all that will make you gain a lot of speed and will save a lot of time for sure if done well.
You see, I can like really catch up to these guys when I start doing the MTSs on the start of the lap.
Yep.
And then
Normally
right
machine's top speed ranges from 1,000 to 1,100, and through that ice turn there earlier, she was able to hit 1,500. So yeah, you can clearly see the benefit of learning how to do a momentum turbo slide, MTS. Now we've hit lap 4, and this is when the Black Bull and Bloodhawk go crazy and spin attack you at every chance they can get, as long as they're nearby. So this is a very dangerous moment if they catch up. I think you're good now. It depends on how fast they go here.
Please go away.
I got a little back bump there, lost some energy, but you lived. Oh, very well
really
done
good
there,
dive.
Spud. Yeah. Alright, it's the final stretch. Unless they boost all out and do rail slide themselves. You got this. Nice.
First try.
Very well done.
That was
Awesome.
really impressive. Great job.
God, that was hard.
Was that a PB too?
I don't think it was a PB. It was a gold split on my split. Oh, it was. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
All right.
The game doesn't save at the end there unless you got a new time. So yeah, that was like a second faster, I think, than I've ever done that. Hello, Loki. He's here. Hi. He just can't. He can't be. Please don't step on the keyboard, dude. Just go over there.
Cat spotted.
Come here. This mission's fun. I like this one. This is my favorite one.
I love the course design here. Could do with less obstacles and mines, but you've become champion. Deathborn, Black Shadow's boss, vaporized him because he failed his job. And now he has to take matters into his own hands to claim the belt so he can destroy the universe. Yeah, typical villain stuff. Lap 1, he's pretty hard to pass unless you're really good at clearing mines and gaining speed from them. You want to clear as many mines as you want safely. It's very possible to hop over walls or lose a lot of speed with these mines, so take some practice to get used to. And that's a very nice MTS into a quick turn. Well done.
Just learned that like 3 days ago. I'm proud.
It is honestly one of the funnest things you can do when turning, other than just a straight up MTS.
I'm gonna pass him, hopefully in a safe way, and we're just gonna like never see him again. He gets real aggressive. Oh, he's back.
Yep. So the Deathborn AI is the only time where it will ever do side attacks. It'll do spin attacks as well, but yeah, just a little neat fun fact.
Yeah.
Just gotta be spot on with your machine control and positioning to do well in this course. Can be a challenge at first. She still has 3 laps, including lap 3, to get ahead. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just gotta avoid
just like
another
chapter
mine
7
and
is
you're good.
5 here, which is weird. Normally you can't do more than 3.
Yeah, some of you guys may remember the famous CGN speedrun where he gave him a 30-second head start and he was able to just pass him at the end.
Go watch that speedrun. If you're watching this right now, like afterwards, go watch CGN play this at GDQ. That run is amazing.
It honestly like re-energized the GX community and brought a lot of new players to play the game. So CGN, if you're watching, we thank you for that. And yeah, hope you're doing well, man.
Yeah, the best I can manage is giving him a 10-second head start, so seeing that much more than that is just incredible.
And through the middle of the lap, well, I mean, in Chapter 7, there are these fire zones, the red, flaming hot zones. You lose energy if you go through them, so she's trying her best to avoid going over that as much as possible. And yeah, as you can see on the map tracker, she's decently ahead of Deathborn, so just gotta keep it clean. Can honestly play it safe and still come out with the win. What else haven't I talked about? I think I talked about the main techniques already. Ooh, scrape that inside turn. Alright, 320, not too bad.
Dang, I really like that cutscene. It's one of the Chapter 8 cutscenes are like my favorite, but not watching them today.
Yeah, he basically falls into a lava pit. I mean, the whole thing's a volcano, basically. And now you get to go up against the devs, or the staff, or the creators, as
The
they
literal
call
creators
it.
of the world.
Yeah. Some self-insert there, but that's cool. It's a goofy game. So this course is pretty dangerous. It's basically the N64 Rainbow Road. No walls. A
Who needs
lot
walls?
of... Yep, who needs walls? The the world record for this chapter is honestly one of the most impressive. You can, since there are no walls, you can just do shift boost pretty much anywhere. So you can probably exceed 3,000 potentially at some points and just zoom through this map. But if you miss one, that's run over. Yep. So there are the long sweeping turns, the sharp turns. Take some practice to navigate those turns without dying. And there is a big jump here. Yep, I was going to say you can go off the side early to get some air and get a pretty big lead on the staff ghost. This fella here can end runs, honestly, if you miss most of it. Very skinny, and it's going through a curving section, so that makes it very tricky.
Yeah, lap 2 refilling to max is very important.
And by the way, this is the final chapter, so the run's almost over all of a sudden. Basic strategy here is to boost a couple times once you get your boost, and then save it for the upcoming jump here. And you'll see why in just a moment. Ooh, that was close. That was very close, but you kept it in. So she did a pretty large jump, which nets her a lot of speed, because as you dive down, you gain speed. And it's essentially rinse and repeat after she did a good job with getting the refiller. About 1 second ahead of the ghosts, but it used up more, if not as much boost as Spud has so far, so it just comes down to execution now. Just past that lip there, so... And time.
Time. Oh.
What a run, GG.
Very well done.
So,
Actually, a PB?
If the restart on chapter 1 doesn't count, like if you start the timer from the time I beat it, that was a PB.
Oh yeah, awesome. Awesome job. Great run.
Yeah, I mean, you absolutely obliterated your estimates.
Yeah, it's all for chapter 7, so like getting that first try is just amazing.
I was gonna say, I totally understand why it was so high, but yeah, great stuff. That was awesome.
GG.
Any shoutouts? Anything you'd like to say?
Oh my goodness. Shoutouts to my cat here. Let's get him on screen because he's been around. We love Loki here. I stream this game probably a lot more coming up than I have been. I do speedruns of Luigi's Mansion. Shoutouts to my wife and the Binary Breakers and both of the communities, F-Zero and Luigi's Mansion. Love y'all. Thanks for watching me play.
Yeah, thank you for playing. AKC, anything you'd like to say?
Oh, totally not playing at all. Spud, keep doing what you're doing. You're progressing great. You've been showing a lot of improvement and giving this game a lot of good showings. Yeah, shout out to the entire community. Honestly, yeah, just thank you, everyone. Don't know what else to say at the moment.
Yeah, that was very wholesome. Thank you both so much for being on. That was absolutely phenomenal. I had a lot of fun watching it. The non-binary People's Day Showcase will continue in just a moment. We have Nightmare Kart up next. I know a lot of you have been excited for that one. I am excited myself. Joker will be showing off a lot of the game. I don't know too much about the game, but I know that Joker is incredible at it, so definitely stick around for that. And that will be coming up right after a quick break. Do not go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to the International Non-Binary People's Day Showcase on GDQ Hotfix. I'm Helix. Our racing plot continues. I'm really excited for this. I know a lot of you in chat are too. It's a Nightmare Kart. Joker, one of the top runners. This will be a fantastic time, and let's just get right into it. Joker, take it away.
Oh, welcome on in, everybody. My name is Joker, as Helix said. This is Nightmare Kart. I'm very excited to be able to showcase this. This was a solo developed game released earlier this year in 1.0 by Lilith, she's done a fantastic job with this. It's a kart racer version of her Bloodborne PSX demake that she did. This is called Nightmare Kart because it had to be legally distinct because of some legalese kind of issues. So we call it legally distinct Bloodborne Kart or Bloodborne Kart at home. But you'll notice that a lot of things are going to be very analogous to Bloodborne. Fun story, I've never played Bloodborne. I just like this game. So we're going to go ahead and get started. Timing starts here as soon as I hit new game, and then we've got a few menus to go through. I want to keep something up here myself. All right. If everyone's ready, I'm ready to go in 3, 2, 1, YAG!
Good.
All right, so
best of luck.
Thank you. So we are meeting with the Dream Watchers as we go through these early menus here. Can usually enter a name. We're just going to leave the name as it is and the voice as it is. We also get the option between the Hunter Kart or the Hunter Motorcycle. We'll take the Kart, because it's the easiest option to take here and the fastest option to click on. But it also has better handling and a lighter weight than the motorcycle, and that will come into play here as we move on through. One of the things, one of my favorite mechanics of this game actually is the fact that every kart starts with the same top speed. And I can explain that a little bit further in depth here. We're getting into the tutorial, and then we're saying goodbye to the tutorial. Nice little tutorial skip that just makes things a little bit faster for us. And we go to our first track, the Pocket Dream Circuit. It's the standard of, racing games. Easy circuit. It's, just a nice little oval. And we get exposed to a lot of the early mechanics of this game. I am doing a drift slide hop to help build up one of the things you're going to see in the top left-hand corner. There are a few different things. That's great RNG. Anyway, so the blue vials you see there are the Aether vials. Those are used to primarily for your boost. So when you see me use the button, use the X button on the Xbox controller, there we go. We're going to avoid that. I'm using that in order to get my own boost. We also can drift boost. So you will see me do very similar to older Mario Kart games and do snaking. So I will start the drift, go back and forth with the drift, and then try to get a drift boost out of it, and also build up a few Aether vials to have my own boost going through. We do want to collect some different weapons here for the top speed reason. Health Transfuser is actually the best defensive option. What you saw a little bit earlier, there is a blue shell type of item, but the Health Transfuser gives us a bit of iframes after we use it. So we can use it to avoid the blue shell, which will save a lot of time. So you're going to see me cycle through weapons very, very often in order to try to get a health transfuser so that I can just save time. Otherwise, I want to kind of pick up some weapons here and there to use specifically to kill enemies like the skeletons on the track. The reason being is we also want to try to collect blood droplets. Blood droplets directly affects our top speed. If you look down at the bottom left, that was a mine that somebody placed down, that's nice. If you look down at the bottom left, we do have the speedometer. The bright red line is actually our top speed. Our top speed starts at a constant pace, but will increase the more blood droplets we collect throughout the run, throughout that course. So we want to kill monsters on the course to get more blood droplets. The more blood droplets, the more top speed. And obviously, the more top speed, the faster we go, but also the faster our boosts are. So the jump boosts and our drift boost and our normal boost are going to be faster the higher top speed we have. But now we're on to our first, real kart course of the game, Melodia Expressway. There's a pillar there. This does have a lot of enemies. We're gonna probably get hit once or twice here, but that's okay. As long as we keep our health high, we don't die, we're gonna be just fine. That was weird. We got ourselves a health transfuser. We're gonna say hi to George, and bye, George. He just likes hanging around there. This is rough RNG. Sometimes the computer can the AI carts can just get all sorts of crazy weapons, wild weapons, and just kind of take us out. Other times they just kind of walk around and start going the wrong way sometimes. You might see that on a couple upcoming tracks. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen. But yeah, this is just your true first course. We get introduced to a boss here. Somebody died, so maybe I could pick up some blood droplets there in the second lap. That would be really nice. Big boss scare. We just ignore him. We can't really kill that monster, so we just drive around him.
The chat was absolutely popping off earlier. All your subs and gift subs, your bits, your prime subs, that all supports GDQ Hotfix. So thank you everyone for all the support. It's very much appreciated.
Yeah, the bits and subs are fantastic to allow programs like this and the weekly GDQ programs to happen. So thank you all for that.
And if you want to learn more about those weekly programs, you can go to gamesdonequick.com/hotfix. There's programming almost every day.
All right, we are coming around to lap 3. I don't see where... Oh yeah, we already passed where that computer died, so one of the other AI racers probably picked up the blood droplets. If you die, or you'll see that mainly in arena fights that would come up if that happens. But if an opponent racer dies, they do drop all of their blood droplets. So you can pick them up and gain all sorts of absurd top speed from that point. But that's the case in point of find the health transfuser, hold on to it. You may not be able to kill as many enemies, or you're going to get stopped as you try to run some of them over, but you're going to save a lot more time not getting hit from that blue shell. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on and keep thinking about as you're playing. One of the other things you want to keep an eye on, you do see the top left-hand corner, the other bars. There's 2 bars, the red and the green. Those are, the red is your health. Obviously, if you lose your health, you die. You do respawn on the course, but it's a long time. So, we'd obviously like to avoid that. The green is our stamina. And much like, Bloodborne, much like any other kind of Souls-like, we use the stamina when we boost, and in arena fights, and beyond the arena fights when we get the melee weapon as one of the weapons we can pick up. The more you use the stamina to boost to use your weapons. So if you're out, you don't get to use them. So we want to make sure we keep an eye on that as it's going through. We are on to our first arena fight. And I gotta thank Lilith. I believe it's patch in version 106. She changed a few of the item spawns for arena fights. You used to be able to pick up more Aether Vials and blood droplets. She completely removed the Aether Vials and I think lowered the pickup rates of the blood droplets, which made these fights so much faster because we are able to get more weapons. And obviously the more weapons is better so that we can try to take down the other team. We need to get 10 kills in order to move forward. So we are doing our best. Anytime you see skeleton died in the bottom, in the left-hand side, that's good. If you see anything else, that's usually pretty bad. That means one of our teammates got killed. So we obviously want to make sure that we're getting as many kills as we can so that we can kind of make up for that. We're the blue team, so our score's on that bottom right-hand corner. This is not great RNG. The computer is actually playing fairly well, but we're doing okay. We got 6. I'm getting a lot of blood droplets. Can I get these during races, please?
I was gonna say.
One of the nice things, though, is that with the Hunter pistol, if we are lined up properly, we can actually get, we can fire off all 3 shots immediately, and 3 shots will kill just about every enemy. So if we can land them, that's fantastic. That saves us a lot of time. One more kill. One more kill. Oh, come on. There we go. That is the first arena fight down. We do have a few more variations of arena fights coming through, and I think that's another one of the things that I really enjoy about this game is that while you do have races, there are arena fights that are varied. Not all of them are just kill the opponents or like a team deathmatch kind of thing. That was the first team deathmatch, but we are going into our first boss fight. This boss fight is a combination of a chase down and a combination chase down and then arena fight. Of course. In the chase down section, we want to see the Hunter pistols because that gives us a better opportunity to hit Father Gregory. In the arena portion, we actually want to see the shotgun more often because that will do more damage overall. But if we can get lucky and get 1 or 2 pellets off with the shotgun, that's pretty good. That's not a great chase down sequence. We didn't get a lot of pistols and we didn't hit a lot with the shotgun, but that's fine. So now we're in the arena portion of the fight. We want to hound Father Gregory. There is a quick kill that we could potentially do should everything line up properly. And of course the RNG is not super playing nicely, that's okay. There we go, that's actually really good. Getting those 3 shots with the pistol is really nice. Gotta keep an eye on the sort of mini-map there on the right-hand side, at least to see where each person is. We want to keep Father Gregory over in this section as much as possible. There is a minigun that can spawn. We want to keep him away from that minigun for his next phase. Also getting hit a lot, so I really got to be careful there. Boost and keep up with him. Yep, there, okay. That's gonna be a little bit rough now. He picked up the minigun. So we gotta be really careful. Okay, so we did phase him. Now we're on to phase 3. He leaves the cart and immediately starts hounding us with the minigun. We should be fine. I would much rather prefer to see the pistol here because I can keep my distance. And because he picked up the minigun, I wasn't going to be able to use it. He still killed him. So the quick kill, if we keep him from getting the minigun, we pick up the minigun ourselves and just barrel him down, he may show an X symbol or dash symbol over his head. We can do what's called a visceral boost, where we just boost into him and deal a lot of damage. And usually that will get a quick kill in that phase. Unfortunately, RNG just wasn't kind to us there, but that's okay.
This is so unique as far as kart games go. Like, there's so much going on here that I have not seen in a kart racer.
I love the blending of. There's like a blend of so many different things going on. Also, I think I barely avoided it, but not really. There's so many different things going on with combat, with weapons, with like the tracks, the aesthetic, just in general. It really is probably my favorite game of 2024. Just also because of the fact that Lilith has been consistently updating it, listening to the community, working with the community members to like fix some bugs and do a few things here and there to change up and make things just a little bit better overall in general. It's very nice.
Yeah, I mentioned it during cultic, but it's really nice when devs are just super supportive of their games community. It makes it a lot more fun to play, and it's a lot more fun to be involved with the game better now.
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the reasons why I think I like it so much, is that there were a lot of patches pretty quickly after release, and most everything was just bug fixes, couple of changes to like items. There was one change that didn't go over quite so well at first, but especially as speedrunners were able to kind of work it to our advantage with the blood droplets. One of the early versions changed how the blood droplet amount worked, so you get less when you're in front, but you get way more when you're further back. So in a couple of the later courses, we can use that to our advantage, so that we get massive top speeds very early on. But otherwise, she's been very, very great about being communicative and the updates, so I've been very appreciative of everything. And especially like as the updates to the arena fights, where she took out the Aether Vials and for the most part reduced the amount of blood droplet pickups, that made those fights a little bit more enjoyable and way faster. That first fight in the early days of this speedrun, we would actually sit, we almost couldn't get the 10 kills before the time ran out. So the fact that we were able to do it now is fantastic. Also, that's a bounce, but we're okay. We're already on to lap 3 of Forbidden Forest. Forbidden Forest by far is my favorite course. The design of the track is actually really cool for me. I really enjoy it. Did not mean to use that there. It's okay. But also the music. The music in this game just in general is so funky to me, because if you listen to this, it does not sound like it should belong on a course like this.
Yeah, I hadn't really paid attention to it, but I definitely understand that. Like, I've been sort of not paying too much attention to it, but it's been in the back of my head. I've been listening to it this whole time. It's like, oh yeah, that doesn't really... It's funny though. It's not bad music either. Absolutely.
It doesn't feel like it fits the aesthetic, but also I think that's why I like it, is because it's so much different. It feels like it's more kart racer style music than like something that was taken from Bloodborne or, a horror game plugged into a racer.
I was gonna say, it doesn't fit the aesthetic, but for the kind of game this is, it still works.
Oh, that's a gold flip.
Oh wow, good job. We yapped that whole time too.
Yeah. That is, like I said, one of my favorite courses, and it's a breeze to go through for me. It's a lot of fun. This is the most broken stage in the game. This is an arena fight. It is a boss fight. It does change up the arena format, so it's not like I was saying before. It's not necessarily your team deathmatch. It is 3-on-1, but it's more of a capture the flag type of boss fight. And when I say broken, you will see exactly what I mean here in there. Yeah, so if you notice, I still have the insight. I respawned back to my base with the insight in hand and tossed it into the goal. I'm imagining that's not supposed to happen. I'm not 100% certain exactly what it is. I believe what makes sense to me is that the insight seems like it's coded like a weapon. So it goes into your weapon slot, overrides any weapon that you pick up that you already have when you pick it up. When you respawn, if you're respawning like in a regular race, you keep your weapon for the most part. Oh no, that's not good. But you do, drop the insight if you get hit by something. So I need to make sure I try to get that back here. Okay, we're good. But I believe what's happening is when you respawn with the weapon, you just respawn with the insight in hand. So you can get to 5 pretty quickly. One of the things in this is that the further along you get in that fight to 5, the more aggressive the AI gets. So you will see 2 or all 3 of the sisters crowd around you as you're trying to respawn, which made that a little bit tricky. But yeah, that was a pretty good fight. We're on to aesthetically my favorite track of the game, but the course itself is a little rough for me, or at least driving it. It's the Great Clock Tower. I love this, where we kind of go through the clock tower into the bottom of the library. The thing is, we're going from the bottom of the library to the top, so we are moving fairly slow uphill. So it does take a lot of our speed down. So top speed is very, very important here, so that we can maintain as much speed as we can moving forward. There we go. Sometimes we do use the Beast Razor to pick up on enemies that may be in front of us, because it gives us a big leap forward without having to use boost. So it's kind of nice to be able to go to kind of jump a little bit forward and also potentially get a hit on somebody. But yeah, I just love this look of going into the clock tower. We're not too far behind.
No, the visual presentation here is awesome.
Yes. The visual presentation of this entire game is really amazing. I love old school kart racers, Crash Team Racing, old Mario Kart games. I'm not usually pretty good at them, but for whatever reason, this one clicked with me. Plus, it feels like a good combination of Crash Team Racing and the handling, but also the earlier Mario Karts with the drifting. You don't have to watch the second meter to get your drift boosts. You don't have to hold it for a certain amount of time. You can just flick the control stick back and forth to build up that drift boost. So it feels really nice to control. And the fact that the top speed is the same across every kart also means that there's not really... There's no having to determine which is the most optimal kart. As long as you can handle the karts, you can use any kart to beat the game on either ending. One of my favorite kind of meme categories for this was come up with the name was by my. We call it Hoggers %. And the reason we call it Hoggers is because we use the giant boar as our cart throughout the entire race. It's more of a New Game Plus kind of run because you don't unlock it until you beat the sisters in that last arena fight. But it is very difficult, but a lot of fun to do. The giant boar has the worst handling, the largest size, and the largest weight. So it is very unwieldy to use, but it's really fun to try to do, especially the hidden boss fight with.
I think the variety of this game also plays to its benefit. I think for, obviously not everybody, but for certain people, kart racers can become kind of samey, but with the amount going on here, I feel like that kind of helps that not be the case.
Yeah, it's varied in all of its courses, tracks, and fights. Like this is kind of a standard team deathmatch styled fight. However, we get a different gun. We don't have to worry about picking up guns. We just have the Noble Pistol. The Noble Pistol uses Aether Vials to fire. So what you're going to see me do is a lot of still in place drift boosting, and a little bit of old school spawn camping. Because we need to get to 10 as fast as we can. So we're just going to sit and do a little bit of spawn camping to get to our 10. Again, the Aether Pistol does do 3 shots will kill, so We want to make sure that we have at least 12 Aether Vials in. That'll happen because I did get chunked out fairly early on, so I'm not surprised by that. But 6 already there in that section was pretty nice. There's a little bit of a glitch there. Sometimes when you transition out of a arena fight or out of a cutscene, or you die, it will still maintain the status of whatever buttons you had pressed. So I had the brake on when I died, doing the drift boost or the drift turn. So it held that on as I moved forward. So respawn and still kind of held that in, but you just have to press the button and get back. Surprisingly enough, that's one of the very few full glitches in this game that we've been able to find so far. So pretty happy. Someone did mention the game does have fully voice acted cutscenes. Obviously, speedrun, we're not going to get to see them, but play this game casually. It is free to play on itch.io and Steam. Go pick it up yourself. Go play it. Watch the cutscenes. The voice actors did a fantastic job. This game is well worth. This game is worth $20, and yet it was released for free. That's just how good this is.
Yeah, I was gonna say the fact that this is free is incredible.
Yes. So go pick it up. If you like kart racers, if you like Bloodborne, even if you don't like either, give this game a try. We are on to the next arena fight here. It is a blood droplets fight, so we have to collect 4,000 blood droplets across our team. So ideally, we're hanging around here by where the werewolves respawn. That's going to give us the most blood droplets we can pick up. Boost into him and take him down. The nice thing is the werewolves do die to a couple of boosts. So if you don't have any weapons, you can just essentially run them over twice, and you can get the kill. Okay. There we go. Pick up some blood droplets that dropped. And a pretty easy fight.
All right, well done.
Right. I love this course. It's probably my second favorite track. It is legitimately a tight race within the mansion. It's 7 laps, but it's very, very fast. Also, there's a giant boar right in front of us. But yes, it is a very, very tight course, and it's one of my favorites, because it is very small and it's very fast, but also there's some points where the AI will get turned around and they will just start driving backwards, especially if they get hit in midair through that jump. The AI just kind of messes up and doesn't know what to do, so they just start driving backwards. And it's very entertaining to see, but also kind of throws you off occasionally because they'll just come barreling straight at you, and you kind of have to move your line to get out of the. Oh no! Okay, I thought I hit the health in time. I didn't. But that's okay. We'll catch back up here very quickly. So yeah, that is what can happen though on the jumps. If you get hit by anything, you will fall, and especially on this course, if you fall, you have to essentially go back and finish up the course, or finish up that lap. So unfortunate. I thought I hit the health pack in time. Guess not. That's okay. Did not mean to use that. One of the other neat things here is if you use an item right before you would pick up another item, it gives you another copy of the item you just used, which can be very, very handy in arena fights. It can be very handy if you have a lot of, if you have a health transfuser that you want to time right, use and get another copy of. It's a really neat little addition there to the items. I was a little late on that as well. If you have to time that just a little bit right. Essentially, as soon as you see the orbs starting to hover over you, you need to use the health transfusion immediately. It will iframe the entire thing, and you take no damage, and you just get to waltz through. If you do it a little bit late, it'll iframe the last couple, but you'll still spin out from the hit. So it's something to kind of keep an eye on timing-wise. All right. We're moving on to our third boss fight, the final boss fight of this run. There are two categories here we use, either submit life or refuse. The refuse gives us a special boss fight if we collect 3 specific items in these boss fights. But we're gonna go fast, so we're gonna avoid picking up we're not gonna do the final boss fight. It is very difficult. It is a lot of fun. But you have to find 3 moon shards across the 3 boss fights in order to activate it, and then hit the refuse option in the last check. This is Nicholas. Give me 3. Yes, I got 3. That's good. All right, so I only got 2 there, but that's okay. Good. Nicholas just likes to run around, and occasionally he'll loop back. He'll take the jumps and jump back over. So we just kind of wait for him because it's a little bit faster for us to not chase him down. Oh, I'm a little too early there. One of the things you'll see is if an enemy has the red light on them, you can't hit them. But if they have the white light on them, you're free to hit them with your weapons. So we want to try to get as much in as we can there on Nicholas. So that's the first phase of the fight done. We have a second chase sequence here. That first chase sequence, we have to loop around, force him into the arena. It's a little bit tricky, a little bit difficult. This one, much easier, much faster to get through as well. Nicholas will go through that teleport, as you heard. There's a little alcove right here, and we just slide right on down, push him into the arena. And we have another arena fight here. I don't necessarily like the melee weapons as much. That's really good damage there. Alright, so we want... Yeah, I'll take the shotgun here. Alright, second phase down. Now we're on to the third phase, the chase phase of this. And this can be a really, really sketchy phase if you're not careful. You do have to keep up with Nicholas. You do have to take the correct teleporters. Otherwise, you will go flying off. You will respawn at the very beginning of this sequence, and you will lose the boss fight. So you have to be kind of careful and know where you're going. And there's a couple of jumps here that can be a little bit scary. This one's kind of scary because it's blind, drop down, and your boost there, if you do the spin in midair, can send you off the wrong way if you're not careful. So, got to make sure of that. There's one other jump. This jump can also be very sketchy. You can lose it fairly easily. We're going to pick up the Noble Pistol and start wailing away on Nicholas as he's kind of flying through. Getting unlucky there with those shots, though. But this is nice, so I can hit him twice there. And we kind of just cycle through this jump section again, which is really nice because we can use the spin in midair to get more Aether Vials so that we can then shoot him. Okay, just gonna make sure I can actually hit him through this. There we go. So once that happens and you hear Nicholas scream, I'm just gonna drive off.
This cannot be happening!
Oh, okay. Goodbye.
Yeah, goodbye. We're just gonna go float into the ether, into the void.
Fun field trip into the void.
Fun field trip to the void. But because we triggered the ending lines, we still killed them. So we just go off, and then we immediately respawn back in the air, and you get to see the AI go through some of the teleporter sections here. Go through the different jumps, and occasionally it'll go through the teleporters. We are on to the last race of the game, Rainbow Road at Home. And I say that because once you see this once you see that, this is a long course.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
This also can be very sketchy because everyone will jump out to a pretty big lead. I got chain wheels, which was pretty nice, but there are a lot of weapons and items that everyone can pick up, so it can be sketchy, can be a little bit scary if you aren't careful to get weapons, or if you're like in the middle of the pack as everybody starts chasing you down. Especially that jump, I've lost record pace runs to that jump specifically because I got hit in midair with something. So it can be a little bit scary, but we don't mind sitting back in the first lap, either back of the pack or second or third, because that does give us the opportunity to get a few more blood droplets out of these, these beasts. So we'll take that, and we'll. I'm gonna go ahead and use that now, just so I don't die and potentially lose everything. All right, but so we took down Nicholas, and we should be fairly smooth sailing. Nice little library section up here with some weapons and skeletons that we can just run over. Even there's the health transfuser, so we are good to go. So we'll run over some of the skellies, get some more blood droplets, and get to repeat it all over again. Like I said, this is a very, very long course.
I am going to take a moment here to shout out GDQ's next all-women and femme speedrunning event, because that is coming up sooner than you might think. Flame Fatales returns August 18th through 25th, and you can use !FF in Twitch chat to check out the schedule. And let us know what runs you're looking forward to the most. It's a cool schedule. Definitely check it out.
Yeah, the Fatales have been doing some fantastic work. Please go watch them. They deserve all of the love. They're doing such a great job, and I'm excited for Flame Fatales. It's going to be a meme-filled, fantastic week with great runs and great people.
Absolutely. I've gotten to know more and more of them over, my time working with GDQ, my time being around speedrunning in general, and it's a great group of people.
I love those turns right there with the boosts in the turn. Once you get enough speed, you can just kind of drift through it, and it just shoots you forward so fast. There are some times where if you run over even like a skeleton or a bird, you just kind of freeze, almost as if you didn't have enough speed to really run them over, but you just kind of boost out of it and you're all right. We are really schmooving on this course. I'm pretty happy with how this has gone. I've had really good ones, and I've had ones where I just cannot get out of 8th place because people keep throwing back mines or killing each other, and it's real tough. So having a very easy and almost casual at this point dream course is actually really nice. Oh, somebody died. Sometimes it's nice to note if somebody has died, especially if they're pretty far behind, because laps 2 and 3, you can potentially pick up their blood droplets. It just makes things so much easier. But because we're already on lap 3 and we're already at the end of the course, it doesn't really matter. But it's a nice couple things to keep an eye out on. And I'm gonna go ahead and heal just because I can. There we go. And we're moving on to our final stage. It is another fight, another arena fight. This is the last person standing arena fight. So everybody's going to be gunning after each other. There's some skeletons out on the course, and we want to try to avoid them. There's also a pit of death that we absolutely want to avoid, because it runs into this. You run into the same issue in the pit of death that you do kind of at the start of Pocket Dream Course, where everybody's so together with weapons, you are very likely to catch a stray bullet and just die. We also want to be careful with the skeletons because they do way more damage than you would anticipate. So we kind of just want to avoid them. And there's no healing for a little while. There are some power-ups that will spawn after a set amount of time. But we can't rely on those. So we have to kind of play careful, let everybody kill each other off a little bit. If we get some good weapons and good spawns, we'll be okay. But like there, I just took half my health getting hit by something. So really got to be a little bit careful now. Although getting a double kill actually is very nice. Plus having another person dying helps out a whole lot. So we're down to 5 altogether. Boost out of real way, boost out of real way. Oh no. We're cutting. Okay. There we go. I think I somehow. Okay. I was afraid of that after getting hit the first time, but that's okay. We've got plenty of time until the estimate, so we're gonna go ahead and restart this. That's the one scary thing about Pocket Dreamfield is that if you get hit, you run the risk of losing a lot of health. But if you can avoid it and you play well, you can have like a sub-minute fight. We're also not going to do the drift boost to start this fight. So by holding A and B, you can do the break boost, I think is what it's called. And it does get you Aether Vials, but if you miss it, if you miss time letting it go, or you let it go incorrectly, you actually take damage. So we're gonna avoid doing that because we don't want to take damage here. Alright, the AI is killing each other off, and that's really helpful. There goes Nicholas. Also, the other nice thing about this fight is that it is all named characters. So the various characters in the game, all make their appearance here. Okay. We're down to our last, we're down to Father Gregory, I believe. So, yep, Father Gregory. So time is coming up soon. As long as I survive this, which I should, I've got no health issues. There we go. Time is coming up as soon as I hit the submit life button. That is kind of the any percent version of this, and it's the faster run. So we've got one little last cutscene here with exploding carts, and we're gonna submit life, and that's time. Yep, 42:16 is what I see.
And by the way, I noticed that our wonderful producer here just posted a link to the game in chat as an announcement, so go check it out. It is free.
Yes, it is available on itch.io, also on Steam. Itch.io does allow you to tip or to pay what you want for the game. So please go support Lilith. She was in chat. I think I saw her at Botster. Yep, there she is. Yeah. Go support this game. Go support Lilith. She's made a fantastic game. Her itch.io also does have the Bloodborne PSX demake, which I highly suggest checking out. That's next on my games to check out. This game is so much fun. It's such a blast. If you like the old school PS1, PS2 kart racers, especially if you like Crash Team Racing or like Mario Kart 64, those kind of games, definitely grab this and check this out. It's a lot of fun. Also, Lilith, since you're here, please make sure that please try to fix the start in full screen bug. It never saves it and always starts in full screen. Love you. Thank you so much. Other than that, no, it's a fantastic game. It's very well made. It's a blast. Please go check it out.
Yeah, Lilith has been in chat this whole time supporting Hotfix, so please return the favor, support Lilith, get the game. Thank you so much, Joker. That was awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
This game is an even better showcase than I was expecting.
Yeah, well, I'm glad. I'm so happy it got in. You can find me just Joker here on Twitch. You can also find me on Twitter, just_Joker, J0KERR. And also, I want to give big shout outs to Binary Breakers. Love that crew. We've had so many of the breakers on throughout the course of the day. If you feel like you are breaking the gender binary in any way, shape, or form, please give us a follow on Twitter, binary_breakers. Shoot us a DM. We'd be happy to talk with you, happy to get you into the fold if you feel like it's a place for you or that you fit in. But yeah, otherwise, love you all. Keep supporting Hotfix. Thank you so much for having me on.
That was awesome, Joker. Great job. Yeah, stay tuned, everyone. We have... let me bring up our schedule. I know it's a Castlevania game. It is Castlevania Portrait of Ruin, run by Lonely. That is coming up next in just a few minutes. Do not go away. The International Non-Binary People's Day Showcase. So many words on GDQ Hotfix will return in just a few minutes. Back again to the International Non-Binary People's Day Showcase on GDQ Hotfix. There are only 2 runs left. Up next is Castlevania Portrait of Ruin by Lonely. Once again, let's get right into it. Yeah, show us how it's done.
Alright, what's up everybody? I'm Lonely. I used to be Brooke. It's still cool to call me Brooke if you want, but I'm going to be going by Lonely here. This is Castlevania Portrait of Ruin. Going to be doing the all bosses category for you today. Last time I ran this on Hotfix, it was a big blow up, so I'm hoping to have my I'm hoping to run it back today. With me I have Jupiter Clan. Do you want to introduce yourself?
I am only here to comment on how insanely sick Lonely is at this video game.
Thank you. But yeah, I drew my smiley face. It's my thing I always do with this game. I am ready to go if we are good on the countdown.
Absolutely.
Alright, we're gonna get going in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, so Portrait of Ruin, all bosses. This is a relatively new category, and there's a lot of tech. The first one is gonna be right here at the start. It's a frame perfect trick. Nice, got it.
Ooh,
so that's a banner
go.
skip. Do you want to talk about that, Jupiter?
Let's go. Yeah, sure. So that tech is what? Not even a year old?
Not even a year
Someone on
old.
the Discord just happened to point that out. And it's a potential 1-second time save for every new area, but it is frame perfect.
60 frames per second.
Frame perfect tricks right out of the gate. All right.
So all bosses, pretty simple category. Have to beat all the bosses in the game. OOBs are allowed. And this game has very broken out of bounds tricks, including the first one I'm going to do right here. Oops. So yeah, this is a suspend glitch. Basically, if you transition to the right and pause at the same time and then suspend, you can get wrapped around to the left side of the room, and that pushes you up in the map. And I use that to skip the chase sequence at the beginning of the game. I'm going to do another suspend glitch here to skip the first area of the game. We will need to come back because it's all bosses. But this does save a lot of time doing things in this order.
Excellent.
There, I unlocked the slide. Lets me move fast with the tech called slide switching. Slide switching is very hard to say, and also the fastest form of movement for now. It's also very pleasing to listen to. You get to hear the Jonathan Charlotte.
It is iconic. This is what portrait speedrunning is all about right here. Now, it's worth noting that Lonely made those zips look very easy. They're quite scary.
Yeah.
Because if you overshoot, your run is dead. So far, it's been all first try.
Mm-hmm. Gonna do the first partner jump here. Partner jumps, you see them a lot more in the no OOB category because you don't have access to the broken zips, but they're still useful here. We use that one just to get up to that warp early. And because we're gonna need to warp back here later. So to talk about the general route of this category, we want to get the broken stuff early. It's basically the idea, and we're gonna get one broken thing right here, which is the strength boost. Strength boost is a spell for Charlotte. She casts it, and it provides a temporary strength buff. Gonna be very useful on some bosses. So yeah, one thing that's important in early game is this enemy RNG, which was not great in this room, but you win some and lose some, because the Uko backs earlier were very good.
You know, Lonely, I'm a little bit concerned. It looks like you've only got one potion. What are you going to do about healing in the future?
Yeah, so that would actually be a huge problem. I would even go as far as to say this category probably wouldn't be possible without the tech that I'm going to do. There's a glitch debug thing in this game called, we're not quite sure why it works, but there's a thing in this game where if you touch a certain point of the touchscreen, you get infinite potions. It's maybe a debug thing, maybe a glitch, but either way.
The way it works is so specific. Yeah, I'm on team. Leftover debug. Very useful though. It's a good thing that it's in here.
Yes. No OB we could probably get by without it, but all bosses it is absolutely necessary. So this is a big
Another
skip.
First try.
So we are now at the end of the game. I could actually go fight the final boss right now. I will not, but I could. That's the final boss over to the left right there. Two things though. If I go fight the final boss right now, I'm very weak right now, and even with infinite potions, it will take literal hours to fight him. And also, it's all bosses. I have to go satisfy the category requirements. The important thing, and why I came there early, is to get speed up. Speed up is one of the most important items we're going to be getting. Missed the banner skip. It's fine. Speed up obviously increases your speed, makes you move at, I actually don't know the exact values, but much faster than normal walking speed or even sled switching. Another partner jump here to get up to the Kaiser Knuckles. And then I will be taking a safety save. This next zip into boss fight. We're going to be zipping into a boss fight, and the zip and the boss fight are both very scary.
Ordinarily, Kaiser Knuckle requires flight, so it's incredibly good for this point in the game. It multi-hits, and it's reasonably strong. I'm sorry, did you just equip some darts?
Oh yeah, I won't be using them on this fight. Oh, oops. I won't be using them on this fight, but actually, should I equip them? Hold on, I don't want to think about routing stuff right now. Oh, that'll work. I'm used to equipping them from an old strat I do, but I don't use darts on this fight anymore. So this is a start day. Very RNG heavy boss. Okay. Pretty decent pattern. A small thing you're going to be noticing is for every boss orb, which in Jonathan and Charlotte mode you do have to pick up, I'm going to be pausing after I grab it, and that's just because the pause cancels the orb lag.
Much like with banner skip, that is a surprisingly new strat. For many years, people just didn't skip the orb. But it's a free couple of seconds every time.
Mm-hmm. So here, I am going to get purposefully cursed. We are looking for the kiss. The kiss. The kiss. Nope. There we go.
There we go.
Not too bad. You want to talk about this, Jupiter? Because I cannot talk and do this at the same time.
You know, you gotta focus on this, that's understandable. So Wind is our quest giver in this game, and he's a little confused. If you say the right things at the right times, he'll just keep giving you the same reward over and over. And for that particular quest, where you come in cursed, the Blessed Ring reward sells for a ton of money. So all you gotta do to activate that, when you're accepting the quest, you press start rather than A, and you can keep redeeming it. It's just that simple.
This also only works
some more money
on, or it doesn't work on the European version of the game.
Yeah, they wised up and they patched it, but for speedrunning, we gotta go with the NTSC version, just too useful.
Master Ring. So the way the shop works is the more stuff you buy, the more stuff becomes available. So we're gonna buy and sell the Master Ring to open up some stuff in the shop. I wasn't counting. I think that's 9.
In particular, we're going to be looking for what is arguably the best weapon in the game, the Holy Claymore. It is a greatsword weapon, very strong, and it's holy damage, which is absolutely essential for the final couple bosses. This game expects you to have something strong that's holy for the end game, so that'll be definitely worth the time investment here.
Also, yeah, shout outs to this voice acting. Oops. So that's the risk of I saved, so it's fine. That's the risk.
That's what happens when you menu too aggressively, yeah. Happens to everybody.
Hope you liked menus.
Personally, I think a good menu in a speedrun is one of the coolest things to watch. Gotta be precise, it is a very high stakes menu.
Yeah, press A1 too many times and your run is immediately over.
Mm-hmm.
Good menuing is like secretly super impressive. Sometimes people don't understand.
While we're waiting here, I'm going to field this question to the chat, to Lonely, to Helix. Who is your favorite voice actor in this game? There's just so many good ones to choose from.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I unfortunately don't have game audio right now, so I cannot answer this question, but chat, answer it for me, and I will relay your answers.
It's a shame it's not the full experience.
I think I like Bronner, who we haven't met yet, but Bronner English voice.
Bronner too.
Yeah, you can get the Japanese voices, but specifically the English voice of Bronner.
And a vote for Charlotte.
One of the nice things
Okay,
about
that's fine.
Portrait of Ruin, it's
That was the
very
perfect
easy.
point.
You just have to. Oh, was that fine? We're gonna keep going.
Yeah, that was fine.
Nice.
I actually only need to do 8 anyway.
But yeah, this is one of those games where you just have to hold a button. I think it's the R button, and you can freely swap between the English and the Japanese voice. It's really cool. We're back in 2006. That was kind of rare. So a little bit ahead of its time.
All right, we have survived shopping. And so now we're pretty set up. We have Holy Claymore, we have upgraded shurikens and darts. We have a bunch of int boosting equipment, which boosts the strength of our sub-weapons, making each of these shuriken hits do 45. Oh my gosh, Behemoth came to play today. But I came stronger.
If you'd like, I can go ahead and talk about the sub-weapons.
Yeah, sure, go for it. I'm just going to do another suspend
So a
glitch here.
couple mechanics to very quickly breeze through. Number one, if you buy multiples of a sub-weapon at the shop, it will actually upgrade them for you. So if you buy like 10 or 12 or whatever the number is, it'll just start out fully maxed, which is good, because for both sub-weapons that we're going to be using in this run, having them maxed out makes a big difference. Number two, there are 2 sub-weapons that are like the true top tiers of Portrait of Ruin. We've got shurikens. You throw 4 at once. They're very strong. That makes plenty of sense. The second top tier is darts. I think we'll see those a little bit later, but if you don't believe me, trust me, darts in this game are super good. One of my favorite parts about Portrait of Ruin, one of the reasons this game is so charming, I think, it goes all in on the camp. Even the sub-weapons are pretty campy. You got like darts, you got paper airplane. Is an option you can throw pies,
Yeah.
so very goofy game.
Alright, so we're coming up on, in my opinion, the hardest of all the zips, but it's also one of the most important, because it's going to take us past the sisters fight, which is kind of a big roadblock. So I do need to focus here. Should work. Cool. So that takes us
Very
right
nice.
to the portrait rush. We are going to the Forgotten City early. We're pretty weak right now. We are going to take care of the boss while we're here, but the real reason we're coming here early is to get the Griffin Wing, which is this game's high jump. So yeah, normally we would have to partner jump here, but because of speed up, our jump actually goes so far we can just jump to Griffin Wing. Alright, another zip here.
Take a moment to remind everyone that your subs, prime subs, gift subs, etc., all that stuff helps support GDQ Hotfix.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, we love supporting GDQ Hotfix. That zip is really hard, and I forgot to safety save beforehand, so I'm really glad I got it.
And I talked over it too.
No, you're
so
good.
Even more impressive.
Here we're gonna see some darts in action. Check
Yep.
it out.
Ooh, not great RNG. Infinite potion glitch coming in very clutch. pretty good fight for the RNG I got. Sure can magically take it out. So now we are pretty much all set to sweep the rest of the game. I have speed up, I have Griffin Ring, I have all the combat equipment I need. And now we're just gonna go take care of the main game portraits, pretty much. Nice, another banner skip.
Frame perfect, by the way. Frame perfect.
The movement in this area is really impressive, in my opinion. Just super fast. Ooh, I got the biker jacket. Is this a...
Ooh, that's actually a good drop.
Yes, it is. I could use it. I'm not going to, because I actually think it raises int less than the alternative, whose name is not coming to mind right now. But maybe for Nest of Evil, I'll put it on. Because I think it raises defense more.
Have you ever had a run with Berserker Mail?
Berserker Mail? No, I've gotten Minotaur Ring though. What's it called? Hercules Ring?
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this category's got a couple of drops that are incredibly rare.
Yeah.
But if someone someday gets them, first try, on good pace, in this impossible category, it could save a decent amount of time, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Given enough time and enough attempts, happen eventually.
The whole section was super clean. I think Portrait of Ruin is on the short list for best and most technical movement in the whole Castlevania franchise.
I was just thinking.
Look really easy.
I was just thinking, this movement is popping off.
Easy boss fight. That's supposed to be the first boss you fight, really. Like, first major boss, so we came here pretty late. And beating this portrait unlocks some items in the shop, which are Just a Corpse, Silk Hat, Combat Boots. Those are the ones that are relevant for us. Let me see her biker jacket. Yeah, I want that 2 in. So I'm gonna keep with Just a Corpse, but I might switch to Biker Jacket from Nest of Evil for the defense. We'll see. All right, next on our list of targets is Death, but first we have to fight. Oops. First we have to suspend glitch past this because I didn't actually get the item that lets you push heavy objects. Shoutouts to I Want to Get Cultured too. Very famous I Want to Be the Guy fan game that uses this clock tower theme.
A question here from the chat: which character is better, Charlotte or Jonathan?
Actually, a very good question. And it really comes down to situation. Basically, they really synergize well with each other. Jonathan is the one who does most of the damage, but Charlotte enables him to do that damage pretty much. Also, Stella is just not playing nice. So here I'm going to do a cool zip. So really it just depends on your perspective. Who's better, Jonathan or Charlotte? Here's a cool zip. I'm not actually going to zip directly to death. I'm going to go up the entire map, open up that warp while I'm out of bounds, and then I can just warp to death from there. Gonna save. That is a little scary, and I haven't saved in a while. So the death fight gimmick is he can transform between his regular blue or black or whatever it is and this white form. When he's white, he's weak to sub weapons. When he's blue, he's weak to regular physical weapons. Anyone familiar with this game might know about the infamous death softlock. I did activate it there, but just by carefully not walking back into the fight, I can avoid the softlock. For anyone who isn't familiar, if you skip the cutscene after death in a certain way, you can make it so that you can enter the room again and just completely softlock yourself. Oh, oops, that's not where I wanted to work. I need to go here. Also, I see a question in chat about Nest of Evil. This run does do all the bosses. That does include the Nest of Evil bosses, so you can look forward to that. It's pretty incredible.
And speaking only for myself, I would say that Nest of Evil is the highlight of the run.
Definitely.
Because you actually don't end up zipping back and forth. You do the whole Nest of Evil. It's faster that way.
Alright, so we're coming up on a short but pretty scary zip that skips the entire Nation of Fools. And if I don't do this right, I can softlock, so... Work. Cool. So this is what is this? Nest or not Nest of Evil? Nation of Fools is kind of like a circular area. You so we zip into the middle part, which is where the boss Legion is. Fun fact: no OOB doesn't even fight this guy because you can magical tick it out after grabbing the gear or cog or whatever it is. So this is kind of an all bosses exclusive fight. And glitchless, I guess, also fights him. But for glitch categories, this is the only category that fights Legion.
It really is a good Legion fight casually, so I'm glad it's featured in this speedrun at least.
Let's speed up. And next on our hit list is Dagon. The zip to Dagon is one of the easier ones, but now that I've said that, I'm going to mess it up. Fun fact, even if you banner skip here, it doesn't skip the banner, basically. One of the only banner skips that doesn't work. Alright, cool. This is the zip to the clock tower. And pretty cool out of bounds trick I'm going to do here. Get out of bounds. This will take me to the top right of the room, which in this instance is this weird little nook that's out of bounds. And then I have to avoid a big loading zone here. But now I'm gonna walk out of bounds for a while. I'm just gonna hold right and navigate through this whole area. You can see on the top screen, I'm moving right through the area. And this actually saves a lot of time because I don't have to like twist and wind through the corridors. I can just go straight right to the boss fight. It also saves time because there's a heavy push block in this area that I would need to grab the relic to be able to move, so it saves time in that way too. And int boost, suspend. And we are at Dagon.
That's really cool.
Give me a unfortunate pattern, but We're pretty over leveled for this guy. So, still wasn't too bad. This guy takes forever to die, though. It's kind of a weird thing with this game. A lot of the bosses, their death animation, they like to stick around. So our next target is going to be the sisters, who we, if you're familiar with this game, can't kill, or we will get the bad ending. So we have to cast Sanctuary on them, which is a spell we get in the this portrait that I remember the name of. So just a little backtrack here. We can't get it the first time we come here, even with glitches. Thankfully, Speed Up makes this a lot quicker than the no OOD version of this backtrack. Oh, funny thing here, you can, with Speed Up, you can activate these traps and just run past the laser. I found that out pretty recently. It's a pretty funny quirk. So Toad Morph lets us get in this little cranny here. Banjo Thicket, I'm going to save before Sisters. Just seems like a good idea considering they have a one-hit kill move. Or move that will kill me in one hit, rather.
Yeah, definitely a good idea.
Did this game get a re-release yet? We are waiting on that with bated breath. Konami, please, please. Oh, there we go. That's the one-hit kill pattern.
Yeah, if this Ice Sword hits me, I will die. Nice.
Insane gameplay.
Yeah, that was pretty clutch.
Wow.
Maybe 2 pixels of wiggle room. That was really good.
Yeah, because you need to keep Charlotte on screen, or the Sanctuary will not cast. Alright, now we're in the Dark Academy.
Everybody in the Castlevania community is really hoping we get a DS collection sometime in the near future. These games have all held up super well.
Oh yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, we got the GBA collection, so definitely doesn't seem impossible. So this is the second of what I like to call the Portrait Rush portraits. Dark Academy. Oh, that was funky. We come here first because there's a really good item that's going to speed up Nest of Evil a lot, that it being the Mercury Boots, which increases your base movement speed when you're just walking. And we're going to do a lot of walking in Nest of Evil. Oops. So creature boss fight, pretty simple. We've basically caught up to the game in terms of levels. Or maybe not. The hardest part is actually getting the in-boost off.
Creature not cooperating here.
Not too bad once I got past the initial part, though. Like I said, the hardest part is getting that int boost stuff. Which, by the way, we didn't actually talk about that, but I did get int boost at some point after death, specifically. It increases your int, which increases the damage of all sub-weapons. Need to restock up on tonics, because it is time. We are going to the Nest of Evil. Now, you may be thinking, if you're familiar with this game, that I do not have have not met the requirements to enter the Nest of Evil. Normally, you need to get a certain amount of map percentage. What is the map percentage? It's
888% out of 1,000. This game is a large Metroidvania.
Yes.
A lot of map tiles. So instead, we're just going to zip down, skip all that.
So there's a unique property with zipping where after you wrap around the top screen four times, on the 5th time, you'll unlock any map tiles that are there. So on this time, I should, you can see I opened the warp point next to Nest of Evil. So now we can go to Nest of Evil early, which presents its own problem. The game expects you to be very strong to be able to do this. Stronger than I am now. So I'm coming into this basically a super 15-minute gauntlet of enemies and bosses extremely underleveled. I have 9 tonics and 9 high tonics and infinite potions. The infinite potions is basically the only reason this is even possible. But I'm probably not going to be talking much throughout this because, like I said, it's an incredible gauntlet of very strong enemies and bosses. Already a hairy situation.
I had some conversation topics planned for the next, but I figured you want to focus.
No, hit me with them. It's fine.
So number 1, I'm sure everyone has noticed by now, we're pretty deep into the run. This game has got one of the best soundtracks ever. Not just Yamane, but also Koshiro, who you might know as the composer of games like Streets of Rage and ActRaiser. Both worked on the soundtrack. So Lonely, let me ask, what is your favorite song in Portrait of Ruin?
I really like the final boss theme, Banquet of Madness.
I really am
That's
missing
my,
out. I gotta listen to this game.
That is my off the top of my head answer.
That's a good one, yeah. Now when it comes to that final guard there, pretty much any attack is going to deal 1 damage, so you might as well just spam darts.
Yep, fastest 1 damage DPS.
If you've played Dawn of Sorrow, this is going to be a familiar face. In fact, we have a lot of Dawn of Sorrow bosses returning in the Nest of Evil. Lore-wise, for those who care about the rich Castlevania lore, it's a little weird that a game set in a future time, like 2036, has bosses come back for Portrait, but it's fun. I'm glad they're here. We got a lot more on the way later.
Scary room. Cave trolls are incredibly strong in this game.
Sorry, go ahead.
Alright, pretty good. What were you gonna say, Jupiter?
I was just pointing out that Lonely's going to be swapping between kind of 3 main options depending on the enemy. Shurikens and darts, but also some enemies resist sub-weapons, in which case Holy Claymore is the best option. One of the reasons this part of the run is so sick is there's just so much good combat variety. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. You got to kind of
Here we're gonna see an iron golem. Yep. Basically a test of how well you can cancel your sword swings. And time for Jupiter's favorite part of the run.
My boy Gurgon.
You have an emote of this guy, right?
Yeah.
Any Jupe subs in chat want to drop the Gurgoth emote? I know we have at least one.
He's a cute little guy. He's misunderstood. He's a misunderstood dead dinosaur, okay? He's cool.
Oh, oops. Gotta re-equip shurikens. That's another thing is with using multiple options, this game doesn't have like a subset like Dawn of Sorrow does. So you do have to manually swap your sub-weapons every time you want to switch. Yoriks do a ton of damage. Those are those headless bone guys.
It's something really unique about Portrait of Ruin. When they were designing this game, they did not shy away from letting enemies combo you. Like these gold skeletons, another good example, they hit so hard, and you can get comboed here if you're not careful.
Yeah, basically, this is the most terrifying part of doing a marathon or, showcase run of this by far. Because like I said, this is a 15-minute gauntlet, and there's only one break, or a point where I can save, really, and it's like 10 minutes in. Thankfully, we have infinite potion glitch. Also, we have Dio here. Oops. Yeah, so you want to avoid the time stop, just because it's slow.
Sorry, who's Dio?
Zephyr from Dawn of Sorrow, also.
Sorry, what's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? What is that? There might be one or two JoJo references in this series, just a couple.
Are you trying to look at the upcoming GDQ schedule? If you know, you know.
These bone pillars are also scary. This pink blast does a ton of damage. It won't one-shot me now, but earlier it would have. Alright, that room looks simple, but if you miss and get hit, it can be extremely costly because you get poisoned by those guys. Alright, final boss of the first quote-unquote half of Portrait of Ruin, Agony. I'm doing good on resources. 4 high tonics is what you want at this point. Unfortunately, Aguni, sorry, not... Anyway, we want him to do his attack where he stands still. This one. Because we can just dump shurikens into him.
Very nice.
Yeah, not too bad for the pattern I was given. And now we are going to take our one and only break from Nest of Evil to restock up on tonics. I get a little sigh of relief as I get to save, but we are far from in the clear.
It is a good example of how grueling this section of the run is. Even going in with max resources, it's not enough.
Yeah.
You gotta come back for a second shopping trip.
I've tried very hard to eliminate this shopping trip because it would save like a minute, but it's just not really feasible to do this on one round of tonics and high tonics. Oh, excuse me. Tonics and high tonics. Alright, if you like Creature earlier, boy do I have some good news for you. 2 creatures.
This is a legendary room. Couple of options here. Lonely is going for the more aggressive option, where you actually try and win.
Yeah.
Another good option, which I would recommend, is to try and win out the clock and just survive. Because I wouldn't exactly call this room fair. That was incredibly good.
And there's never any breaks because we immediately go into a room with a bunch of cave trolls.
No healing.
Bunch of Yoriks. Like I mentioned earlier, these guys deal a ton of damage if they hit you, and are also combo masters. Gotta get the spicy shrimp.
I think it's pretty neat design how, for a casual run, this area is so tough. The enemies often drop food or healing items, which is nice.
Yeah.
I feel like that was done on purpose because a lot of enemies...
You can use darts or shurikens on this guy. I prefer shurikens, but definitely viable to use darts as well.
I feel like darts is only better if you get a good pattern.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, the CD drop. That's very rare. Actually, might be the first time I've ever gotten that in a run. Oops. Really cool room here, the axe armor room. My strat is to kind of bait them all into the middle and then just swing away.
Sub-weapon's not effective here.
Yep, sub-weapons will deal 0 damage. There's probably one over here. Yeah. Not too bad. Alright, we are almost home free. Up next is the CV Trio. Cool, got Cypher.
This is probably the single toughest boss in the Nest of Evil, especially to do it quickly. Well, it's either this or it's Doppelganger. Doppelganger can be pretty tricky as well.
Yeah, Grant's hitbox is incredibly weird.
Very nicely done.
Yep, so one boss left in Nest of Evil.
Here we go.
Alright, cool. Respond to Charlotte. Alright.
Gameplay. Insane. Yeah, Doppelganger is kind of a joke, but that's alright. That's alright. Trio is the real final boss of that area. Doppelganger is a bonus. The trouble is, Doppelganger will copy your stats and your equipment. So, if you go in with intentionally bad equipment, it's pretty easy.
And our Charlotte build on her own is not very good. Up next is another optional boss, the Whip's Memory. This is another contender for best song in the game. This remix of the Bloodline song. Oops. Gotta remember to re-equip Shuriken. am healing. I am healing.
Richter is not kidding around. Over 50% damage with a single whip strike.
And we have 1 zip left, 2 portraits left, and then the final bosses.
Yo, another one.
Yeah, pretty good banner skips this one.
Yeah, really good.
Gonna save before the zip, because I do not want to lose a bunch of time right at the end. So this is going to be another example where we wrap around 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. By the way, I don't think I've mentioned this yet. If I fail a zip by going too far, my game will hard crash and I will have to boot out to the 3DS home menu.
Oh no.
Which is a big time loss.
Do not think you've mentioned that. Yeah, that sounds rough.
So having a zip after Nest of Evil is pretty rough. So, 1 portrait and then final bosses left. Speed up. R. So, if you've seen a portrait everyone speedrun before, no secret why I bought the guitar. It's for train
We get
skip.
1 try at the frame perfect.
Fine, for you. Nope.
Oh, that was close.
Yeah. So you can do a frame perfect
there
swap
is a,
there. Yeah.
Yeah, there is a frame perfect character swap that will take you through the train. If it's like a dead run and you want to YOLO like a 5 to 10 second times, if you can go for that. Otherwise,
Yeah, otherwise you can just do the weapon special trick version of it, which is very easy. And we actually have to do the train skip in this run because we never pushed up the ability to push heavy objects. So if you forgot to pick up the cube that lets you do weapon specials, your run is dead. And that actually happened to me on PB Pace the other day, which was very unfortunate.
That's a heartbreaker.
Yeah, it wasn't like a great
Speaking
run.
of lonely, we should mention you recently, in fact, today.
Yeah, a few hours
improved the
ago,
record time in this
I got the first ever 52-minute time in this category.
Oh, congrats.
Thank you.
That is a huge milestone. Why is there a train? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure where it's going. I'm not sure who put it there.
Guards.
We'll just go anytime a question like that comes up. Go-to answer is the castle is a creature of chaos. That's an official part of the lore. I guess it applies to portraits as well. Can really explain a lot of the weirdness in these games.
All right, final boss we're gonna use darts on. Thankfully, Werewolf gave us a great pattern, so I was able to just mow him down. And it is time for the final bosses. First up, we have Bronner, who is like this. This game has like a twist villain. You're supposed to think it's Bronner, and then it's revealed to be Dracula. Because, you know, who else would it be? Why am I doing so little? Oh, because I'm on speed up. That'll do it. Pretty cool optimization with Bronner. You can stand right up in his face and these little heads won't hit you. So yeah, this is Art Attack pretty slow, just because it's time you can't spend Dump Rain Shurikens into him. Because we did Nest of Evil pretty much, we are extremely powerful. That being said, the final boss of this game is no joke. I am going to be saving, because you can get comboed really hard, just like in Nest of Evil.
This category is one of the most difficult Castlevania categories to complete. It's got like 20 to 30 major reset points. The movement is super technical. The combat is super technical. If you get here on really good pace, it's not even close to being over, because this fight can and will kill your run.
Just today, I had a run that would have been 51 pace. I almost got 52 skip, and then I got comboed on Drac. One of my most like heartbreaking speedruns ever. But you know, we move.
I think we'll agree, despite the difficulty, this is one of the coolest final bosses in the whole series.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2v2 showdown.
Also, shouts to the cog in my inventory. You never use it in this category, so it just, you can hold on to it forever.
My power! Use my power! Soul Steel!
Alright, so for phase 2, I'm going to be going for an AI manip, where I get him to do the same attack over and over again. So you have two options for fighting Drac. You can you can do shurikens or you can do Claymore. Claymore is faster, but it is much more difficult.
If you miss a single one of these backdash cancels, your run can just be over.
You're already on time, by the way. Uh-oh. Maybe not.
Good recovery.
Yep.
Nice.
Totally intentional. Time. Oh, good run. I have a 56.03.
What a sick speed run. That was so
time.
good.
Yeah. No zip trails.
Give it up.
Well done. That was awesome.
Yeah. No zip trails, no deaths. Really happy with that.
As you should be.
Yeah. Thank you, Helix. Quick shoutouts. Shoutouts to the whole Castlevania speedrun community. Y'all are awesome. We're doing great things. We've grown a lot in the past year, and we're trying to grow even more. If you're interested in any of these games, you can go to the speedrun.com page and join the Discord. Jupiter or me or any of the other top runners or scientists will be glad to help you. I want to give a shout out to all my demigirl speedrunners. I identify as a demigirl, so shout outs to all the demigirls out there.
Heck yeah.
If you're interested in me, I do a lot of Castlevania, RPG, Persona, The World Ends With You, and I'm gonna get back into Zelda speedruns on my Twitch. It's Lonely Girl SR. No underscores or anything. So yeah, be sure to follow me on, that's my Twitter and my Twitch, Lonely Girl SR. So follow me there if you're interested in any of that. And I just want to say, last time I ran this on Hotfix, I think I got a 110. So a low 56 is a lot better. Just goes to show that this run definitely can blow up if things don't go to plan. But
incredible redemption arc.
Yeah, I'm really happy. So yeah, thanks for having me, and non-binary pride forever.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for running. Thank you, Jupiter Climb, for providing commentary. That was phenomenal. There is one more run left. It's myself. You can't get rid of me. I'm running the newest Super Monkey Ball game, Banana Rumble, as its first ever marathon showing. But if you've missed any of this event or any of the other Hotfix content, any of SGDQ, you can check out the VODs on youtube.com/gamesdonequick. Definitely make sure you are subscribed. And with that said, we are going to get set up for that Monkey Ball run. We will be right back one more time. Hello everyone, it's me again, Helix. Welcome back to the final run, actually, of the International Non-Binary People's Day Showcase on GDQ Hotfix. I'm so pumped that we got to do this on the GDQ channel. Shout out to GDQ for letting this happen. Shout out to Limey for helping organize this. This is Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble, the brand new Monkey Ball game. I'm here with a good friend of mine who also enjoys this game quite a bit.
Yes, hi there. I'm Zedline. I'm an IL specialist for Super Monkey Ball, mainly the modern games, Banana Mania, and now Banana Rumble. We're both really excited to show off this run. This game is so fun to watch, and it's so fun to run too. So I hope you all are gonna have as much fun watching it as Helix is running it.
RTA runs of this game are better than I was anticipating, and I was anticipating them being pretty good. So this is exciting. We will get going pretty soon here. I am running World 4, which is the first 10 worlds of the game. So not the extra worlds, but the base 10 worlds. They're all nicely packed into one category that's timed with in-game time. It's awesome. Thank you, Sega, for that. Very good quality of life thing. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. We can start the RTA timer in 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go.
So the first thing you're gonna notice here, once this game loads, it is on Switch.
Yeah.
The first thing you're gonna notice is I have a dash. That's not normal. That's not like Monkey Ball. What's going on here? This is a spin dash, brand new mechanic added to this game that allows us to skip a whole bunch of stuff. You're gonna see it in almost every level. Yeah.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Stuff like that. It's everywhere. There's so many skips made possible with this thing. It's funny because it feels like some levels were designed with it in mind and some weren't.
Oh, absolutely. I think overall they definitely intended for you to break it as much as possible.
Which I love doing, so I'm very glad.
Yeah.
You love to see it, honestly. I'm gonna do a fun little skip here by just sort of rolling over that. You're supposed to spin dash over all of those ramps, but Baby is fast enough to just roll over the first one, which is cool. So then I don't have to wait for the spin dash cooldown is what I'm gonna call it. You'll notice the spin dash gauge in the bottom right-hand corner of my screen. When that's full, it's fully charged, but I have to wait for the bar to go down after I use it before I can use it again.
Yes. And I feel like you should mention why you're using Baby in particular.
First, we need to mention the skip that I just first tried.
Oh, let's go.
I bonked against a wall to get a little bit of height so I could clip off of another wall and skip half a level. Getting that first try is actually awesome.
Yeah, it's a lot harder than it looks.
So yes, you're absolutely right. We need to talk about why I'm playing Baby. This game, unlike most other games in the series, except notably Banana Blitz, has different stats for each character. I almost did a silly. And Baby has ended up being most likely the best character for RTA's. General consensus is that he is undisputably the best character in the game so far. Oh, that skip is being mean to me. I wish I was going to say just unpredictable at times. There we go.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. Nice.
You want to talk a little bit more about the stats, Deadline?
Yeah, I would love to. So basically, there are 4 different categories that these stats are divided into for the characters. There's speed, break, weight, and spin. And Baby is the best character because his speed and brake stats are insane. He picks up speed very fast and is able to control that speed very well. So when you're playing as Baby, you're able to make incredibly precise sharp turns very fast. General movement is just very free-flowing and faster than most other characters who can't keep up.
Absolutely.
And that definitely plays a role here in a lot of levels with like long general movement.
Maxed out brake stat, which you can think of almost as traction. So it accelerates quickly, decelerates quickly, turns quickly. Very, very fast movement in general. Combine that with the good speed stat, Baby's most often the choice for speedruns. There's some characters that are viable in ILs, certain ILs, because they have a good spin dash or some other properties. Baby's spin dash is also solid. It's relatively average, which is good enough for this game.
Yeah. He's got some of like the best strengths in the game with almost no downsides.
I'm trying to get a clip off of that edge there of this platform. Like so. There it is. And that's a good example of how broken spin dash is. You can just kind of throw yourself at an edge, or really any piece of level geometry that you can get height from, you just spin dash at it, and then you can get a bounce and skip a bunch of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, and skips like those are par for the course with any monkey ball game, but you usually have to like build up a ton of speed in order to get that kind of height. But with the spin dash, you basically have immediate access to a burst of speed pretty much whenever you want, as long as you're managing the cooldown.
Yeah, you also want to be already rolling if you can when you are spin dashing, because it's not a set speed. It basically adds speed onto how fast you're already going.
Mm-hmm.
I'm seeing a question in chat. Are there no lives in this game? There are not. Do not have to worry about lives at all.
We see a cool
Little
skip
skip
here.
there. Yeah, that's
Wow.
nice.
Clean goal entry.
Thank you. And this is the last stage of World 2. I might as well go for the... I messed up. I did not continue holding camera lock. You can lock the camera in place so it doesn't rotate when you turn. And a very nice thing that they added to this game is a button specifically to do that. I'm going to get right there.
Nice.
Yeah, so I've bound it to X, so if I just hold down my X button, then I will lock the camera in place and it won't rotate. It'll just stay there, which is very useful on certain levels.
Yeah, and that is a very nice quality of life feature that they recently added into this game.
I should have pressed the pause button. I got greedy. I got greedy.
It happens, it happens.
Oh gosh. What are we doing here?
Oh. Just getting a little silly with it. It's non-binding Pride Day.
Okay.
That's nice. But yeah, cam locking was something that you could do in Banana Mania, because that game also had manual camera control, but for that game you had to hold the camera stick down, which could get pretty uncomfortable. So having it on a button makes it a lot more easier on the hands.
Absolutely. And also,
this
game is fully remappable controls too, which is nice.
Oh yeah. In general, this game is just filled with a ton of really nice quality of life features. Like, you could tell they were paying attention to the feedback from Banana Mania.
Absolutely.
Ooh. Nice conveyor.
A little bit of scuffed entry, but it's okay. Yeah, that stage is really awkward, especially with Baby. Like, the speed that you get from the spin dash is barely not enough to do like a full skip, so you have to get another bounce. But speaking of full skips, that was best case scenario on that level.
Ooh, very nice.
You're gonna hear me. Oh, actually, before I explain that, check this out. Oh, I bungled it a little bit. This is a great example of how switches can be a thing we bounce off of in order to skip entire levels, just like that. Second try is not bad for that.
Oh, beautiful. I love that skip so much.
Me too. As I was saying, if I can remember what I was saying, I might have lost it. That's fine. We'll come back to me later. There's a lot going on.
I think we were talking about how the friction of the character affects like the speed you get from spin dash.
Oh yeah, you're gonna notice that. Sort of like right there. I am trying not to spin dash when I'm just on flat ground, unless that's my only option. I always want to spin dash and then get launched into the air. I mistimed a spin dash there and it gave me a very strange angle. There we go. Now I should be able to hold forward and get in the middle. Perfect. All right.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so if I were to spin dash on the ground and stay on the ground, I would decelerate very quickly because of Baby's high friction. But if I do it right before becoming airborne, I get to keep a lot more of that speed, as you can see there.
Yeah, higher friction generally comes as like a trade-off. It's like your character's a lot easier to control and like maneuver with, but it makes your character like a lot more sticky when it comes to like rolling on a surface. So higher friction characters generally have a lot of trouble retaining speed, whereas lower friction characters are like really slippery and hard to control, but they retain speed a lot better.
Yes. Also, I remember what I was going to say earlier. You are not going to hear me reference stages with their names a lot because the names of stages are not displayed on screen mid-game, so I just don't know what half these stages are called.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're admittedly still going through a learning process with this game stage.
This game is quite new. Also, you can combine spin dash with boost panels to just get absurd amounts of speed, like right there.
Yeah. I love that skip. That's probably like my favorite skip in the run.
And here is one of my least favorite skips that my spin dash didn't charge, so we're now super winging this. What is going on? Okay, that almost worked. That would have been really funny.
Wow,
this is
that worked.
This is one of the most inconsistent skips in the entire run. I hate it, and it's not mandatory, but like it might as well be, especially if you're going for a world record. It saves like 30 seconds.
Oh yeah.
And for that reason, it is worth continuing to try over and over until I get it.
Yeah, playing this level normally it takes so long that you could die like 5 or 6 times and still break even. But yeah,
No,
this
stop
is
sending me to the left. I hate it when it does that. Because there's 2 parts to this. I need that clip up at the start, back, and then I need to not get sent to the left. There we go. All right.
beautiful.
Honestly, that could have gone a lot worse.
Yeah. That is definitely the very first like true meltdown level in this run.
Yes.
It is very unforgiving sometimes, but should be pretty smooth sailing for a bit. World 4's got some pretty nice stages in it, but World 5 and World 6 are where things start to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, the flow of
So
this
we'll have more
run
time to talk about things.
ends up being pretty nice overall. Big skip here. Please stay in. Nice, okay. Come on, there we go. You're supposed to hit a bunch of buttons to make those walls go down, but with Spin Dash, you just kind of ignore that.
Yeah.
This level introduces more balls. You explained those better than I did last time, Deadline.
Yeah. So these are boulders. These are basically just real-time physics obstacles in a monkey ball game. This is where the weight stat of your character comes into play. So the heavier your character is, the less they'll be bounced off by coming into contact with the boulder. And it doesn't usually come into play too much, but there are some stages where you're going to have to be weaving around them really fast. So it can be a problem with babies since they are the lightest character in the game.
That level was so weird.
Oh.
That's, okay, I've never played it like that before, but we'll take it.
Well, we take those.
Oh, I'm fine,
Nice
okay.
skip here. Oh, nice save.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Spin Dash ends up creating some unpredictable scenarios, so improv is pretty important for this game. It is for Monkey Ball in general, but I bungled that. I found it to be more important for this game than others.
Nice.
Although I'm sure that'll eventually, as I get more consistent with this game, it just came out like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It'll be less relevant.
Yeah. Slowly but surely we'll get past those growing pains, but already this run is looking spectacular, and like the community is putting so much work on both the RTA and IL front. It's insane.
Absolutely. Oh, ILs for this. The IL community for this game has been so incredibly active. Individual level runs are popping off. We're into World 5. Things are going to start slowing down a little bit. Yeah, overshot that.
Ooh.
It's a little hard to I didn't spin dash there. Doesn't really... Oh, okay. Well, a little hard to gauge exactly where I'm falling. I had a lot of trouble with that when this game first came out, and I'm a little better with it now, but there's still some work to be done there, clearly. There we go.
Yeah, the camera angle when you're falling isn't like... It doesn't aim like perfectly down. It was like that in Banana Mania too, so it's a bit like hard to get used to. Felix is gonna try to go for a really nice skip here.
Yeah.
This is a pretty long level.
This is another level where it's worth it to go until you get something. That's the most common scenario, a little half skip there.
Mm-hmm. We take those.
And getting anything there is important, especially as each layer gets smaller, because you know it's a pyramid.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try something cool here. Oh, I just bonked against the underside of the goal. You saw what I was trying to do. I was trying to go in from below.
Yeah.
Barely missed it. I think I had a slight moment of hesitation. I got launched so high.
Yeah, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, that was a little wild. All right.
Nice.
This level, I'll wait about a second. Get all these cycles and spin dash into the goal. There we go.
Nice.
Cycles.
I thought that goal was nice to you.
Yes, sometimes that goal is very rude.
Yeah. Man, here we have jump pads. That's a thing now.
Oh yeah, you know, sometimes I forget about those.
Yeah, they're honestly not seen too much.
Yeah, they're not that remarkable in this game. At least not in this run. Maybe in some of the EX stages. I've only played those casually so far, but I will be speedrunning them. Once I get a time I'm happy with on World Tour.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like the longest like organic monkey ball game. There are 200 stages in this game beyond like the base 100.
Here's a funny level, by the way. We have to push this manhole cover. That's the whole level.
This is exactly what I come to monkey ball for.
You just do this for 22 seconds and then you go in the goal. It's
Oh my god.
It's funny.
Oh my gosh. Wow, that was very impressive.
That actually was a pretty good IGT. I'm not gonna lie. And then we're back to being cool and doing skips.
Yeah.
Like
we
so.
around these boulders here. Beautiful.
I believe there's only one more level left in World 5. This one. This one can be kind of unpredictable with the bounces. Slow down. Nice. First try, and that's huge.
Ooh, nice.
Alright, we're getting into World 6, which is full of long auto-scroller adjacent levels. So...
That's my favorite.
Did I really just do that?
Oh.
Alright, well, whatever.
That can happen.
So, it's a good time to point out that if I ever spin dash in midair, nothing happens. I must be on the ground. So what I did there was I spin dashed just a little bit too late, was in the air, and so I got nothing.
Yeah.
Very easy mistake to make in this game.
Yeah, especially in a game where you're leaving the ground and controlling yourself in the air a lot. That's it's a very important skill to have to be able to time your spin dashes.
There's a dangerous cycle skip I can go for here that I'm not going to go for, so I'm going to go for a different, slightly less dangerous cycle skip.
Yeah, I do not blame you.
It skips one fewer cycle, but it's still, you know, it's something.
We'll take any time save we can get on this stage.
Absolutely. Because if I went for that cycle skip and missed it, I would have lost over 20 seconds. So the risk reward for me is just not worth it, at least not yet.
Yeah.
This level is weird. The bounce I get on this level is so unpredictable, and I just have to sort of react to what I'm given and make it work. That's the exact same scenario, but I was better prepared for it that time.
Beautiful.
This level has a really cool skip. I'm going to try and land in a very specific spot. That's perfect.
Oh my gosh.
That is the ending to that specifically is something that really only Baby can do because of that high break stat. Any other character, at least almost any other character, would have not enough friction and they would simply slide off and die. That ending there, so.
This is why Baby is like absolutely dominant in this game right now.
Yep, one of a few reasons.
Yeah.
So this is one of the auto-scrollers. This is literally an auto-scroller. So this is a great time for our host, who is myself, to talk about something. You may have seen on Twitter, we as in GDQ recently released the schedule for the speedrun stage at PAX West. I was involved with that, and it is an absolute banger of a schedule. Fantastic runs all the way down. Please check it out. GameDoneQuick.com/schedule/50. That is the number 50. I'm super excited for that. We will be at PAX West on Labor Day weekends. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It'll be a great time.
Huge.
We're getting into another level that's pretty much an auto-scrolling.
Yep.
So this is another reminder to all of you that your Prime subs, your gift subs, your bits, all of that helps support GDQ Hotfix. So if you've enjoyed the non-binary showcase, if you enjoy the other Hotfix content, please consider subscribing to the channel. We would really appreciate it. Also, shout out to my show and Limey's show, of course, Parallel Universe. You can catch that every other Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern. That's all about fan games, mods, custom levels, what have you. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I look forward to it every other week. And now we're getting back into some actual stages. What were you saying?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I saw on the schedule there was like a Monkey Ball Deluxe run next event for Parallel Universe. Unless I saw it wrong.
Maybe, that would be Limey's doing. We trade off every show, so Limey has the next one.
Yeah. Well, if I'm not wrong, then definitely you're gonna want to check that out. Monkey Ball is always a fun time. Oh, almost got that. I completely forget that skip exists.
I hate the stage. It's the laggiest stage in the game, at least with regard to the base 10 worlds.
Oh yeah.
And it annoys me greatly. I'm really not getting a good scenario from the dash here. Stage has been mean for me.
There are unfortunately a couple scenarios in this game where...
Alright, that's on me for not anticipating that platform was going to go down.
Yeah, there are a couple scenarios in this game where the performance unfortunately chugs a bit, as is the case with Switch games.
Yeah,
nice.
I saw someone in chat ask if this is Switch exclusive. The answer is yes, it is. Hopefully not for too long. Would love to see this come to PC. But honestly, for a Switch game, it does not run that poorly. There are issues sometimes, especially when you're playing online. But hey, it's still pretty fun. I wouldn't be running it if I didn't enjoy it. So.
Yeah, I 100% recommend this game. Honestly, like, the difficulty curve in this game is probably some of the best we've ever seen in a Monkey Ball game. I would say this is like a great starting point for anyone who's looking to get into the series.
I think this is one of the best casual Monkey Ball games ever. I just barely missed that skip. You really can't go wrong with this one. Like, this is, in my opinion, the best Monkey Ball game since Deluxe. I think it really shines casually. As a speedrun, it is pretty good too, and I think it's only going to get better as we continue to discover strats and continue to improve consistency. Wow, this is not going as well as it was going in my practice last night.
Yeah, this strat looks really clunky.
What's that? I promise you I hit this like 4 times in a row last night. I blame the fact that I was hosting this event, and so I didn't get to practice as much.
That's fair.
Okay, we are winging it. A little improv. All right, there it is.
Level 1 improv.
Cool.
Nice. Yeah, so World 7, things should start to speed up a bit here. Level design in general gets a lot better in this part of the game. Oh, and
this level is called Binary Matrix, but because this is International Non-Binary People's Day, I had to do binary skip.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
I nailed it too. That's actually really unpredictable and hard.
It'd be a crime if you didn't get that skip first try today.
Absolutely. But yeah, World 7 is where the run really picks up again, especially after all the slowness in World 6. World 7, 8, 9, and 10 are all very fun to play. Ends the run off very nicely.
Yeah.
There's only really a couple of particularly slow points in these last 4 worlds. This maybe could be considered one of them. There is a big skip at the end here, though, that is quite difficult. Of course I'm gonna go for it.
Of course.
It's not a helix monkey ball run if I don't... I just hit the left side of the goal. It's not a helix monkey ball run if I don't go for those kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you know. I'm also making pretty good time, so I'm not worried about estimate. My estimate's really safe. Now I've hit the right side of the...
We just gotta cut out the middle, man.
Probably some IL here that like bounces off a boulder and does some ridiculous stuff. There we go.
Nice.
Continuing on with World 7. This is a pretty cool skip. See how it goes. It's a little scary. Clean. Alright.
Nice.
Oh, this one's fun. Perfect.
Oh, go fast.
Yes. Okay.
Oh, that's a nice angle.
Yeah, that I don't always get that. That is the best case scenario on that level, so I'm happy that worked out. And of course, in line with the rest of this world, pretty much. Skipping some more. Ooh. Okay. Well, even Baby's high friction stat couldn't save me there. We're gonna be skipping some more cycles. Barely. Any other character falls off.
Yeah, 100%. That break step is crucial. Very nice.
Snowball in chat. Shout out to Snowball, another runner of this game, saying that the IL on that stage I mentioned that ILing on skips all the boulders and clips off the side of the first turn using Easel's incredibly strong spin dash. That's kind of what I was talking about, is how other characters are useful, especially in IL settings. And there is a character, Val, who we think might be able to challenge Baby at least a little bit in World Tour. We think right now he's 15 or 30 seconds off overall, which is kind of a lot, but it's possible some strat discoveries that he could pick up a little bit. So I'm sure there will be strat discoveries for Baby as well.
Yeah. The trade-off that Val has is that he's a bit... Oh, no.
We may not have the party balls anymore, but the goals are still going to trouble.
Yeah. No, at the speed you're going at, usually in this game, they had to make the goals bigger.
Yes, absolutely. Spin dash is just so fast. Sorry, you were saying something too.
Yeah. I was just saying that the trade-off with Val is that he's generally like a bit hard to control, but he has the second best spin dash in the game, and it's really strong. So that, of course, unlocks a bunch of opportunities for him that Baby doesn't have. So just an example of like how the difference in stats can affect the opportunities that are available to certain characters in the run.
Oh, I just wasn't quite far enough left. Dang, I thought I had it. This is most likely my favorite world in this run. I don't know why I said most likely. It is. I guess technically that could change in the future, but...
Yeah, World 8 is filled with a lot of really solid levels. There's some cool ones coming up.
Absolutely.
This one right here.
This one's... I love the way we play this one. It's very creative. This is one of the most clever levels that they've ever designed for any monkey ball game. I also enjoyed speedrunning it. Like, the way we can skip most of it, the way it flows is really nice. This level flows pretty well too, if I do it correctly. It's one of those new strats I was telling you about, Deadline. I've just some optimizations. Oh, I'm gonna land on the slope here though. Nice save.
Nice.
I was trying to go directly for the goal. Usually not too hard, but at least I was able to save it. This skip is quite difficult. Definitely worth giving a couple shots at. I don't think that's going to go anywhere. Yeah. I don't think I spin dashed at quite the right time. That's looking a little better. What's up here? Ah, that angle was poor. That's the one thing I don't understand with this stage. That sometimes off that second bounce there, I don't always get a good angle. I'm not entirely sure why.
This skip is so worth to get. It's really cool when you pull it off.
There it is.
Oh.
And I got a 54.
Awesome.
That's very fast. That honestly did not lose too much time to playing that casually. Only a few seconds. And it took me like 4 tries, so... It's a very good skip. Very hard, but you can hit it. It's definitely worth it. Speaking of, oh, I didn't get enough height. Wow, that's rare for me to not get enough height there. I am locking my camera again, as you may have noticed, just to make this a bit easier. So, hello, bumpers. All right, we're still going for it. Cool.
Nice. I almost missed it. Someone in chat asked, is Banana Rumble a good game to try if you've been curious about Monkey Ball speedrunning?
Absolutely.
I agree.
Okay, bonked off the top of the goal, and we're fine. This is a weird run.
Yeah, this game is a very good entry point for both casuals and speedrunners, I would say.
I agree.
Just really fun, really solid level design, and the spin dash is like a cool mechanic that anyone can pick up and use. So, I definitely recommend.
Spin dash is a bit polarizing, but I like it a lot better than jumps that were in Nano Blitz. It makes,
yeah, think about...
It makes more sense. Ooh. It makes more sense. It feels more like the natural progression of the series, in my opinion. And it's still quite good, but not nearly as overpowered as jumps were.
Yeah.
Jumps were a bit ridiculous.
Yeah, spin dash is cool because like it's basically still relying on like your fundamentals of Monkey Ball to use properly. So if you don't have good fundamentals, you're not going to be able to get much use out of it.
Exactly. Last stage of World 8.
Whoa. little top-down section there. They added a top-down level in this game.
I'm gonna say it. That's never happened before. I mean, I've only been playing this game. This game's only been out for 3 weeks, so we're bound to have a few of those.
So, lot of firsts yet to happen.
Everyone else got a head start too. I was busy with that GDQ for the first 2 weeks the game was out.
Oh my god. You were still going at it though at GDQ. I have nothing but respect for you.
I played a little bit. I did some runs in the practice room. There we go. Yeah, we're into World 9. There's some really, really cool stuff in this world. Snowball in chat saying she has never seen anyone jump over that goal, so... Some firsts here on the GDQ Hotfix.
Very clean sundial.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I play that level pretty safe. This level can be a bit unpredictable. Best case scenario.
Oh my goodness. Let's go.
It's very good. This stage is rather long. This is probably the longest stage left in the run. Hope you all... I should be going for this cycle. What am I doing? I can still make it, right? I jumped over the bumper. I didn't mean to do that. Okay.
You're so sick.
We can pretend that was on purpose. I was gonna say some things about how I didn't hit the button though, because that's not moving. Oh, it is moving. No, I just got to it at a weird point in the cycle then. I completely fooled myself. I was gonna say some things about how I'm, again, very grateful that we can have this non-binary showcase. But then, I did not pay enough attention. The level was really weird. We're gonna skip this entire level, by the way. Spin dash is really good. Fun fact. And then coming up next is Spiral Zone. I actually know the name of this level. I'm gonna go for at least one cycle skip.
Let's see it.
I learned this last night. I'm in a decent position to go for the second one as well, so I'll try it. I didn't quite make it.
Yeah, that was really tough to get the timing right.
I'm fine going for these, because admittedly, this run is not going to PB. Which means I can just show off the cool stuff. And that's what everyone's here for anyway. There's the double cycle skip.
Nice.
Whoops.
Second try, not bad.
There we go. There have been so many points in this run. That's saved for like 12 seconds, by the way. There have been so many points in this run where if I was playing any other character but Baby, I would totally have died.
Yeah. I was like clench a bit whenever you get into those moments, but I remember, oh wait, you're playing Baby, you're fine. You're chilling.
I always misjudge this level. I don't know what it is about it, but I so often misjudge just how far I'm going to go in the air.
I think it's just the camera movement. I feel like that's what trips me up on this level a lot.
It's very possible.
It's a bit jerky. First try there, nice.
Yeah, so it turns out spin dash is really good once again.
Who would have thought?
There's a whole level there that we just didn't have to play. Shout out
really
to,
cool stage here.
I believe, Maniol was their username, who showed me how to consistently perform that strat literally last night. I got a DM on Twitter.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
Felix13_, by the way. And we are now into World 10. This stage isn't real. It can't hurt you.
Many such cases.
This game has a really good difficulty curve, by the way. I'm probably making a lot of this look easy, but these stages do get it's relatively difficult. Especially once you beat the base 10 worlds and you unlock the extra worlds, those get really hard.
Yeah. We're both like speaking as two like seasoned Monkey Ball veterans. Like this game has probably one of the most fair difficulty curves in any game in the series.
I would agree. This stage is the rare stage that is pretty much all movement, at least with Baby. And we spin dash at the end here.
It's finishing, don't miss it.
Some fight cycles there. Had to be on top of that movement.
That spin dash at the end always makes me nervous because sometimes you just don't get enough speed.
It is terrifying. That is really lucky. I did not get enough collision there at all. You love to see it.
Amazing.
And here is arguably the hardest stage in this run. There is an easier strat, but because of Baby's high friction, he cannot perform it. We're fine.
Oh my gosh, you're crazy.
Wow, alright.
That strat is really hard.
Yes, getting that first try is so huge. Even with the scuffed goal entry like that. We're not out of the woods yet, though. There are still some pretty hard things coming up. Even though we are in the final 5 worlds. We are, let's not lie. We are in the final 5 stages of the run. Does this get... yeah, okay. It didn't start turning to the right soon enough there.
Ooh.
We fix that.
Seeing someone ask, is the movement in this game, does it feel more like the GameCube games? It doesn't feel like the GameCube games entirely, but it is very smooth. It is a lot smoother than Banana Mania.
Yes, I agree. I was going to say, it feels better than Banana Mania. It is not entirely dissimilar to the GameCube games, but I definitely would not compare the two.
Very nice wipeout there.
Also, yeah, that was one of the hardest stages left in the run, and that went perfectly, so that's cool. Baby's friction stack coming into play yet again. This stage
I feel like that stage is like the best example.
That stage is a really good example. Alright, there we go. Nice. And up next is the final stage. Time will be when I enter the goal. I know I'm about to destroy my estimate. Nice, okay. That skip is actually quite difficult. The positioning of it, and just, you can get some weird bounces. Sometimes, even if you land in the right spot, you'll get weird bounces and fall out. And time. Sub 20 IGT for this game's first ever marathon run is amazing. I am so happy I sub 20 that.
Yeah, that is not bad at all. Good stuff.
For reference, I'll check the leaderboards after this. I believe only 4 people have sub 20 this category so far. Granted, you know, game's only been out 3 weeks, but still. So I am very, very happy with that. Right, thank you, Deadline, for being on for commentary, by the way. Big help.
Of course. Happy to help out. I love supporting this game. I love seeing people like you shredding its pieces. So
yeah. Please play this game, get this game. It is awesome. It's genuinely the best Monkey Ball game in 19 years. I'm not kidding. I'm saying this as someone who has played darn near every game in the series. I've been playing Monkey Ball for like 2 decades at this point. It's really good.
Seconded.
Yeah, also join the community. You can find the speedrun.com boards at speedrun.com/SMBBR. There's a link to the Discord server as well. If you like ILs, we've got ILs. If you like RTAs, we've got RTAs. There's individual world runs for every world in the game, 1 through 10, and the 10 extra worlds as well. We're about to have a community battle mode event, I think in like a week or so.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be very fun. Very excited for that.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about the online stuff. We did a tiny bit. Anyway, I also want to thank GDQ. I want to thank Limey. I want to thank everyone involved with this international non-binary People's Day showcase. I've said it before. I'm really glad we're able to do this. Non-binary people do not owe you androgyny. Whatever being non-binary means to you, that's valid. You know, we come in all shapes and sizes and pronouns and what have you. All types of genders, or agender even. But yeah, huge shout out to non-binary people. Stay tuned, by the way, to this channel, twitch.tv/GamesOnClick, for the finale of our SGDQ 2024 replay coming up next. Thank you for checking out the full event replay along with our live Hotfix shows this past week. And we will be live tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern with the first step, followed by Game Masters. And of course, don't forget you can catch my and Limey show Parallel Universe every other Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern. Trans rights, non-binary rights, Super Monkey Ball Banana Rumble's awesome.
That is so real. And
You get it.
Sorry. If I may butt in here, I just want to say that I just found out that Banana Rumble is $14 off for physical edition at Walmart. So if you want to get this game, now is the best time to do so.
Absolutely. Oh, by the way, also, if you enjoyed the run, you can catch me on Twitch at helix13_. That's also my Twitter and my YouTube, what have you. I'll be playing this game a whole bunch until I get bored of it. And I don't know when that's going to happen. So.
That's unreal.
Yes. Thanks for watching. Trans rights, non-binary rights. I will see you all later. Stay tuned for the SGDQ 2024 replay. Bye, everyone.